Cool. Okay. I left at the end of this last time, so I'm gonna pick up from here. Not a lot left, but I want to finish that, and then I'm gonna listen to mrgirl's Substack for the first time and probably get really upset about it.
Talks about how evil the colleges are and blah, blah, blah. And then what happens is conservatives are less and less willing to engage in them. So then you get this scenario or this environment where everybody that's engaged in academia on the administrative side are fucking insane. they're like even more so to, and I also want to draw a distinction between like the administrators and the faculty, because oftentimes when you're reading story after story after story of like all of these insane admins that are pushing further and further left, usually the faculty is fighting against it. A lot of the tenured professors, a lot of people in their departments are saying like, hold on, well, we actually don't.
I had to pull a goofy move here. I had to take and put my mic through my light. There we go. Because it was in the way. Never had to do that before. But the lighting's good, so I didn't want to fuck it up.
Don't agree with this, but I feel like because conservatives for so long have demonized these institutions rather than like critically evaluated them and tried to like have like honest critique and engagement, that they've just like completely broken off. And when you only have a bunch of lefties or righties together, all they'll do is they'll veer off like even more into their insane directions. I feel like that's a big problem that we've run into in the country, to where conservatives have totally broken off some conversations, broken away from, where they won't participate in them anymore. And then the people that you have left just run as far to the left as possible.
Well, certainly when you look at certain institutions, I think that one of the things that people on both sides of the aisle are constantly looking at is, has the institution suffered such capture that there is just no capacity to fix it? And when you talk about the universities, I'm not going to blame conservatives for the failure of the universities, because they haven't been present in major positions at universities since effectively the late 1960s. And you can go read Shelby Steele's work on this, where he talks about how, you know, he's now a conservative Black person. He was a liberal Black person at the time. He was actually quite a radical Black activist at the time in the 60s. And he talks about walking into the office of liberal administrators who were largely on his side with regard to civil rights, and being a radical, him claiming that the systems of the university were inherently broken, were inherently wrong, unfixable. And he talks about this, it's a very evocative episode where he's talking about how he's smoking. And as he's smoking, the ash is growing more and more, and the ash falls down on this very expensive carpet. And the president of the university, who's listening to him rant and rave, Shelby Steele says, I thought he was going to say something about this. I mean, I was wrecking like $1,000 carpet in his office, being a jackass. And instead, I could see him wilt inside. I could see him collapse. He didn't have the institutional credibility or the intellect or sort of the spiritual strength to just say, listen, I agree with you on some of these things, but you're acting like a jackass. And what you see in the late 1960s and early 1970s is, in fact, the collapse of these institutions, to the point where by the time I was going to college, there was this radical disproportion between conservatives and liberals. And the problem is that when it comes to a system like the universities, basically you have to separate the universities off into two separate categories. One is STEM, where the universities are still pretty damn good. American universities, when it comes to STEM, are still leading universities in the world. Harvard's main creations these days are coming from actual hard science fields. Then you have the liberal arts field, in which you basically have a self-perpetuating elite, because that's actually how dissertations work. If you have somebody who's very far to the left and you decide that you're going to write a dissertation on the history of American gun rights, the chances that that is going to be approved by your dissertation advisor are much lower than if you happen to write something that tends to agree with the political positions of your dissertation advisor. Now, listen, I think there are open and tolerant professors, even in the liberal arts at these universities. I went to these universities, right? I went to UCLA, I went to Harvard Law School. When I was at Harvard Law School, one of my favorite professors was Lani Guinier. Lani Guinier, they tried to appoint her, I believe, Secretary of Labor under Clinton, and she was too liberal, and she got rejected. So she was like a full-on communist. By the time I went there, she was great. We had debates every day. It was wonderful. She used to write me recommendations for my legal jobs after we left. Randall Kennedy, I don't agree with him very much. Randall Kennedy was a terrific professor. There are some professors who are like this. Unfortunately, there tends to be in these echo chambers more and more ideological conformity that is rigorously enforced, and it is by left on left. So, for example, when I was at Harvard Law School, the president of the university was another president who ended up being ousted, Larry Summers. Larry Summers had been the Secretary of Treasury under Bill Clinton, and he made the critical error of suggesting that perhaps the dearth of women in hard sciences in prestigious positions was due to possibly two factors that people were refusing to talk about. One was the possibility that women actually didn't want to be in hard sciences at nearly the rates that men do, which happens to be true. And two was the distribution of STEM IQ, right? Which is something that you certainly were not allowed to talk about. The idea that the men's bell curve when it comes to IQ, particularly on STEM subjects, tends to be shallower than the women's bell curve. So when you get to the very end of the bell curve, what you tend to see is a lot of really dumb guys and a lot of really smart guys. And so when you're talking about the top universities, maybe that has something to do with the disproportion. And he's trying to explain that to say that our systems are not discriminating. If we end up with more men than women, maybe more men are applying and more men are qualified. That's quite. He was ousted for that by a left wing faculty
why, though, right?
and general alum network at.
I think this is always a really weird argument to me because we don't ever ask why this is the case, though. Like, it's not. I don't think that there's something in like men or women's nature that would drive them to seek certain types of work. That seems really odd to me.
At Harvard University. So there's a lot to blame conservatives for surrendering the playing field. I totally agree that conservatives should not have surrendered the playing field in some institutions. Colleges were surrendered a lot earlier than 20 years ago. They were surrendered in the late 1960s, early 1970s.
Yeah, so I think that a couple things. So one of the big issues that I have with kind of like this, I don't know if we call it era of Trumpism or populism, is this total disregard for institutions and this disconnect from participation in the system. So it's one of the big things that I fight with progressives about, who cares because they're all 20 years old, they don't vote anyway. But it's another thing that I notice with a lot of people that are Trump voters, Trump fans, or whatever, is this idea where we say this institution is irrevocably destroyed. It's irredeemable. It can't be saved. It can't. Nothing that we do can fix it. And I think that what that leads people to doing is, one, they disconnect further, and then two, there's a general hopelessness when it comes to how society is like ran or structured, such that you fall into that populist brain rot of the only person that can save me is Donald Trump. I can't trust literally anything. And I think that when you start driving people into that direction, all it does is it further amplifies all the problems that you're complaining about. So that's one of the reasons why when we talk about like conservative participation, I want there to be more conservatives that are trying to participate in academia, but I feel like the leading thought or the leading speaking out against it is basically saying it's a waste of time. It's completely lost.
So I think that the alternative to that is that you are seeing on the right a growth of, for example, alternative universities. Saying,
yeah, but this is the worst thing.
No, I don't think so at all. I think competition is a great way of incentivizing some change on behalf of universities that may have forgotten that there's an entire other side of the aisle in the United States.
No shot. I don't think even you think that.
So first of all, let me make clear.
Go.
I think the entire educational system at the upper levels, if you're not in STEM, is a complete scam. I think it's a complete waste of money. I think it's a complete waste of time. And I think that it's all it is a formalized, very expensive sorting mechanism for people of IQ. That's all it is. People take an SAT, you go to a good school, you take 4 years of bullshit. I know, I did it at UCLA. And then we analyze based on your degree where you should go to law school. I could have gone directly from high school to law school with maybe 1 year of training and then done 1 year of law school and been done. Okay, the reality is that this is a giant scam. And this, again, is a bipartisan problem, but it's just a generalized problem. We have, you want to talk about things that hurt the lower classes in the United States? The bleeding of degrees up is so wild and crazy. There's so many jobs in the United States that should not require a college degree that we now require a college degree to do, because there was this weird idea that came over Americans where they mistook correlation for causation. They would say, oh, look, people who go to college are making more money than people who don't go to college. Therefore, everyone should go to college. Well, maybe the reason is because people who are going to college were better qualified for particular jobs because on average, not all the time, but on average, a lot of those people were smarter and making more money because of that. And so all you've done is you've now created these additional layers of stratification. So a person who used to be able to get a job with a college degree now has to have a postdoc degree in order to go get that degree. A person who used to be able to just graduate high school, now it's de facto, you got to go to JUCO and then you got to go to college, or nobody's even going to look at your resume. It's really, really terrible for people who can't afford all of that. It's led to this massive increase in educational cost that is inexplicable other than this particular sort of bleed up. And by the way, federal
Wait, I think that the reason why education's so expensive is because anybody can do it. Not that so many people actually do it, but if the government's going to guarantee that uh, you can get grants and all that, then it's the cost isn't going to be dependent on what the consumer can pay. It's going to depend on what the government and other lending companies are willing to lend out. If they decided to lower those amounts, the colleges would have to adapt to it. I think the idea that so many people are doing it is misleading.
Subsidies for higher education. Again, one of my problems with federal subsidies for higher education, I'd love for everyone to be able to go to college if qualified to do so and if it is productive. But one of the things I did when I went to law school is I took loans because a bank said I was going to get my money back if I got a law degree from Harvard. But you know when you're not going to get your money back? If you're a bank, you're not going to lend to some dude
What? You won't? Oh,
who wants to major in, art theory. Because is that a good bet? There's no collateral, right? If I give a loan for a house, I can go repossess the house. How do I repossess your garbage college degree from UCLA? There's no way to do that. So, this is the broader conversation about education in general. I think the educational system is cruising for a bruising. And I think all that's necessary for it to completely collapse on the non-STEM side where you actually learn things is for people who employ to simply say, give me your SAT score and I will hire you for an apprenticeship directly out of high school. That it would cut out so much of the middleman. But as far as the general point that you're making about institutions, I may disagree on the education and how far it's gone. In general, I agree with you. So it's in general, I agree. And I get to use my favorite longest word in the English language here. I would consider myself in many cases an anti-disestablishmentarianist.
Nice.
Right? So yeah, I like to drop that. That's it, because if you're an establishmentarian, that means you like
In
the
opposition to the
disestablishmentarianism. Right. So I'm an anti. So
Can you say that word, Dustin?
That's the one we all learned growing up. Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
there
The
you go.
longest word in the
So-
dictionary.
and so
We've
he is
all-
also.
yeah.
So,
Oh.
but I
And then
think
some Canadian group would say, "What about supercalifragilistic?" And then you're
what about pneumo ultramicroscopic?
or the science terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Or what
So-
about the 7,000 letter thing that's from part of biochem?
I got my education in the Soviet Union, so we just did math. We didn't learn any of this.
That's why you're a useful person.
Soviet Union math was that 1 + 1, how to make that equal 3?
We know long words, and he
The
streams
one.
on the internet, and I talk for a living. So anyway,
yeah.
but the point is that
what is happening?
I don't disagree that there is a general populist tendency on all sides of the aisle to look at the
Was this
institutions
just
and then
dick
throw them
waving? I don't
overboard.
understand.
I think that some of that is earned by people who are in positions of power at institutions who have completely undermined the faith and credibility of those institutions. I think that you have to examine institution by institutions which ones are salvageable and which ones are not. So I'm not a full anti-disestablishmentarianism. I'd be partially in that
Sure.
camp. There are certain institutions like higher education in the liberal arts that I think we may be better off without.
I think it's
And then there are certain
ridiculous at the
institutions like, say, participation in
Referring to
American
himself.
government, where when people talk about we need a revolution, I'm like, no, we don't. That's not a thing. We need an evolution. We need change. We can use the system. And but I think you have to establish, you have to look at it industry by industry,
Just curious.
institution by institution.
On that position on institutions,
Sure.
do you think Biden or Trump would side with you more?
As far as the institutions,
Yeah.
I think the institutions in the United States at the governmental level are robust. I think the social institutions are fair.
Yeah, but I'm just curious on your general view of institutions. Do you think Biden or Trump would side with you more on how you view them?
I mean, I think that in rhetoric, Biden would, and then I think that he would tear out the face of the institution and wear it around like a mask like Hannibal Lecter. I mean, that's
Even
my
though he
actual...
resisted some people's calls to like pack the court and
Yes, because I think that his use of executive power was greater than that of Donald Trump. The power that he had, he used to greater effect than Donald Trump. Donald Trump, again, thrashed up against the sides of the box, but could not get out of it.
okay. For just on a real quick, because on the that answer went a lot farther than the initial question.
Yeah.
But yeah, just on the real quick thing, the reason why my main problem that I feel like we have today in society is people are getting into their own bubbles. The idea of having like conservative schools and liberal schools seems like the saddest thing in the world to me. Like I would want conservatives and liberals going to school together because I think these people need to interact with each other more, if for no other reason than to see that the other person is not like an actual monstrous, horrible entity that
I
wants
think
to destroy the
So
country.
listen,
Yeah.
I think a classically liberal idea for many schools would not be a bad thing. I think it would be a good thing.
Yeah.
I just wonder if that's salvageable. And if it's not salvageable, then the answer to that is to
I
actually
feel like
create
it-
alternative
I
institutions.
feel like the biggest issue that we have is people they sort into these different like phantom worlds to where even if you live in the same city, there are totally different worlds that exist between liberals and conservatives. And I feel like one of the big barriers to people understanding the other side sometimes is just a little bit of information or a little bit of like firsthand experience. So in terms of information, I'm sure you saw. I don't know if this is a full on study, but
Firsthand-
they were
First-hand experience probably going to be a lot more important.
talking about how some huge percentage of students would change their mind on from the river to the sea when you told them what from the river to the sea
What the
actually
river
meant,
was and what the
right?
sea was.
Yeah. Or when you said like, yeah, what does a one-state solution mean? A lot of them, like, such that the numbers went from like 70% to like 30% in terms of like support would fall. And it wasn't because you were doing a radical redefining their whole ideology. You were just giving them a little bit more information. And then something that I've seen on a firsthand level is when I go and speak or do debates at universities, sometimes I'm in very, very, very conservative areas. Some of my fans are trans. Having like a trans person show up and talk to conservatives for a little bit, not like in a speech, but just like in like a bar or a setting, like a lot of them walk away thinking like, oh, not every trans person is like this insane lunatic from Twitter that is fucking an actual crazy person. And then for some of my fans, when they hang out with conservatives, like, oh, these guys are actually pretty friendly. I thought they would have all been homophobic, racist, transphobic, and evil, but they're not. They're just like normal people. I feel like we need more of that mixing.
I totally agree with that, certainly.
Yeah, and I feel like on our social media platforms, on our algorithms, in our schools, I feel like we're sorting harder and harder and harder. And any type of rhetoric that encourages the sorting is really bad and damaging. We need to like continue to mix up. And there's other things I want to talk about, but Lex is opening his mouth.
Destiny the uniter. Wow. All right.
Like Biden.
As
Yeah.
we
Not like Trump.
As we approach the end, let us descend into the meme further and further. Ben, you're in a monogamous marriage. And Destiny, you've been mostly in an open marriage until recently. How foundational is marriage, monogamous marriage, to the United States of America? Can open marriages work? Are they harmful to society? Ben.
Marriages are the single most important thing that people can do in the United States because the things within your control are easier to control than the things outside your control. People tend to think about big political change, obviously, about things they can do to change the entire system. But the reality is the thing that you can do that best changes society is to get married and have kids and raise your kids responsibly. That is the single best thing that you can do. Can an open marriage work? I mean, I think that it depends on your definition of work. So in my version of work, the answer is no, because what you actually need in order to facilitate the healthy growing of a child is a father and mother who are committed to each other. All ideas about there being no emotional component to sexual activity are completely specious. That it is truer for men than it is for women, but it's not true for either. The idea of a full commitment to a human being with whom you genetically create children, which is typically how we've done it throughout human existence, is in fact the fundamental basis for any functional civilization. It allows for the transmission of culture and values. It allows for the transmission of beliefs and responsibility, and it gives the great lie to both the communitarian lie and the atomistic individualist lie. The communitarian lie is that you belong to the giant community of man, which is not true because you have a family, and your allegiance should be and is naturally to the members of your family first. That's how we learn, and then we expound that out. And it also is a lie to the notion that we are all atomistic individuals with no responsibilities. We are born into a world of responsibilities. Everyone is born into a world of responsibilities and rules and roles, and those are good. And if we do not actually socialize our children that way, there will be, number one, no children. Number one, there will be no healthy children. Number two, there will be no healthy children. Number three, there will be not the foundation for either social fabric, which is the real glue that holds together society, or for a functional government. So, yes, monogamous marriage. I'm a fan. 15 years married, 4 kids. Yes.
Destiny, what do you think?
I think that when we talk about like relationships or marriage, I think something that's really important is we have to talk about whether or not children are being discussed or not. Because I think once you introduce the child aspect, I think the style or the type of relationship that you do is going to become way more important than whatever exists prior to that. Like I would agree, for instance, in terms of what Ben is saying, that there's probably going to be some structure that is ideal for the care and the raising of a child.
We don't have, hey, Elk, I don't think that we have, there's not a lot of comparative data. And when we do investigate comparative data, it seems like family structures impact around children. It doesn't seem like it's diminished when there's additional people. It seems like the issue is when you have one person trying to take on like their own life and needs, and then also trying to tackle the needs in life of a child. So when we try to take like a single parent household and compare it to a household where both parents are present, and then try to take these metrics and apply it and say like, well, this one has been shown to be the best, and then apply it to a completely different situation where there isn't less people there to support, and say that like this is just going to transfer over. This is just going to like this is still going to be true even though we've changed the key variables here. I think it's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. The only reason there is to do that is because you just want to be right. There's no like legitimate reason to think that these metrics would still apply.
I think that having a child gives you a much bigger buy-in to society, because now all of a sudden you care about a lot of things that you might not have before, because not only do you exist in society, you can't just run. Now you've got a child that exists there, and you've got to ensure that everything functions smoothly, not just for you, but for that child as well. And arguably, although we're getting into weird places, I guess, in the world now, like children are the primary conduit for like where you transmit like cultural values and everything. The one kind of weird thing that we're coming up against, that we have been coming up against now for some number of decades and will continue to, is as societies progress, seems like people are having less children. And I actually don't know 100% what the answer is to that question.
I do.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah. I mean, an implementable answer that works, that we know we can get everybody on board with. It seems like for a large part of human history, having children, and it still is, having children is awesome, and children are cool, and children are magical and miraculous and all of this, but you didn't really have much competing for your attention to have a child, right? When you hit a certain age and you started working, especially if you were a woman, I mean, childbirth is kind of the next step, and then having a family, raising your children, and then doing that is kind of the next step. Nowadays, especially with women being able to work, especially with women having access to birth control, there's a lot available in the world that's competing for the interest of people that could otherwise be having children, such that we've almost flipped it, such that has been brought up earlier, like wealthy people tend to have less children than not wealthy people, or unless you're part of particular religious communities that push childbirth a lot. I don't know if I would say there exists a moral imperative on an individual to have children. I think that there's a lot of interesting arguments down that path. I don't know if we're quite at the point yet
I think that it's immoral to compel somebody to have a child.
where we need to say like, oh my God, we're
It's
running
fine
out
to
of
have
people. We
them.
need to have more kids. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we are seeing, weird demographic trends that are having big impacts on how countries are playing out. For instance, the fact that we have a disproportionately huge aging population that needs to be taken care of with medical expenses and everything, that vote in different ways than our younger population, and that when they die off, like the way that society is going to look is going to be a lot different. Yeah, I don't actually have I'm not entirely sure what the future is going to look like in terms of pushing people to have kids when every single industrialized country, as they become more industrialized, have fewer and fewer and fewer children.
Rapid fire questions.
By the answer, my answer was go to church.
Religion, yeah. I figured.
Well, we could talk about religion, but that's not rapid fire at all. Let me ask, this is from the internet. Does body count matter?
Jesus Christ. You're really bringing up the red pill stuff.
Are you avoiding answering?
I mean, it depends on who you are.
Oh,
If
it
you're somebody that
depends.
doesn't care about it, it doesn't. If you're somebody that does care about it, yeah, it does, of course. Depends on the...
The answer is yes.
Okay. Should porn be banned?
No.
If you could do it, yes. There is no benefit to pornography. It's
Is
a waste of time and destructive to the human soul.
I can't believe I'm asking this question. Is OnlyFans empowering or destructive for women?
Jesus.
Both.
These are rapid fire?
Yeah, just you can't.
I mean,
Wow.
it's probably empowering for the ones that are making a lot of money off it. It probably feels disempowering for others that feel affected by the cultural norms set by women that do OnlyFans. There's my rapid fire answer.
No, it's destructive to even the ones who are making a lot of money, because when you degrade yourself to being just a set of human body characteristics that other people jack off to, it's bad for you and it's bad for them.
Is rap music?
Absolutely.
Have you evolved on this? Or?
Have I evolved on this? So again, I'm going to go to what's the definition of music. My original argument about rap was that music involves the following three elements: rhythm, melody, harmony. Rap typically involves maybe one of those. There may be a melody, maybe sometimes. So it depends on the kind of rap. With that said, I could be convinced on this issue, but listen, I'm a classical violinist. I mean, that's how I was raised. I listen to Beethoven and Brahms and Mozart, like in the car with my kids. So is it comparable? Is it in the same category as Beethoven, Brahms, and Mozart? I have a very hard time sticking it in the same category.
The same category.
All right, you're
different
both
genre.
world-class debaters, even public intellectuals, if I can say that.
Jesus.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
going real hard here.
I know. You both care about the truth. What is your process of arriving at the truth?
Oh, that's a good
I think it's
question.
really important everybody will say that they're objective and that they are nonpartisan. I think it's
Yeah, I
really
wouldn't
important
guess
to have
that either.
mental
That's funny.
safeguards for...
It's hard for me to imagine Ben on the violin. I that's just like a me thing though. I guess there's no reason why he wouldn't fit that mold. Maybe I just don't see him as a very classy guy, and that just feels like a very classy thing. They're both musicians. They should jam it up. Well, Ben Shapiro just put out a rap song with Tom McDonald. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He just asked him if rap was music. What the fuck?
Bad opinions.
And then Ben did a rap
So,
song.
for instance, like a couple things that I'll ask myself
I wonder if Ben will contend that their song wasn't music.
is for a particular debate that I'm having, like, can I argue convincingly both sides of the debate? If I can't, I won't bother having the debate because I realize that I'm probably too partisanly dug in if I can't even represent like an opposite argument here. Another question that you might ask yourself is like, well, what would it take to convince you out of a certain position? If you feel very strongly that Medicare for all is a good system by which to run the United States healthcare, and somebody says, well, what would it take you to convince you otherwise? If you can't even fathom, like, well, what would it take to convince me otherwise? You're probably too dug into a position. So I think if you go through life saying like, well, I try my best to be unbiased rather than saying I try my best to be aware.
What would it take to convince me otherwise? I think is a great metric. Who did I talk to about? I talked to somebody about this not that long ago, and I thought that it was like the best. Like a lot of times, if I'm debating somebody, it's a really just asking that is a really good way to find out if like the conversation's even worth progressing anymore. Because if there's nothing I can say or do to convince you, then like that this isn't really a conversation, right? It's just like a fight waiting to happen.
Aware of my biases because the latter is more realistic and the former is literally impossible unless you're a computer. So I think having like actual mental practices that you engage in to try to counter some of the biases that you have is more important than trying to pretend that you're free of all biases and then consuming all your media from one source. Yeah.
Ben?
So, I mean, I agree with a lot of that. I think that the easiest practical guide is read a bunch of different things from a bunch of different sources, and where they cross is probably the set of facts, and then everything else is extrapolated opinion from different premises. That's sort of the short story. So read the New York Times and Breitbart, and they're going to disagree on a lot. But if the core of the story,
And the Daily Wire.
certainly read the Daily Wire. If you read the Daily Wire and you read the Washington Post, and there's a nexus of the same thing, then you can pretty well guarantee that at least. If we're all blind men feeling the elephant, at least if we're all feeling the trunk, we know that there's a trunk there, right? You may not know what the elephant is.
And if you're feeling frisky, then watch Destiny as well.
Thanks.
You've talked about, having a conversation, debating Ben for a long time. What is your favorite thing about Ben Shapiro?
My favorite thing about Ben Shapiro is, at least when we're in election season, he's very critical of his own party. I appreciate that. I feel like Ben generally tries to adhere more to the fact-based arguments than other conservatives that I listen to, which is something that I appreciate because it's more fun to fight on kind of like the factual grounds of discussing things like foreign policy or whatever, rather than people that only inhabit the idealistic or philosophical grounds because they don't want to learn about any of the facts. So I appreciate that.
Ben, you've gotten a chance to talk to Destiny now. What do you like about the guy?
A lot of the same sorts of things, but it's really fun to see how you do your process. That is a cool thing. And it's a gift to the audience because honestly, doing what we do, so much of what we do is sitting and reading and being behind closed doors and educating yourself and talking with people. But getting to watch you do it in real time is a really cool window into how people think and how people learn. So that's a really neat thing.
Well, gentlemen, this was incredible. It's an honor. Thank you for doing this today.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this debate between Ben Shapiro and Destiny. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The basis of a democratic state is liberty. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.
Well, I feel like the last like 10 minutes of that was the most entertaining part by far. Give me like 10 seconds. I'm gonna fill up my cup with water, and then I'm gonna listen to Mr. Girl read his Substack about his stupid black hole theory. I'll be right back. Thank you, by the way. If you follow me on Twitter, then you'd be well aware that I think that Mr. Girl's Ideas about black holes were really, really dumb. However, I have come to realize that he doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics at all. And so I think that he has jumped into the deep end of the swimming pool and has kind of just like claimed to know everything about swimming, even though he was drowning and he didn't even realize it. Wait, where's the video of him reading it? What? What the fuck? Hang on. I'm not reading it. He's gonna read it. I know it's in here somewhere. Where'd it go? I don't want to read it. I want to listen to him read it. If I read this, I'll probably end up stopping and to think and then read without reading out loud. Somebody said you're in way over your head. I seen his. What are your credentials on this matter? None. I seen somewhere he had read it out loud. What the fuck? %. I have seen this. Wait a minute. Maybe this is a secondary thing. Let me see. What is going on here? Where'd it go? I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind. Wait, that's 6 hours ago? I've been sleeping. Hmm. No degree, Andy. Come on. I feel like, you know what? Let me check Discord. So I'm like 100% sure. Oh. Maybe it was on Shaylin's. Maybe I'll have to come back to it then. This is dumb. Frustrating. Doesn't even begin to cover it. Okay. I was gonna just do that all on its own. I was thinking about either tomorrow or Monday having just like a long submission stream. I'd rather not cut that off if I don't have to, because even the Ben Shapiro Destiny thing, I get really frustrated if I start something on stream, because then I can't finish watching it until I'm on stream then. Let's see here. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, I found it. So in the subreddit war part, Big C, for lack of a better way to put it, urged me to go over this as well for it. Which this is going to be very painful for me. I don't like seeing any of my own stuff or hearing my voice. There we are. So this is very much
from his sub.
an effort to cover the whole
street, and
situation. This is not me trying to
We'll let the chest speak for.
jack myself off by listening to a stream that I was on. I hate.
Sorry,
I'm
and I
gonna
don't
hate
answer
this.
Use. Elder, what do you want to say?
I don't know, man. I hate it. I hate my voice so much. To me, the way it sounds to me is totally fine, and I know that's for everybody. But I have a higher pitched voice, and I just think, God. Stated many. Part of it is because I'm self-conscious of my voice to begin with, because of things that people have said to me. So then also when I hear it, I'm like, oh, I get it. I hear what people have complained about. And I think the complaints are valid. Let's see here. Hey, that's not what's supposed to happen. What? Why am I not able to resize this? What is happening? Or not resize it, but I can't, oh. I'm holding control instead of alt. Because this guy has been taken further like, back, I that guess? Would really ease things. Further back?
Because they can't. It's two circles.
A split like I thought Irrelevant had some of the best coverage of this section of like the Mr. Girl Destiny stuff.
Unjustified, and that they should just go back to r/Mr. Girl. And the reason why he started banning individuals who were posting positive things or whatever about Mr. Girl was because of that. Now, how
what you mean is like they're using it maliciously, right? Shit. They're using it in a way that's like harmful to the subreddit or to
No.
Destiny.
Some
Oh.
information that
When we look at, I mean, you are saying that if there are Mr. Girl clips, it's
trying your best to
No, no, no.
interpret the music. Probably say, and Mr. things that he does that are unrelated to Destiny's content, right?
I mean, why 5?
It's just it's just a number I'm throwing out. I don't know where it would we would have to agree that it'd be an arbitrary number. There's no way it would.
Same for me, just to let you know you sound totally fine. But I have the same problem. Literally everyone sounds great. I think it's something about self-consciousness and shame. Yeah, like I've been like, I don't know, like bullied is the right word. That's a stronger word than it is. But like people fucked with me a lot because of how my voice sounds, like growing up and stuff. So I already have it in my head, and when I hear it, I'm like, ah, shit, they're right.
Be arbitrary.
I'm just saying there's nothing weird about
You think then if and talking
subreddit is justifiable instead of
you use your
90%. And
Sure.
I'm not saying
I'm using a
He has
relevance
right to
video
do
instead of my
so.
own
He-
because I
he-
think that he probably
like,
has better
most of
audio
our
than
team-
I
I'm
did
not
sure.
at the time.
Okay, so you think ABBA gets the same amount of posts supporting him, posting random content that he does, like random videos that have nothing to do with
Yeah.
Destiny. You think that he gets the same amount as Mr.
okay,
you could
so
be right. I just want to
think for some point
Vosh and there's a big falling out or something. There's obviously going to be a lot of talk for a little bit of time. Right? That makes sense. Correct?
yeah, I'm saying this is like the same thing.
Okay. However, of like, can I do this? Why the hell does it do this? Why does it skip like this? Why does it not go in order? New.
I'm not an expert.
I think it's gotta be like right around here.
You are. Oh,
I listened to this a really long time ago. So when I had the conversation, I was on pain meds from my vasectomy. It was the same day, like within an hour or so of coming home. But so I re-listened to it shortly after that, not since then. So I sort of just had the gist of it.
How far we can go down, how quickly we can go down before.
by the way, Elder Dress is on waiting room.
Who?
Elder Dress. He's a
Okay.
Mr. Ghost Sim, so
What did you say?
Elder Dress. He's a
Okay.
Mr. Ghost Sim, so I'm just. kidding.
Hello.
He's a Mr. Girl simp, so what's wrong?
I'll let you know when your
Hmm?
mic works, Elder Drazi.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
He ate my Korean barbecue chicken. Hey, how's it going?
Things are going well. I'm
Kids.
assuming you have some
Oh.
information that would help me gather what's going on this Reddit, yeah?
Yeah, and if you have any other like weird, confusing ideas about Mr. Girl you can't quite suss out, I'm kind of like the lore master. I'm making a
Sure.
big video about him. I definitely feel a lot stronger about that then than now. Hence having to go back through it. I was so plugged in, and like my brain just is not great at holding on to detailed information for very long. I'm really good at holding on to generalized information for a long time. It's like the subreddit. There's not a lot of communities that have as much overlap as Destiny and Mr. Girl. Destiny fans are still interested in what's going on with Mr. Girl, even if they don't love him. They want to talk about it. And let's be clear, even if you're a fan of neither of them, you still want to talk about Mr. Girl. He's weird. He's super interesting. Like, even if you hate him, he's gonna come out of your mouth at some point.
Okay. By the way, I'm not a simp. I don't want to be a simp. Okay. So, I'm not gonna defend Elder Dress or any of his statements. I disavow completely.
Okay, it sounds like there's some hidden lore there, some beef or something.
No, there's no hidden lore. I just don't want to. I just don't want to defend Mr. Girl. I just want to defend his point that our such Destiny is fucking retarded and are unfair 100%.
All right, cool. All right. Yeah, do you want to still stick in here, or are
I stand by everything I said there.
you going to bounce out? What's up?
I don't know what are you going to talk about?
I don't know. Elder Drazi, take it away.
Sure. So
Do you agree with the statement that I made? That you can love or hate Mr. Girl, and you're still probably going to talk about him, like a lot, because he's probably the most wild character we've had in Twitch polls since I started watching like 6 years ago.
I wouldn't even know where to begin with analyzing that. I'm not sure, one, why it matters, or two, like if I would, I don't know. I think Lav Loon is making a bigger splash right now.
Sure, I would say
She's dropping the pond
that she's definitely up there. But okay, and guys, maybe I was a little too hyperbolic.
comparatively.
He is a very polarizing and like a shit stirry kind of guy. Like everybody talks about Mr. Girl, right?
Give me 1 sec. Skeptical Ninja, Mr. Girl declares war on Destiny subreddit, and then he and his fans whine when they get heavily moderated. It's literally the Eric Andre meme. I'm assuming you're going to end up addressing something similar even after this drama. Mr. Girl hasn't lost any of his 600 Patreon subscribers, by the way. I guess that's worth noting. And Jesus Christ, that's a lot. What's the minimum donation shit on that? Jesus Christ, that nigga's
$3.
eating. $3? Oh, Jesus.
That's the
Lord.
minimum.
Brother's eating.
Bet you can't guess which one I was on. Just kidding.
Nice one. All right, so yeah, what are you here to talk about? Why did you want to join?
Well, you've been covering a lot of Mr. Girl stuff, and I know that I feel like even if you really, really try, some of the things are going to get lost in these conversations about Mr. Girl, and it's just kind of hard to tell, like, what like the community thinks is going on. People who like watch a lot of Mr. Girl and try really hard to understand what's going on. I think that I like speak the language pretty well, and I've also been told by a lot of people that I'm a really reasonable person. So I'm just trying to give you like the reasonable like interpreter take about these things. So like the declaring war was kind of like he's like it was like a fun silly way of saying like I'm really upset, and like it was just like a fun way to
The point of this is that Destiny comes in and gives clarification about what happened with the subreddit, by the way.
say like I'm really upset about what's happening here.
Okay, I think it's also pretty reasonable for people to be upset by that statement and think that he's like out of pocket for it.
Sure, I don't think that you're wrong.
Okay,
he probably could have probably should have anticipated that some people are going to like lose their mind over that when you use a word like war. And I think some people did. But I think that like Destiny gets it. I don't know about the mods. But like I don't think that I don't think Mr. Girl fans are like astroturfing. I think that a lot of Mr. Girl fans were Destiny fans that already used the subreddit like a lot.
Okay.
They're just fans of both, and they were also doing Mr. Girl stuff because it's interesting. And
That's clearly the case. I feel like looking back now, to try to paint these communities as wholly separate at that time, of how it was structured at the time, it's very obviously true.
There's a huge overlap in their content right now too. And when you say like there's a war on the subreddit and stuff, it's just going to stir a bunch of stuff up.
Okay.
The original point that he made about people that talk about him get banned, and he's kind of reliant on people to be able to have conversations about him in these spaces. I think that holds a lot of water. Like if he goes on Destiny's stream and they talk, and then if somebody who's going to be like, I think Mr. Girl did a really good job, I think that Destiny missed this, and like he was so like kind of bad faith in this, if that person gets banned, everybody who's a fan of both of them who doesn't talk and they just kind of lurk and read, everything just looks like Mr. Girl did awful in that. And I think that's the concern, is that it sort of like paints him really bad in this area where there's a bunch of his fans and people who are likely to become his fans. That's like the major complaint that's being lodged here.
Okay. Sure. That can be a problem. So I want to hear from you. I want to have you stake your credibility on a timeline of events. What is the timeline of events as far as you're concerned in regards to leading up to the criticisms of Mr. Girl misusing the subreddit all the way up to like his modern day like ban and purge from the subreddit?
As far as I know, him being accused of misusing the subreddit is fairly recent.
Okay.
It seemed like nobody really had like a big problem with it before. The first time that it happened was with the Fuentes thing. And it wasn't even him. It was just like there was a lot of contention about him sharing his thoughts about how the subreddit people in the subreddit were being treated for speaking up for him. There's that one that had like 500 or something upvotes that got taken down, and Destiny and Mr. Girl had a conversation about that, which that was kind of weird. And then to now, I don't think he's performing perfectly about it. I think that we're seeing somebody who's trying really, really hard to keep their career together through all the things that have been happening. And it's been a lot of garbage bullshit. And then to see this happen when it's like your friend's subreddit, I think it's just a little extra hard to not be emotional and have any kind of like weird reactions to things when he very much views Destiny as his friend.
Okay, so I think the main concern is, did a lot of these problems with the subreddit happen after he declared war or before? What happened before he declared war, and then what happened after?
Well, whether or not I still agree with all the things that I said then, pardon, it's a bit heartening to hear myself have the exact same reaction. What happened before he declared war was, like I said, it started over that post that got taken down, and he talked to.
You're talking about the one with Nick Fuentes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's really what happened. And there was like contention about it, and he talked to the head moderator. I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Forethought.
The head moderator of
Destiny's-
what? Forethought?
Destiny subreddit. Yeah, Forethought. There you go. He talked to him, and that was not a great conversation on either end. I think Mr. Girl was it's not even a nothing burger. It was an it was a joke about a burger, right? And that got people all fucking freaked out for no reason. And I guess probably the hottest take I could give on it is that I don't believe that anybody who was upset about it actually gave a fuck at all. I think it was just for the same reason that the joke was made. I think that people played into it because it's like fun to play into that. I don't think anybody cared. Yeah, I don't even think the freakouts for the people that are like getting really mad and stuff. I don't even think it was real. It was just like fun to perform on the Destiny and Mr. Grill stage for people. I think that's literally all it was. Anything further than that, I just think was a bunch of silly stuff. Fair, maybe they didn't care. Yeah, but like, I guess just to clarify this a little bit better, it's like I think they care about the whole situation, but like I played into it, right? When Mr. Girl said like he's going to war, I made jokes about like rounding up the troops or something like that because it was fun. It was a fun thing to participate in, but like when I was participating in, I always thought of it as like it's fun to do because it's like a funny, silly thing. Like we're just sort of like digitally LARPing this. There's nothing to like really take serious. And that's how I engaged with it, and that's what I thought was like enjoyable about it. I think if somebody actually took it seriously, that's really fucking weird to me. A little bit more he showed more teeth than he had to, and I think that Forethought was just kind of dismissive and rude as well. I think they were both kind of rude to each other, but I think Forethought was pretty dismissive. And I mean, that is what it is. At least Destiny organized it and they tried. But he made the point then that when his audience or their shared audience wants to talk about him in a positive light and it gets banned, which Forethought pretty much was like, yeah, that's going to happen. I don't like Mr. Girl fans. That's really scary as somebody who's trying really hard to grow their platform and keep hold of it when you're spending all the money you're getting from all these donations on building a website and you're just trying to keep your head above water after you get banned on YouTube, which, I mean, you might disagree. It really doesn't seem like it was his fault. It seemed like there was like, I mean, we don't need to go over all that. I think you already know what happened there. And then there's a place where a lot of discourse is happening about you on this subreddit, and when anybody tries to stick up for you, they get banned. That's scary. Like from a career perspective, that's something really scary. And you go like, well, my friend is in control of like what happens here ultimately. It kind of freaks me out that my friend isn't backing me up here. And I think that's what we're seeing. I don't think it's like I still think that Mr. Girl thought that at that time.
I still think that's what his struggle was with concerning it. I everything that we've watched in the last like month seemed to indicate that Mr. Girl still saw Destiny as a friend during this time. But like you could also see him like struggling to like remedy some of the issues with that being the case.
When he says the war thing, I think Destiny knows that's like a silly thing. That's why he didn't like hardcore like push back or respond. He was just like, well, you know, when you say this, like this is what's gonna happen, kind of thing. I think that it would have been worth having a discussion about what he actually meant. It was kind of weird that that didn't happen. So it's getting taken into this really weird context.
I think it could be scary for him to be able to be doing this, but for a lot of people, including myself, kind of, it's like, I mean, that's how it works. No, like if somebody like you would have to dive into the specific reasons why this happened, and it seems like there was a issue where in which Forethought, I don't know, maybe Forethought said something else, but I think the general narrative is the idea that Forethought and other individuals thought that Mr. Girl was using this subreddit as his own, and that his use of the subreddit was his use of the subreddit was unjust, or him and his fans' use of the subreddit was unjustified, and that they should just go back to r/Mr. Girl. And the reason why he started banning individuals who were posting positive things or whatever about Mr. Girl was because of that. Now,
What you mean is like they're using it maliciously, right? They're using it in a way that's like harmful to the subreddit or to
no,
Destiny.
just using it as their own subreddit. It doesn't even have to be malicious. Like I could legit.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Everything that they did was very heavily intertwined. This rationale just seems totally whack.
Legitimately have, like, I don't know, all of my fans going to the DG or r/Destiny and say great things or whatever, and but like just talk highly of Destiny, but also talk about me constantly, and just
If they were just talking about Mr. Girl for the sake of like talking about him, and there was no context surrounding like a stream that they did with Destiny at all, or it wasn't like an extension of a conversation in the subreddit about just like their interactions, and that's what's constantly happening, sure, but that's not what it was. It was surrounding the stuff that had recently happened between Mr. Girl and Destiny. So I don't understand where this idea that they're using it as their own comes from, which already on its face feels like kind of odd to me, but that makes it way sillier for me.
just take over the subreddit. I don't think I have enough people to do it, but I could try and do it. And all it would
I don't know why I feel the need to stop and give my thoughts when obviously in a minute past me is going to give his thoughts.
would just be, hey, this is Destiny's subreddit. We should probably have mostly conversations about what Destiny's talking about or things relevant to Destiny, and we don't want your stuff in here.
Well, I would
It
say
is
that
relevant.
Mr. Girl's a really, really relevant thing that when it comes to Destiny. It's kind of hard to separate the two of them in like what's going on and what's happening with like in regards to Destiny. If you just like don't talk about Mr. Girl, you're missing a huge chunk of the lore here. Do you think that's fair?
No. It depends on the time frame that we're talking about. It depends on the context we're talking about. Destiny has a ridiculous amount of stuff going on independent of Mr. Girl. Like, to say that Destiny's
Sure, I still watch
synonymous...
Destiny.
Yeah, to say that Destiny's stuff is synonymous with Mr. Girl's stuff is like, not really. Like,
At that time, it was.
Oh, to be clear, I said big overlap. I didn't say
Okay,
it was
so-
synonymous.
okay, so
But-
big overlap. I
Yeah.
don't even think that's... I think there's a bigger overlap right now with Lavloon than there is Mr. Girl.
I mean, it's
I
a big
attach-
overlap. It's a
What?
big overlap. He's saying that, right? I mean, I'm just restating everything Elder Dress says.
I think that Lav is heavily attached to Mr. Girl as well, and a lot of the stuff they've talked about has been about Mr. Girl.
Yeah, that's funny. If you're gonna say that Lav is more integrated into Destiny's space than Mr. Girl, you're sort of invoking Mr. Girl by saying that. because Lav was, I think by her own admission, came from the Mr. Girl community. So that's weird too.
So
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
Also, Mr. Girl has more history than that.
Yeah, like
Lav's history is Mr. Girl.
like, I wouldn't have. I didn't even know for a long time that Lab knew Destiny first. She so heavily associates herself with
yeah.
Mr. Girl, and even the conversations they've
I guess
had
that is
with
the case.
Lab frequently involve Mr. Girl in
See, even I forgot that.
some way. So I
Sure.
don't disagree. I mean, it's just sort of like we're just sort of making a Venn diagram where Mr. Girl has like a little more overlap on this part too. Even when Destiny talked to like Stardust and Cherry, like this is still Mr. Girl. A lot of things that have been happening recently are very much like lead back to Mr. Girl.
Sorry.
And-
My stream deck's not in reach at the moment.
Yeah, sure, in a
It's harder to
way, sure,
pause.
but I couldn't imagine that Forethought would say that this thing has only occurred in the last 15 days. I imagine if I had Forethought inside of this chat room right now, they would say that this has been building up for a while.
And that might be the case. I will grant you this, and I've said this many times. The Mr. Girl community is fucking wild.
True.
Not
That's
everybody
still true.
is as calm and level-headed when they talk about things as myself or some of the people that I've been really happy to speak with. Some of them are really off the rails and wild. And if that was the reason that was given for why they're
Just
being banned, that would make a lot of
100%
sense to me.
accurate.
Like, this guy came in here and he was like really fucking crazy. He started talking about a bunch of shit that like I don't want to read that. Nobody wants to read that. So I booted him. That makes perfect sense. But when he said like, yeah, sometimes it just ban people because they're your fans. That would freak me out if I was a content creator at the level of Mr. Grimm. Like, oh shit, this is freaking me out. I want to talk about it. And then if I got banned too, I'd be like, fuck. It just seems like I think that any
Mr. Girl's community is the Wild West, no sheriffs. It seems like whenever there is a sheriff in town, the community is really quick to like stymie that power as well. So it's tough. It's tough.
anybody would feel the same way in that situation.
Rules are
and,
not appreciated in any regard.
I don't know.
though.
Sure. Yeah, I have no problem with him feeling the specific way that he is. The question is whether or not it's justified for Forethought and other individuals to feel as though Mr. Girl were taking over his subreddit.
I guess I have a hard time like understanding exactly what that means. Does that mean like nothing else is getting posted? Things about
I don't.
Destiny being
It's
done about Mr. Girl
literally,
aren't
it's
there?
literally up to their discretion. If I was to personally define it, it would be that there is an unnecessary, or more specifically, there is a unjustified amount of posts about what Mr. Girl is doing and Mr. Girl activities on the subreddit, and it just feels like a lot of that content should be moved to his own subreddit. It is a completely arbitrary thing. You're not going to be able to say like if 10% of the posts on the subreddit consist of Mr. Girl content, then we can't do it or whatever. But it's whether or not there's an overrepresentation of Mr. Girl's stuff that should be taken to his subreddit. And I think perhaps one of the straws that broke the camel's back was when there was a giant giga post about Mr. Girl using the subreddit as if it was his own. And that he should
Giant
probably
giga post.
just, migrate back to his own subreddit. Him saying no probably created a lot of anger from
Maybe.
Forethought towards him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this space,
might have.
like, it's literally the Giga Chat meme. Say no.
Sure, that you could say it was a Giga Chad move, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was funny more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ban anyone for typing 3 characters. I mean, that's insane to me. But
Wait, you're assuming that's the only reason that they were banned, which is not the case.
I mean, no. I mean, the reason he got banned because Fortnite hates him, and he needs a justification to ban. And he says no, bans.
No. The response is supposed to be that because there was a very large post detailing something that maybe Forethought agreed with, and that apparently some of the community agreed with, a vibe that people were getting, and then Mr. Girl's response was that I believe Mr. Girl said he rejected the framing of that post or whatever, and that's why he put no. But that could have absolutely come off to the individuals that legitimately agreed with that high effort post that, it was dismissive of
so
Mr. Girl.
So you are saying he got banned because Fortnite disagreed? In short.
No,
No,
I'll
I'm
concede.
saying
Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying that he got banned
ultimately because of. Are you asking if Forethought was the person who pulled the trigger on his ban? I think that's the
No,
case.
I'm just saying he got banned because he didn't agree with what Fortot agrees with.
No, I think that is one of the most reductive ways you can view that in the world.
Yeah, I am reducting it.
Yeah, I'd say you're reducting it to the point of it's like no longer a coherent statement. No, so I would reject. I would reject that framing.
By the way,
By the way, I sort of took like an unannounced break, but from streaming. So my bad on that. I should need to work on being a little more communicative. But while I was gone, I learned how to do this. That's right here. So, oh, the deck was facing two separate ways. So, it wasn't time not well spent because I practiced this like obsessively, and now I can do that. That's all.
waiting room has 2 more people.
Jesus Lord, who's
One
in
of them
there?
is Benny.
Yeah,
Benny's
what
a
is
good
that?
guy. I can vouch for Benny. I don't know about
What the
Mix
hell?
Kaleo.
Who the hell is Benny? Like who
Benny
are they?
is maybe say for myself the most frequent person on the call-in shows for Mr. Girl Hotline. He also
Oh my
co-hosted one
God.
after Cherry left. I think Benny does a really good job of speaking clearly his points. By the way, I just want to say that
I don't want to be a part of Mr.
Okay,
Girl
I Russell Weebs, get the fuck out of here. You're out.
Yeah, yeah.
You're kicked.
Bye-bye.
All
I didn't
right,
care for that
let's
guy.
see.
Irrelevant. I just want to say
At
that
least in that interaction.
if
Bring
your
Forethought
point
on.
is
I don't think he's in here.
if your point is that the mods think that he shouldn't be there, then he shouldn't be in there. Of course.
No,
I
that's
don't
not my
necessarily
point.
disagree. Okay.
My point is that there seems to be, and I could be wrong because I don't have the information here. The primary thing, my job here right now, is to establish a narrative that you're gonna draw out and stake your reputation on. So if individuals find that like various different information or facts or whatever disagree with what you say, your reputation is on the line on that because I don't really know what's necessarily happening here.
Like I said, I don't remember everything super clearly about this interaction, but I must not have ruined my reputation because, at least as far as I've been able to tell, Irrelevant and I are pretty cool. So he must not have thought that I destroyed my reputation in this conversation, stating for like the third time that I'm putting my reputation on this information.
My whole thing is just being good faith to the moderation team, right? That it could have been that, people like Forethought or individuals inside the community could have thought that Mr. Girl was inappropriately using the subreddit and his fans were inappropriately using the subreddit as if it was their own.
Okay.
And this build up, over it.
I'm watching my conversation with Irrelevant Benny and Destiny.
Oh.
I don't like hearing myself. I'm just letting my wife know what I'm doing. I even prefaced that with this, but now that I'm hearing it, it's not. I think I've like edited enough of my videos and stuff to where it doesn't bother me as much, but there's still a few times where it gets me.
It makes you feel better. In real life, your voice is a lot deeper.
No, I can hear it.
It just like I know what your voice sounds like on stream and outside of stream, it sounds different, even for me.
What if I'm just in Discord? Do I sound a lot different?
Yeah. Even like when I'm at Corinne's house and I'm in Discord with you, like sitting in a room with you is different. Your voice sounds somehow like not like very huge amounts of lower, but like it's different. You do sound higher pitched on stuff. Even on the phone.
My wife is saying that whenever I transmit my voice through anything, it does become higher.
For a period of
Interesting.
time, and at one point there was a catalyst, and then he started purging them.
What?
That's my point. Not just hey mad because mad, but mad because they felt like Mr. Girl was misusing the subreddit.
If they felt like that, then I would say that, of course, they're justified in doing so. The problem for me comes when he says that I will ban people just for being Mr. Girl fans. He said that when Destiny organized a talk between Mr. Girl and Forethought. Yeah, he said that then. So that kind of gives me pause when I hear that something bigger has happened like that. It's like, okay, well, this seems like it happened from somebody who has a pretty strong bias in this.
Wait,
area
what did
here.
you just say? I'm sorry. Repeat the beginning of that statement.
Yeah, sorry.
No, your volume is
Forethought-
fine. I was just looking at chat. Say again.
Forethought said when he talked to Mr. Girl that he does sometimes
Say what you really mean, irrelevant. You were fucking off. You weren't paying attention to me.
just ban people for being Mr. Girl fans. So he showed a pretty big bias. And then I hear that like it gets elevated and taken to the next level. And it wasn't even his own original idea that the justification was based on. It was somebody else's post. It does seem like he was like, oh, sweet, I found like the perfect idea. I found the perfect way to justify doing this. It gives me a moment of pause and go, I don't really know if that's the reason, because you've said that you'll arbitrarily ban people just for being Mr. Girl fans too. And I think that that's going to make a lot of people feel really weird about it and make it really hard to like be convincing that the reason is why you said it was, especially since you didn't have that reason until somebody else like gave you this reason. So they said, hey, here's a good reason to justify. It's like, oh, cool, I'll use that. That's how it
I feel like I'm definitely not as used to talking to people online as I am now. Scott, I could just say like a dude said that if you're a Mr. Girl fan, I'm gonna ban you. So how can you feel like you can have a conversation there about anything that Destiny's doing with Mr. Girl without getting afraid of, without the fear of being banned? This is obviously gonna hurt his career. That's all I would really have to say.
feels when we
Wait,
have
so
all the
wait,
things that
what
have
what
happened.
is that information you're using to say that they didn't come up with that opinion until somebody else did? Do you have like you said that? Good.
Did I was under the understanding that Forethought didn't write the post that Mr. Girl was using
Correct.
this as their subreddit.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't
so
that
that's what
doesn't
it is.
that doesn't mean that they didn't have the feeling or the inclination that that was the case.
Oh well, I guess I have no reason to believe that. So like at the time of events, when the timeline happened, he said I'll ban people just for using, or this. He never said I'll ban people just for using the subreddit. Like it's Mr. Girl's subreddit. He said I'll ban people just for being Mr. Girl fans. And then somebody made this point, and then shortly after that point was made,
So
now he's adopting the point
okay.
publicly.
Do you think if
That-
I
that's,
could?
that's why it feels that way.
Sure. Do you? And I have no problem with it feeling a certain way. The thing I'm concerned with is the reality of the situation. Do you think if I had Forethought in here right now, that they would say that yes, the reason why I banned Mr. Girlfans is just because I feel like it, or do you think that they would say that give some other reason why? Because I legitimately don't know, and this is again what I'm primarily have you two in
Say,
here for,
yeah,
is
that
to
they're
stake your
dog
credibility
fuckers
on
or some
specific
shit like
claims
that.
that you're building a narrative around. I do believe that Forethought would give that reason, or do you think that was maybe like, I don't know, an emotional thing to say, a quick quip, or something like that to kind of just say, fuck you, fuck off. Like how Destiny says, don't care, get banned, get permad, and then people end up getting unbanned later.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I think I would have a hard time believing that. Like if they're using that justification, I don't know if I would believe it or not. I think it would just depend on like the tone and all that. I just gonna be weary of things that he says because it
At this point now, I would say yeah. I think that that's what he would
feels
say.
a little dishonest
Well, that would
already,
be the truth of it.
given
anyway.
the premise that I laid out. But I'm not gonna say like he couldn't convince me. Like if he showed like a log of him like talking to another mod prior to that being posted, like doesn't it seem like he's using this as sub? I'd be like, oh yeah, absolutely. But and again too, if he says that to me, I'm at least gonna lean more towards that way. But I still think I have my guard up because he did say that he arbitrarily bans people from being Mr. Girl fans. I think that does a lot to your credibility and like motivation for doing this when you say that publicly, and then you don't
So-
say the other thing
So people
publicly until after somebody else did.
people in chat are saying the reason why Forethought responded in the way that they did, which was "fuck you, I'm gonna ban Mr. Girl fans anyway," was because of the response to Mr. Girl's post of wanting Forethought fired.
Well, it seemed like he was already doing that. It seemed I'm pretty
Okay,
sure in
so
that
hold-
conversation he
let-
said he was already he
let-
had already been doing it.
Okay, so let's establish something. Did the comment about, hey, I'm just indiscriminately banning Mr. Girl's fan, did that come after Mr. Girl said that they wanted Forethought fired?
I don't know when the bans happened.
No. When
so,
did
like, the exact timelines?
The statement that Forethought was like, fuck it, I'm going to ban Mr. Girl fans for whatever reason I want. When did that statement happen? Was it after the declaration of war?
Yeah, it was
So
after
this
the declaration
conversation
of war.
happened like immediately. Like I think as quick as they could have a conversation after Mr. Girl saying
So wouldn't
that
that
he was
play into
declaring
the
war. I think it was part of the reason why he was declaring war.
So wouldn't that play into
I
the
could
narrative?
be wrong.
Wouldn't that then play into the narrative that perhaps this was an emotional, just kind of fuck you, fuck off kind of a thing? And that maybe there might be a deeper reason if we're being good faith to that individual?
Yeah, I'm not saying I couldn't be convinced by any stretch.
Can I ask a question?
I'm just letting you know
Yep.
with the information that I have, being an adamant Mr. Girl watcher
Sure.
and an adamant Destiny watcher. This is what I've gathered. I'm trying to be charitable to both sides. If he said that, like I said, I'd lean more towards that. It just makes it a little extra difficult to believe when you've made the statements that he's made in the past.
Sure,
So I get
Benny.
it. Mr. Girl rubs people the wrong way.
Shoot.
I get it.
The question I have is for that post
Benny's
with
still
the
muted.
image.
Benny might be muted himself though.
No, I'm not muted.
No, I can hear Benny. You might have
Oh.
muted them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Benny. I think I had you muted because we were in the waiting room together before.
Oh, okay. For the post that link to the imager link that said that the person got banned, the reason was go to r/Mr. Girl.
Yep.
Was the post banned or just like somebody's comment in the post?
It was somebody's. Somebody. I don't.
I'm sorry, I can't hear whatever he's fucking saying in the background. Was it TOS friendly, lady?
Yeah, because me and Tyler Quinn report on.
Okay.
It's really funny.
Okay. Well, I apologize for him being alive.
Don't. Oh, here we'll take a look. I'll pull it up. I think it was somebody would have to relink it. It was.
If
I think
he
it
bothered
was,
you, trust me, me
I think
too.
the post. Well, I mean, the post had an edit that said this comment got me banned. So I don't know how, if the post got removed, they edited it and said that this post got them removed.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day too. A little bit weird. It was a little weird.
I don't know
Okay.
how, if Reddit works that way. If you're banned from a subreddit, can you edit a post
Yeah, I think you
and
can.
do that?
But
Okay.
I think my problem is that
Oh, well then I got the answer and I forgot.
they're saying go to r/Mr. Girl, but people are just spamming posts about Mr. Girl all the time. It's only until somebody says something positive about Mr. Girl that that person gets banned. And it also doesn't make any sense to tell people who are Mr. Girl fans, who the vast majority of whom are Destiny fans, to tell them that or to imply that they're brigading Destiny subreddit. People talk about orbiters in Destiny's Reddit all the time. It's just that Mr. Girl is constantly talking about things and saying things that get a lot of traction and get a lot of attention in the subreddit. So it doesn't make any sense to it's honestly it's all just, as far as I'm concerned, it's all complete and total bullshit. They're just making up a reason. Like Forethought
Benny pulling no
is
punches.
just making up a reason to get rid of Mr. Girl and Mr. Girl fans because he doesn't like Mr. Girl. That's it. He even went as far as to say that Mr. Girl somehow started the dog warts meme and was going into the Harry Potter subreddit and talking about dog warts and called Mr. Girl fans dog fuckers. Like,
True.
what is he talking about?
That is true.
It's
Okay.
all just bullshit.
Okay, so if from your perspective, there's it's just Forethought being unhinged. He just doesn't like
I
Mr.
think
Girl
Smugbug started
personally,
dog warts.
and
if I'm not
Destiny is falling
mistaken.
in line
I
with
could
this.
be wrong.
Why?
Destiny
I wouldn't
falling
take
in
that
line
to the
with
bank,
why.
but
I could
if
probably
not, he's certainly
try
a
to
big
psychoanalyze him.
promoter
That
of
would be
it.
kind of cringe. I'm not entirely sure
No,
what
just-
Destiny's
just-
falling in line.
yeah,
He
just
probably
give
just
me-
doesn't care that much, more than anything.
Well, he's kind of said, right? Destiny's pretty much said that he doesn't want to interfere with his moderation. I think if he interferes with his moderation team, that it's going to give them a lack of faith that anything they do will hold water, which is fair. I think it really sucks in
Yeah.
this case. But I think that if he did do that, it would damage the moderator's ability to moderate effectively. And also, full disclosure, I am a Mr. Girl subreddit moderator and previously YouTube moderator, and I'm a moderator for his website chat, just so nobody tries to say I'm hiding it or anything.
Just to be perfect, you probably should have led with that, but
I'm sorry. I just had a procedure done. I just got a vasectomy like an hour ago. I just wanted to have. I just couldn't say nothing in here, so I had to try to say something. I'm a little lightheaded.
all right, well,
To say the least.
Okay. Oh, I was glad to you picked this of all things to do right after getting a surgery, but
I did put in the chat that I'd like to talk to you sometime, but it was going so much I just felt compelled. Like I was like, I gotta try to say something here.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
I never said I make great choices.
So, I don't know why somebody linked me this. Okay, so if you from your guys' perspective, if it's just pretty much like a whole situation where it's like, hey, Destiny's moderator forethought or whatever is just on some unhinged anti-Mr. Girl shit, and then they purge them from the subreddit for whatever reason, and then Destiny doesn't really care enough to reverse the bans or whatever, that's fine. But from other people's perspective, do you understand why like some people might think that, you know, Mr. Girl might be taking over the subreddit, might be his fans and him might be taking over the subreddit, and or like have an intrusive presence inside of his subreddit?
No, I don't understand it.
You have
Of
no
course I understand it.
Okay, so Ben, why do you think that narrative is bad and stupid or unwise?
Because Mr. Girl's fans are Destiny's fans. So it's really just Destiny's fans being interested in Mr. Girl. When people talk about politics and the midterm elections on Destiny subreddit, I don't start talking about fucking some senator taking up too much room on the subreddit.
Okay,
fucking
so
stupid.
True. Oh,
as I
damn.
brought up with Elder,
Benny's so good at this.
Probably 90+% of my fans are probably Destiny fans. Why doesn't the same thing happen?
Look, man, shout out to you. Irrelevant. I like you. You're a great guy. But you don't make content that is as incendiary or thought or emotionally provoking as Mr. Girl. So usually there's not a lot
Yeah.
of
That's why I started
content for
laughing. I
your
knew what
fans
the
to post in Destiny subreddit to talk about.
answer was going to be.
You don't stir the pot as much.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, with that being the case, why are they posting about Mr. Girl stirring the pot when it's not relevant to Destiny? It's just about Mr. Girl stirring the pot. Why wouldn't they post it inside of r/Mr. Girl?
They might post it in r/Mr. Girl, but there are also instances with other orbiters who are doing things that have nothing to do with Destiny that'll get posted in Destiny subreddit too, such as like Lauren Southern.
I'd actually
How
be really curious
I
many...
could how many posts do you think Lauren Southern has in the past 6 months?
Well, when Lauren Southern was coming on the stream a lot, her tweets would get posted very often, or if there was a clip of her saying something that people thought was abhorrent, that would get posted. Sometimes you'll see people post clips from Nick Fuentes. Sometimes you'll see people post things from Sneeko. Like it's not exclusively that happens with Mr. Girl. It's just that Mr. Girl is a lot more provocative than these other people. Now, you might say that because he's so provocative, that means we have to cut down on the Mr. Girl posts. But if you go on the subreddit, there are tons of Mr. Girl posts there right now. It's just that they're bad Mr. Girl posts, so they're allowed to stay up.
Yeah, I'm really curious how many Mr. Girl posts they got, or how many posts about Mr. Girl
Pure
had
fire,
nothing
Benny.
to do with Destiny subreddit. I think if we looked at that number, saying like this is just like because if there was a ton of them that were devoid of Destiny, I'd agree. That might feel really justified in saying like that just seems like that this is becoming a Mr. Girl subreddit, and maybe we don't want that. But if it has something to do with Destiny too, or like a conversation Destiny was a part of, or something that he covered, then I bet you the vast majority would at least have something to do with Destiny and things that he's been doing.
Can I just respond to some people in chat real quick?
Yeah,
You can say I'm mad. If you say that I'm mad, really all that you're saying is you don't have an argument against what I'm saying. And somebody just said, this is an analogous that's Destiny fans posting about Lauren, not Lauren fans using Destiny subreddit as hers. Mr. Girl fans are Destiny fans. Like, it doesn't make any sense for you to say that. Like if you check all the people or the vast majority of the people in the Mr. Girl subreddit, they were probably posting in the Destiny subreddit as well. It's fucking stupid for you to say that.
Okay.
Also, you can be mad and make a point. You're basically saying nothing.
Well,
Also,
there's
I'm a
there's
passionate
been
guy. I'm not
there's
angry.
been significant overlap with Destiny's fans with other communities that there hasn't seemed to be this big of a problem, namely Vosh and Asan. Why do you think that is?
Mr. Girl's more interesting than either of them.
Okay, so you understand how
Yeah.
your response can come off lackluster when a moderator of Mr. Girl and then also somebody that recommends another individual who knows a lot about Mr. Girl, both defending
Can I
Mr.
give my
Girl
answer
and
too?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
Giving response about this, and your response is he is more interesting than anybody else. I would expect you to say that. You're a moderator of the thing, and you've recommended this other individual, Benny, to be inside of here. For you to say that he's like more interesting, I mean, I expected water to be wet at the same
What I should have said is he's more provocative.
time. Like it's
He's the
You know
wrong
what I'm
word.
saying?
Well,
You
can I give
asked
my
me my
response?
reason-
Can I give my
what-
response to your,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
your question?
I think
Benny,
Benny.
I love you. I just want to answer the question
Sure,
that
sure,
you asked
sure.
me.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You asked me, and I really like your content, and I respect you. I'm not going to lie to you when you ask me. That is what I think the
No,
reason
no, sure,
is.
sure. I'm not expecting you to lie to me.
I
What I'm
can't
saying is that's
make
an
a more-
I'm saying that you and I can. I'm sure you and I can both agree that is an unsatisfactory answer.
It is, which is why it's really easy to make put other answers on top of it.
Right.
But I do genuinely think that, like I said, even if you don't like him, I think he's more interesting than these other people. He says things nobody else says. He does things that no other streamer does. Like these are like definitionally interesting things. And
Provocative.
so when you do something that's really interesting, communities that have overlap with your community, you're going to talk about it.
I don't know. I think it depends on the arc you're talking about. I think 9/11 Andy had some pretty high moments. I think Don't Pay Your Editors Andy had some pretty high moments. I think the Don't Call the Cops on Immigrants had some pretty high moments.
Nobody else talks about the things that Mr. Girl, like 9/11 is interesting, not paying out is interesting. But when you say the girls and cuties are hot, that's real fucking interesting. People want to talk about that.
Yeah,
When you
but
say
people,
that-
but think about how old that was in
Well,
comparison
yeah,
to
I
some
was
of
just
the.
giving an example of like him being like way more interesting than other people. I had other ones too, but like
Very
you see
clearly,
my point
I
is that
mean,
the level of like
provocative
holy
here.
shit, I wouldn't expect somebody to say that.
I think that it's probably getting lost on him because I'm using the wrong word.
With Mr. Girl is way higher than any of the things you just listed off.
No, the problem, the issue also comes with consistency, right? With how consistent the statements are that get people into trouble. So the reason why I brought up Hassan and Vosh is because damn near every single fucking day those people open their mouths, there was a disagreement to be had by either Destiny and his community, honestly in unison. Every single time they would go live, they would say something stupid and there would be something for Destiny to respond to. That happened for months and months, but there didn't seem to be, even when they were on friendly terms, saying things that were contentious in a similar manner that Mr. Girl and Destiny are, and there would be something contentious going on, right? There wouldn't seem to be, at least I'm saying that there could have been a perspective that there wasn't a similar amount of the posts going on. Again, I didn't know. I didn't frequent the subreddit, but there are individuals making this claim, and I just want to hear your guys' response to that, but Benny hasn't gotten through to...
Yeah, I'm sorry, Benny. I didn't mean to do that.
In Bosch's subreddit,
kinda
and
did.
according to Hassan, they always say that DGG is like brigading their communities. My response to that would, and usually the people who get accused of being brigaders or being Destiny dick riders or something and get banned for posting reasonable things in their communities are actually just fans of both Destiny and Vosh. They were probably fans before the split, and they continue to be fans after the split. And then they might post something that is moderately warm towards Destiny or not just completely shitting or hating on him, and then they get banned and called a Destiny dick rider. It's the exact same thing happening with Mr. Girl, except there's even less of a difference between the opinions that Mr. Girl holds in terms of politics and all that kind of stuff, and Destiny, and the difference between Destiny and Vosh or Destiny and Hassan. And there's less time between like the forming of these two separate communities. So the idea that there couldn't be people from one community who are fans of another and then just posting in favor of like Mr. Girl is like, it's idiotic. It doesn't make any sense.
I
Dogs.
back up everything Benny just said. 100%.
Well, to be honest, I don't think any of that answered my question.
Sorry, what was your question?
My question was about where is the unique description or the unique relationship between Mr. Girl and his content and his interactions and his fans' interaction with the Reddit in comparison to the long history of Hassan and Vosh, who had very, very close relationships with Destiny and also branching off and breakoffs with Destiny multiple times.
Like,
Oh,
look
okay,
at the
okay.
most
So
interesting.
like why aren't there like Vosh and Hassan?
Stop saying
Well, yeah,
fans?
why wasn't this
Like Mr. Girl
accusation?
fans?
Why wasn't this accusation levied against Vosh and Hassan?
Well, there wasn't a split like Mr. Girl's community didn't split away from Destiny's either. They just remain. When it came to Hassan and
Yeah.
Vosh, the community split apart.
Prior
They were separate
prior
communities.
to the split. prior to the
It was
split.
like pick a side.
Benny is
I just think
based
that nothing
all-rounder.
of this magnitude had happened. The things that Mr. Girl talks about, the things that go on between Destiny and Mr. Girl, it's a lot more hot. It's a lot more visceral. And
Yeah,
like,
I-
if
So-
you can't
so
say that
this
people
is-
talking about it
th-
more
this
is not a
isn't-
good example, I don't know what would be.
So this
Well,
is
yeah, and
incredibly tame for the disagreement. Like Vosh calling Vosh and Hassan either implying or straight up calling Destiny like a sexual abuser or some of these other things are way more hot than
This conversation happened too soon, I
the
see.
implication that Destiny's like misusing his moderation team.
Oh, you
I
left
have
your
some
game
more.
back
I have
already?
some more to add on to what Elder Jarvis
Shit.
just said. I also think
John
it's
took mine.
because Mr.
Hmm?
Girl
John took
is
mine.
Oh, okay.
he's arguing with Destiny while simultaneously saying that Destiny is a good person and wanting to maintain
I
that
have a
connection.
question.
Whereas with Vosh
Hmm?
and
That says
Hassan, it seemed
325.
like they were very
Yes.
like they were trying to
1922
make a
minutes?
split from Destiny and his
19 to
community.
22, yeah.
And so the people who are fans of Hassan and Vosh went over to Hassan and Vosh. They didn't remain fans of Destiny at the same time, like a lot of Mr. Girl
Yeah,
fans are.
yeah. So I
And the
just
space
I
is different now.
I fully disagree with that. You could say the space is different. That's fine.
Yeah.
I have no problem. If y'all want to say that's the reasons that you believe that it is, that's fine. I just wanted to get away primarily from the argument of like Mr. Girl is more interesting. If you want to believe those specific things, those
Provocative.
lists of reasons that you just gave me, that's valid.
Oh.
That's fine. But
Would
I
the word
just
provocative be better?
Yes!
none of that
I
would be
caught up.
none of that would be better. The reason why is just because I wanted a more
He said
satisfying,
no.
concrete answer from your position. I'm not going to be able to
Maybe give us a
disprove
pizza
any of the
box.
positions that you have, right? I think the only way to realistically disprove it would be to get somebody like Forethought in here, and I don't think Forethought's going to come in here. And so yeah, that's genuinely
I think
what
there's
I
some way
want.
to justify my position too. Like I think the thing that caused the Destiny Vosh split was literally like I pretty damn sure it was the Kyle Rittenhouse conversation they had, and they split apart because I was in Vosh's Discord, and I was literally not allowed to say Destiny's name or I would get banned, so I just left. Like
some
he got to
pussy
that
ass
level
shit
after
right
that
there.
conversation.
Also, I remember like before the official Destiny Hassan split, which I think kind of happened after.
I will never be a part of a community that is that soft. That's way too much for me. If you can't mention another creator's name without getting banned, I'm out. That's no. This is childish. It is I can't honestly believe that you have any real confidence in your own ability to argue any of your own points or represent yourself if you have to ban the very mention of another creator. That's weak. And
The
it makes you
N-word
way
art.
less interesting to me.
There were times like at leading up to that like split where people would post things about Hassan and Destiny subreddit saying bad things about Hassan or mocking him or saying that Destiny's smarter than him, and Hassan would be in the subreddit defending himself, right? So like it's not like it's totally disanalogous from what's going on with Mr. Girl. The only difference is Mr. Girl has not like retreated away from Destiny and started like and stabbed him in the back. That's the only difference.
So to my knowledge,
Okay,
the split
everybody,
was over
chill.
the Kamala Harris thing. Was what
No, that's not
Kamala-
what. That's not the split. That was like.
I know Benny's comment didn't age well. Interesting isn't descriptive enough. It doesn't mean too much. Easily misunderstood. Yeah, that was really bad. But I had a good defense though. I was drugged.
first
I'm pretty sure
big-
that was where the split came up, but maybe
I wouldn't say-
my history is fucked. I know that during the N-word Andy thing, Hassan thought he could get some
Such
cheap
good arc.
dunks on Destiny after having not talked to him for a very long time, not participating in at the time was the Raj Royale, but the Austin show, and when Destiny was on, and he thought he was going to be able to get some dunks on Destiny by shitting on him for the N-word Andy take. I'm pretty sure the bridge was damn near scorched by the
I
time
think
the
it's so
N-word
funny
Andy
they call it the
thing
N-word Andy
came up.
Do you really think a dunk is more
thing. I always refer to it as the N-word
provocative
saga.
or interesting than somebody making a complex, nuanced point and but also being charitable to the person that they're
Elder,
complaining about?
I just dropped this angle. I don't think it's gonna work with a lot of people. It's not gonna work with me.
Okay,
It's just if you want to argue that point, you can. It's completely unsatisfactory. I think to
that's
a
fine.
lot of
I don't
people.
have to talk about it anymore. I was just genuinely curious what you thought about it. That was it.
Genuinely, I think this is unbelievably stupid, and I think the vast majority of people believe it's unbelievably stupid.
Okay, that's fine.
If I use the word provocative, does that track with anybody who's watching? Does that make sense? Or do you agree that it's unbelievably stupid? Because I still think it makes perfect sense.
That's what you think. That's what
No,
you
nobody made waves like Mr. Girl did.
think. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm right. I'm trying to just
Yep,
get a
you're
better
trying to
understanding.
establish what you believe is happening. You're trying to be honest. You're trying to be candid. I respect you for it. I just think that it doesn't really get us anywhere to be like, oh, what was more provocative, what wasn't. I think it is more provocative to claim that Destiny is in private being racist to black people and that he's actively in public trying to make claims and call people to do racist things in private, and then Destiny arguing against why that position, is kind of ridiculous. I think that is far more interesting than whether or not Mr. Girl gets shadow banned and then maybe not shadow banned from a Reddit. That is
That wasn't my
hopefully
claim.
like that is not even comparable in my
Well,
eyes.
the posts aren't all about him getting like banned and shadow banned. They're just about him in general.
Yeah, I think so. You have somebody getting like his community removed from a subreddit, and then an accusation of widespread bigotry. I'm gonna go with the accusation of widespread bigotry when I'm looking at provocative content, but
Well, I bet you that there was the majority of the posts would override if we took the percentage of posts that were about the N-word Andy arc when it was happening. Those probably way exceeded the posts about Mr. Girl in the subreddit.
That's
so, like, I
probably
don't necessarily
true.
disagree. Yeah, I don't think that what you're saying disqualifies what I'm saying. I would say that I probably agree with you on that point. So it's just that the other people aren't the ones that are being interesting in that. It's Destiny that's being interesting in that scenario. So they're going to talk about Destiny, which I would bet all the money that I had that would be the case. The interesting thing that's happening is going to be what people are talking about. But like I said, I'll drop it. I'm not trying to like force it down your throat.
No.
Yeah, I feel like the argument about what's interesting holds it's like self-evident, because if it wasn't more interesting, then we wouldn't see this level of conversation happening. Yeah, it makes sense. The things he does provokes leading to more people posting about his thought-provoking stuff. He is known to be brutally honest even when he knows the opinion will be very damaging to him. So of course people are going to talk about it more. Yeah, that's I think you kind of touched on the thing that maybe isn't talked about as much, which is that it's not just the things that Mr. Girl says, it's his character. Most people aren't like that. Most people aren't going, it's not just that he said the things that he says, it's that he's willing to say those things. That makes him a very interesting person to discuss on that premise alone. People want to try to suss out like why would he do this? Why is he why would anybody like sabotage themselves in this way? What drives somebody to risk so much of their own reputation to say these things?
No, I don't
understand.
think it's just it gets us nowhere. Even if I agree with you, it doesn't matter. If I disagree with you, it doesn't matter. The problem is I just don't think the point matters. I think you're being honest and everything. I just don't think it gets us anywhere. So let's assume I agree.
The people that are just getting here too. The reason why I'm watching my conversation with Irrelevant is because eventually Destiny comes in and provides, as far as I know, the first time he provides some clarity about the subreddit.
It is Mr. Girl is the most provocative and interesting person on the internet. What does that do?
That's not what I said.
It gives us an understanding of why
in the space
people would post about him on Destiny's subreddit when they have such a big overlap.
Okay.
That would be an explanation, which is what the thing was about.
No,
it was happening.
No, the thing was about why would they have a reason to? So let's assume he even is the most interesting. He has a crazy amount of fans. He has let's assume Mr. Girl has 100 million people that want to talk about him on Reddit at a given time, right? Why would Destiny and his moderation team not go, okay, that's fine, go to your subreddit?
Can I answer your question with a question?
No, I want Elder to.
So I think that the main reason, if I wanted to have a conversation with some people about something that happened with Mr. Girl, and I wanted to hear what other people thought about it and not just have a circle jerk with what I said, I think I would go somewhere else and not to Mr. Girl's subreddit. If I go to Mr. Girl's subreddit and do it, people are like, yeah, fucking base, that's what's up. Like, you
Not anymore, though. Obviously not anymore.
said it, bro. But if I go and do it on Destiny subreddit, people are like, hold on a minute. Are you fucking serious right now? And then like give me like a paragraph so I actually have some substance to sink my
Cool,
teeth into.
so-
We can have a conversation
so-
about it.
Yeah, let's keep within the framework that we're setting up. Then Destiny and his moderation team have every right to go like, fuck it. If you guys want to have that conversation,
I never
have
said
it
they
somewhere
don't have
else.
the right.
I don't want to have it on my subreddit. I'm tired of all of these 100 million people trying to come in here looking for a fight. By that argument, it would be like a fight, like a back and forth. I don't
did
want
say if they
people.
feel that way, they should ban.
Okay,
I did
so
say that.
so then.
But that's not what
well,
he said. Forethought.
Okay,
Forethought said
so
he does it because of their fans.
yeah, and because of their fans is still the reason that we're in. Their fans are coming in. In the hypothetical you propose, their fans are coming in looking for a fight because they can't. It's too circle jerky in their own Reddit, so they're coming to this Reddit to not circle jerk, so that way other people can gain friction. And then what's wrong with Forethought going? I'm tired of these 100 million fans on this goddamn Reddit, so I'm shutting this shit down. Go to your own Reddit and fight in your own Reddit.
That's a little unfair. I was
Destiny and his team are fine with people being talked about frequently in the longer term if it's shitting on them. They put a stop to it when it starts being negative towards Destiny, yeah.
answering it in exactly the scenario that you posed.
And you can do that. That's fine. But you can't act like you're the most open to criticism, which I think Destiny
She
makes
said,
that
why
claim a
would
lot.
somebody do this here instead of there? And I just gave you an explanation as to why that might happen there. And I did also say too that if they think that genuinely think that he's astroturfing and that's the reason that they're stating, but if they believe that, then I say, yeah, 100%, that's what they should do. That's their job. But when Forethought says the reason I'm doing it is because they're fans, it brings into question the actual motivation after he has said that when he's creating a new reason for it. That's all. It makes it harder to believe that he was
Sure,
cool with...
I will agree. I will agree that makes it harder for him to believe. It makes them less reliable as an individual to convey the actual reason why they are banning people. But I do not believe that that detracts from the actual reason why. I think that just makes them a less reliable, like spokesperson for why it's happening.
Yeah,
I think
we're
it
on the
makes
same
them
page
so
then.
unreliable. I'd go as far as to say that any other reason is a lie.
That's literally incoherent. To say that
it's not literally incoherent.
It
Maybe
is
you just don't-
actually- it
maybe
is-
maybe you just don't feel the same way.
Okay,
It's
so-
not literally
okay,
incoherent.
let me explain
There's
why it's
coherence there.
let me explain why it's incoherent. Okay, if somebody legitimately has a reason to remove a given post, let's say the reasons that I gave, because they're tired with the amount of posts that are being posted about a specific person inside of a subreddit, and that they think that they should move back to their own subreddit, right?
Can I
And
interject
then
for a
when
second?
no, and then when they
Right there, to the move back to their own subreddit. Most people who are doing this never migrated to it's not as though that like all this stuff was happening on Mr. Girl's subreddit and then it came to Destiny's subreddit with it. It's where it originated. Like these are conversations that were formed I think like naturally there because they spawned from conversations that Destiny and Mr. Girl had together.
are addressed about it in public, or when they're asked about it in public, they constantly just say "fuck off," "fuck you," "fuck off." Aren't entitled to an answer. "Fuck off." "I'll do what I want." "Fuck your fans." "Fuck you." That has absolutely no bearing on their true underlying reason. It has a bearing on whether or not you think that they actually do have a credible reason, but it has actually zero bearing on whether or not they genuinely have that underlying reason. It's just your perception of whether or not they have an underlying reason.
I would say that's definitely true.
Wait, I don't understand how what I said is literally incoherent.
Okay, what you said was when Forethought says in public things like "fuck you," "I'm banning Mr. Girl's fans because whatever," right? If Forethought
Because
goes
they're
on,
fans of Mr. Girl.
yes, when Forethought says that that means that there is no legitimate reason why he's banning people inside of the sub. That's incoherent.
No. I didn't say that there is no reason. I said I don't believe that there's a reason. I think that he's lying. I think that if he were to say that there is another reason, that he'd be lying. I think that he showed his true colors when he said that statement.
So you have no reason to believe that. You have
No,
no
it's not
reason.
that. No. It's not that I have no reason to believe that. If he's so mad about Mr. Girl posts going up in the subreddit all the time, why is he allowing Mr. Girl posts that are negative to go up in the subreddit right now?
What do you mean? So so hold on. You
He's
think
allowing
that,
negative posts, but he's not allowing positive posts and
Okay.
comments.
What does
Because
that? What does
he
that
wants
matter?
to ban Mr. Girl fans. It's not literally incoherent. You might say
No,
I don't
no,
have
no,
the
no,
necessary-
no, no, no.
You might say I don't have the
Okay,
evidence
hold on.
necessary to jack that, but it's not literally incoherent.
No, it is literally incoherent to say that there is
don't know.
no way that any other reason that Forethought could provide to you is what was the word that you said? He's lying. That is an incoherent.
No. I didn't say that there's no other evidence that he can provide. I'm saying that the evidence that has been provided doesn't point to what to the alternate reason. It points to him just banning Mr. Girl fans because he doesn't like Mr. Girl. To me,
You said that any reason he could give would be a lie.
that's not what I said.
Okay,
said,
so then restate what you said.
I said that
That's weird. I always think of Irrelevant as like a pretty thoughtful and good listener. It's weird to hear him miss Benny so hard there. But I guess this is
I'm pretty sure that you said that Forethought, the statements that Forethought made in public, have put.
because it feels kind of like a fighty conversation. That might have something to do with it.
You in a position where you would believe that any other excuse that he would give would be a lie, that it is only
I
that
don't know
he
if I
hates
said
Mr.
any other excuse. I said the excuse that he gave, like the alternate reason that he gave, I think is a lie.
I think Benny's saying what I said earlier. He's just using different words. Like I said,
I'm using
like,
more
yeah,
aggressive words.
He could, like I could be convinced that the stated reason is the reason why, but just him saying it would be tainted by the fact that he made this public statement that he does ban Mr. Girl fans strictly for being Mr. Girl fans. It would, if he said it to me, I would move closer towards the scale that is the reason. But it makes it a significant hurdle to get over when I'm trying to even charitably go, okay, I want to hear your reasoning.
I think that is reasonable. What you're saying is reasonable. I think
I
that
took what Benny said and mean that, but he
okay,
just said
but
it.
the problem is that was
angrily.
my point a moment before Benny said anything. My point was if you wanted to state that Forethought's credibility and whether or not they make a valid argument as to why they're doing any of this is gone, that is agreeable. However, you cannot make the claim that they do not have an underlying reason. You could make the claim that they're not a credible actor as to communicating that reason, but you cannot make a claim as to whether or not they have a reason.
Well, no, I said that he has a reason. I said that the reason is banning Mr. Girl fans.
No. Sorry, a legitimate reason.
Sorry.
A legitimate reason.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think any of us necessarily disagree. I just think that the way that we're saying it might trip up the others a little bit. Because I know that Benny and I definitely have some emotional stake in this. And Irrelevant, I know that you want to make sure that you're super ultra clear, which is it's kind of your duty here. But I think that we're all basically in agreement about this specific thing. I could be wrong, but I think that's I think that's where we're at. Would you agree, Benny, with how I summed that up?
Maybe. I just want to ask Irrelevant. What? Actually, no. Never mind.
Okay. So what about? So there is still positive posts about Mr. Girl that are up, right? Do we all agree with this?
Actually,
I
no.
don't know.
Yeah, I did see a couple of those.
Okay. So, what specifically is the moderation team banning?
This is about Destiny. I definitely see him being biased towards Destiny and looking to find ways to make Benny look silly, probably not even doing it super consciously. Yeah, I think like Irrelevance like in that like creator size where I think it's basically impossible to not consider a much larger streamer. Like it's just automatically going to happen. But at the same time, he is one of the most aggressively good faith people at his size or higher that I know of. Irrelevant. If I want, let me put it this way: there's a reason why I asked him to be my moderation when I debated Brianna Wu. I needed to have somebody who I thought no matter what happens, um, I want somebody who can hold me accountable, but isn't going to let anybody fuck me over at the same time. Even if being favorable to the other person who's much more influential than I am would help them, and Irrelevant was the one that fit that mark for me. So I do
can't
put a lot
comment on
of
that.
stock in him
I literally only use Mr. Girl
as a good
subreddit
faith
to make sure that
interlocutor.
people aren't being batshit crazy and risking the subreddit. I'm not a super
you
big
agree?
Reddit guy, and I haven't been to Destiny's in a couple days now. But
Okay.
I'll take your word for it that there are some positive ones up.
I don't go to people's subreddits a lot. Like in the last month, I went to the Mr. Girl subreddit probably more than I went to any subreddit, just because keeping tabs on the stuff going on with him and Smith, the community and Smith, and it's been really funny lately. There's a lot of funny shit on there.
But when they were getting taken down, like big time, it was the positive ones, well, like pro Mr. Girl ones.
Yeah, I
and
believe.
I would think that there's more. I think that there, if we went there now, I would feel pretty confident that there's going to be a lot more pro Destiny Mr. Girl things up in that subreddit than there would be pro Mr. Girl things. If it's Mr. Girl over Destiny, I think that we would see a significantly less amount of those if we went there.
Nix, Kalo, why would you want to come into the call? I have no idea who the hell you are.
I don't know.
So I mean, you could say none of this of what I've heard, at least in regards to that, has any bearing to me against the idea that legitimately they could just be purging the subreddit because they believe that it is being used as a proxy sub for Mr. Girl. There's no bit of information that I have seen that counters that narrative. Can you just give me briefly any bit of information that you believe counters that narrative? Not attacking the credibility of forethought, but something that attacks the narrative that is the reason why this is happening.
Do you believe that that's the most likely explanation for what's going on?
No, I don't have enough information to even stake a significant claim. I think it is a very valid and reasonable and good faith interpretation of the actions of forethought as I currently know them, but I don't believe I have enough information to properly stake a claim.
Okay. So another question: Do you believe that the vast majority of Mr. Girl fans are Destiny fans?
I could only imagine that's almost certainly true. But can you answer my question though?
Yeah, I'm just trying to lay the groundwork for why I believe what it is that I believe, which is that
go for it.
the vast majority of Mr. Girl fans are Destiny fans. So the idea that they're trying to purge the subreddit of astroturfers makes no sense. There are plenty of orbiters who get talked about in Destiny subreddit all the time. Just because Mr. Girl gets talked about more often doesn't mean that all of a sudden there's this influx of an outside community trying to.
So it's this simple. Let's all agree that Mr. Girl is talked about more inside of Destiny subreddit than any other orbiter. I think that's probably true, at least right now. Maybe Lav is competitive. Well, I would say Lav is more, but let's assume, well, maybe not like at this very moment, but I would say that, I don't know. I haven't read the subreddit, so I'm just generally vibing, right, based on shit. So other people are going to obviously have more information than me. Let's assume that it's true, though, that Mr. Girl is getting more traction inside the subreddit than anybody else. Isn't that a greater reason for the moderation team to go, hey, go to your own subreddit?
First, I can't say whether or not. I can't say whether or not it is the case. I would be more than happy to take your word for it and say that, sure, he has posted the most. That might be a justification. But I think that the really interesting question to ask here is that do we think it might have been more appropriate for somebody to reach out to Mr. Girl and go, hey, you're posting a lot in here. We're feeling kind of weird. Could you tone it down a little bit? Considering that you're not just a regular, some random poster, you're a friend of Destiny's, and I understand all this stuff is going on. So if you could tone it down, that would really ease things going on right now.
So I think the reason why that probably didn't happen was because it was a mod instead of Destiny's chat who isn't Destiny, and they were upset at Mr. Girl's conduct, and they perhaps pulled the trigger. I think it's a reasonable interpretation of something that might have happened. And
sure,
then,
it seems likely, yeah.
Okay, and then this whole situation ensued. So they saw that the Mr. Girl had a a large amount of posts on the subreddit, got pretty upset about how often this shit was happening, maybe got upset about Mr. Girl's takes, I don't know. And then it was like, fuck it, okay, if you guys are going to have all of these conversations about Mr. Girl, take it to your own subreddit, and they started removing it.
So then why did they allow people to keep on posting negatively about Mr. Girl, if that's the case?
Maybe it's because this is more what r/Destiny is typically used to. That if there is
Shitting on people but not saying good things about them?
No. It's about giving criticisms towards other people instead of just constantly, in their, at least Forethoughts' mind, giving like praise to an individual that could just be a circle jerk on their own subreddit.
And so what you're saying is that it makes sense for fans of another content creator, who most of whom are the fans of the content creator of the subreddit, it makes sense to ban all of those people and the content creator because they're posting too much about the content creator on Destiny subreddit, but they won't ban the negative posts about the content creator.
I think that you're looking at this in a very uncharitable, non-good faith way. I'm not saying you're bad faith, but I'm saying you're not giving charitability. I would say what I'm about to describe, is probably
The problem is that the situation has already been defined for Benny and I. He's asking for us to have charitability in an area where we've already received an answer from the person we're saying, like, he's saying that we should have more charity towards the situation, but the people in charge of the situation have already revealed to us what's going on. So, like, it's not so much charity as that, like, essentially we would have to unknow what we've been told. I think it's a bit harder for Irrelevant because he's hearing it from us saying, like, hey, this guy said this, and he didn't hear it himself. So a little bit more. I have to think that has.
They left the bad posts
have something
up
to do with it
in order to encourage. Because they knew it wouldn't encourage people to use this subreddit as a proxy subreddit for Mr. Girl. So they saw getting rid of all of the, positive, and not even all of the positive posts. There are some positive posts, right? Getting rid of a lot of the positive posts as a means of saying, hey, go to your own subreddit. And they viewed getting rid of the negative posts as not really something they need to do, because that's not really something that Mr. Girl fans are not going to use Destiny subreddit as a Reddit to shit on Mr. Girl, right? So if you're trying to remove a community from yours, as using it as a proxy sub, just removing the positive stuff will do the job. So you don't need to do extra work by removing the negative stuff.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, because you said a lot of stuff about this, and I'm not entirely sure what you think. If you don't want to answer, that's fine too. Do you think that, like, how this played out is, like, good?
Oh no,
okay,
absolutely not.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to hear what you thought, because
he said,
when this conversation goes this way, people might think that.
My personal thoughts, right, on the matter are that I believe that Mr. Girl should have had a far more direct interaction with either moderation or Destiny in regards to, with more concessions and or concise answers with why he and his community is removed from the subreddit. However, I would also agree with the idea that the manner in which that Mr. Girl approached this situation was one that absolutely reeked of entitlement. I would say that it is not that he necessarily is entitled, right? Especially if you view it in the sake of, like, the way that Mr. Girl makes the argument, which is his participation is what he's staking on this, not like anything else, right? Is that, hey, if I don't, get a response to the reason why me and my community was banned, I'm not going to be a part of your community anymore. I think it's a perfectly valid and reasonable thing to do, but absolutely a lot of his shit reeked of entitlement. Between the post that was saying, like, hey, Mr. Girl, stop using this Reddit as, like, I feel like you're using this Reddit as your own, and him just responding, no, right? Does that not reek of entitlement?
I think to a lot of people, yeah. Like I said, I think it was mostly a
Hold
funny
on,
comment.
not to a lot of people. Do you think perhaps the most reasonable interpretation was that this was like an entitled approach, and that maybe if you weren't using the subreddit in a irresponsible manner, if you weren't using the subreddit as a proxy subreddit, you probably, in that moment, if you are Mr. Girl, you probably, like the criticism you're giving Destiny's moderation team and Destiny, that you probably should have given a well thought out response to, hey, I'm actually not using my friend's subreddit as a proxy subreddit. I just have significant overlap with Destiny's fans and my fans happen to be very active in conversation and dialogue, which Reddit happens to be a really good place to do it. That should have been the adult response to that post, but instead, like a 1,000 fucking word Reddit post gets responded with N-O.
Now, while I don't disagree with what you said, I just want to be careful when I agree to saying like it reeks of entitlement. I would say in the literal definition, without any of like the negative connotations that come attached to it, because I think Mr. Girl feels entitled to free speech everywhere, and he thinks that everybody else is.
So
well.
no,
That's all.
I'm not talking about your personal perspective. I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, I'm saying I agree that
I'm talking
anybody
about.
would internalize that.
Okay,
at
so
least, but I don't know if
any
anybody's gonna
normal,
attach the
reasonable
negative stuff.
person would look at that and think that that was a bad entitled thing. Like you are entitled in a bad way.
I would need to see the post before I could.
Okay, if somebody could get me the post, that'd be great.
I don't know how I feel about that anymore. Like, I don't know what the average reasonable person even means anymore. I don't think there's any average reasonable people in these spaces at this point. I don't know.
Also, though, I don't know. Like, nobody who's doing any of this shit is normal. We're all fucking nuts and involved in all
Come
this.
on,
I'm not nuts. I'm normal.
What did I need to
I'm
pause
normal.
for?
I'm not nuts.
Okay,
Benny, you are one of the better of us.
First things first. All of you are not normal because you frequent Reddit enough to know anything about this. Okay, I'm the most normal person here because I don't even frequent Reddit enough to even know anything about this.
I said that I don't frequent Reddit. I literally just moderate it. I get the notifications and make sure that people aren't like saying something ban-worthy.
Then why are you in this room? Then why are you talking to me right now?
Because
about
I'm
the Reddit
invested.
thing?
Because I'm invested. I'm aware of all of these things. Because I'm invested in what's happening right now. I'm aware of these things because they're hyper relevant. That's the only reason that I know about these things that are happening in Reddit, because they're important to the video I'm working on in my fandom to Mr. Girl and Destiny. This is like one of the very rare instances where I have actually like looked at anything, and I didn't even look at them on Reddit. I just like look at them on screen and I read them on videos.
Sorry,
I think the same way you've gotten them. Is how I just
True.
You got the post?
Yeah, Reddit's
no, nobody has linked me the post. So
I think
if you're gonna link it to me, you have to link it to me in Twitch chat. I don't think YouTube is gonna allow the Reddit link.
I think the most I've ever used Reddit for anything in my life was bodyweight fitness, like a calisthenics subreddit. Because I used to work out a lot, but now that I'm fat, I need more information to make sure I don't hurt myself. I can't rely on all the old info I used to have.
But also, I'm not fucking normal.
Yeah, I'm weird, just not for the reasons that they're saying. I'll cop to that. I pause it? God
That's why I was like, it's a little hard to say. But I think that most people in Destiny's chat are going to think what you said, sure. Or chat in subreddit. Sure. I think that's...
I would say the human response is to think that that is an entitled response in a bad way, to say no to that. I think if you criticize, I'm gonna make a stronger statement. If you criticize Forethought's response to Mr. Girl feeling as though, if we're being good faith to Forethought, if you criticize Forethought's response to feeling as though Mr. Girl was taking over the subreddit and not giving a proper, well thought out, documented reason why they were removing him, then I don't believe that you can not criticize, meaning that you can side with Mr. Girl and his response to NO, to the accusation that he is using the subreddit for his as his own.
Yeah, I think that it was one of the least pragmatic ways he could have responded. But like you and I both agree, the whole the communication between the moderation team, Destiny, and Mr. Girl on this has been an absolute shit show.
Yep.
And there was a bunch of people doing suboptimal things throughout the entire course of this. And like I said, too, Mr. Girl's not like, it wasn't the best way to respond, obviously. I think, like, I hope that even Benny would say, like, if the goal is to stay on the subreddit and keep on doing that stuff, he shouldn't have just said no.
Yep.
But I think that it's just hard to do when just damn, this guy's taking a lot of hits. I don't know if I'd be able to do the best things either.
So is forethought. So why
Well,
aren't we extending?
Forethought
Not
is
to the same
taking
degree,
hits?
man.
What are you talking? What you know? Hold on. What are you talking? When you say hits, what are you talking about?
I mean, like he got banned off of YouTube because a bunch of gripers rated it. His website's been like going through a lot of stuff with technical issues because he got it up like in under a week.
Wait. Why are
and then
why
getting
are we
off of-
using unrelated stuff as an excuse
Well, no,
for his
go-
response?
Wait,
to that?
wait. All I'm saying is I didn't say it was an excuse. I said he shouldn't have done that if his goal was
Hold
to
on.
stay on there.
No. If it's not an excuse, then don't bring it up. Because if you're bringing it up, the implication is that this is one of the reasons why he might have done what he did.
Well, no, I think it's fair to say that if somebody's like child died and they, I don't know, did or said some out of pocket shit.
So you know what we call that? An excuse. So then stand by the idea it's an excuse.
Okay,
You
okay,
can
I'm
call it an
sorry.
excuse, but I mean, he's
When
just
I heard
saying,
it-
considering all of those facts,
I took it to be a
kinda-
little more loaded than that. Yeah, I have excused some of the things that I would probably be a lot more critical of him about. And to be fair, while I may be a huge fan, I have been the loudest voice on some of the things that he's done wrong and confronted him on his own show, on his Twitter, really loudly. When I think he's fucking up, I let him know, and I let other people know that I think he's fucking up. I hold him to a higher standard because I'm a big fan. So I guess yes, I do find some excusability in the last couple weeks because this guy has been taking a lot of fucking punches to the face when he hasn't even raised his gloves. But I do think that it was wrong.
by that
I think
still.
it was a really dumb way to do it. I just think that
Do you think that his mishandling of that post could lead forethought to the point where in which he might not give a good or valid reason why, or bring forethought's anger for a good or valid reason why forethought wouldn't give a well thought out response to Mr. Girl and his community's ban?
yes, but I also think that forethought has shown that he doesn't want to do that also. So it's tough. It's just a tough
Yeah.
situation. I want to be charitable to forethought.
Okay,
It
so
makes it
what-
harder to be
what-
charitable when he says he bans people just for being
Sure.
Mr. Girl
So then, if you agree with that previous statement, it sounds like if Mr. Girl had responded in some kind of a reasonable way, as we've defined reasonable in relation to forethought's conduct, then
And it would increase the odds
forethought,
of him not being banned.
yes, well, not even
Yeah.
just not being banned, getting a legitimate reason and back and forth engagement with moderation for why he got banned.
Oh, I wanted to ask. I know, like, I assume Elk's still here and on. Anybody know where I can find? Making sure they're like working through their problems. And I didn't see it on any of Destiny's stuff, so I'm not sure. Maybe I have to go dig in like one of the Mr. Girl video archives to find it. I'm not sure.
I think it would have increased the
Or maybe
odds.
Erudite has it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just-
I
I
don't
just
know
don't know
how.
where
I
I'm
think those
looking.
odds might have been pretty low to begin with. But almost certainly would have
Guess we'll never
increased the
know.
odds.
Wait, there's no way nobody sent you the post yet.
The problem is nobody in YouTube chat can do it, and nobody's in my Twitch chat except for RP and Haunt. There's literally two people that are still. Well, actually, no, Spooters in there.
Dang, you got no clout.
Give me a Jesus Christ,
Yes.
Benny. I vouch for you, Benny.
I'm just saying, man.
Also, I've never actually spoken to you before, so nice to more formally ish meet you. I'll
Ryzen's
see.
in
I'll see
there.
if I can pull it up.
I'm about to
See,
get called
Rhizome's
out.
here.
No, Ryzen Fist.
Oh,
I'm talking about
Oh.
it instead of my thing.
I
Let me
gotcha.
try and remember what it is. It was what?
Oh, I expected him
It
to call me out for
was-
saying I never spoke to Benny before.
What was
since
the
I vouched
title
for
of
him
it?
because he
Oh.
wouldn't know the content.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. By
Man, I just don't
typing in
remember
Mr.
this.
Girl.
All right, I'm working on it. Let's see. I think Mr. Girl put it on Twitter, actually,
Might have.
if I'm not mistaken. See, I just have to appeal to.
I
Was
bet I
he
was
not
mistaken.
introduced as a lore master? They were.
Yeah, that's why I think I'm right about where it's at. I did
Uh-huh.
also say too. I got like gas and everything. I just had surgery. I might not make it too much longer. The pain's starting to, the numbing's starting to wear off. and it hurts.
I'm about to go anyway.
Okay.
Mr. Girl.
That being said, thank you for hearing me out. I do appreciate it. I've been watching your coverage of all the Destiny stuff for like the last like week and a half straight. I think you've done a pretty good job.
This doesn't.
And
end
I
here.
didn't hop in because I thought you were
appreciate
doing a bad job either. I just thought there might be some value to adding a Mr. Girl sided voice.
Sure.
Was this it?
I've declared war.
Don't believe what Irrelevant and
Yeah,
I
I don't
said.
know. So
It's
maybe
just
somebody
about
else
the
will find it.
start.
Maybe we'll resume this conversation at another time. In a
Yeah.
specific. Hello, is not it's not the post you're looking for, but relevant to how Mr. Girl fans act. Fourth
Well, we're
Thought
not-
says
we're not all the
Mr. Girl
same.
fans are unhinged Reddit admins. Noticed?
And having his
I don't think
community
I've
sick on me.
expressed anything that makes me
Like,
seem
admins
unhinged.
have
I hope
taken
not.
notice, which is why I said, like, no
Fourth Thought
matter what
doesn't know
Destiny
me.
does,
I've
I have a
received
big
a
red
lot of
button behind me.
positive
What do you
comments
mean
from
admins
other
have taken
streamers when I've
notice?
interacted with them,
So there was,
saying
like, a
like
comment
quite to
on,
the contrary.
Well, the sound's all funky.
There's some
So this
comments on
would be a
Mr. Girl
first
subreddit
for me.
telling me to rope myself and stuff, which I don't.
Hold on. We're listening to this.
Oh my bad.
Oh,
Mr. Girl, like, super fucked up.
I see.
By declaring war on me specifically and having his community sick on me, like, admins have taken notice, which is why I said, like, no matter what Destiny does, I have a big red button behind me.
Wait, what do you mean admins have taken notice?
So there was like a comment on there's some comments on Mr. Girl subreddit telling me to rope myself and stuff, which I don't give a fuck about. This shit is all funny, but admins have messaged me and
Like
they're like,
admins
yo,
of Reddit, like
Yes.
the owners.
yeah,
Okay,
the owners.
Not
so
like, yeah, gotcha.
if Max wants to keep playing ball, I can keep going.
Okay,
I
let's
wonder what
chill.
he's
Okay,
doing.
everybody needs to turn
See,
down.
it
I don't
seems
wanna be
like
the
it's all
reason
forethought,
sub gets banned,
taking shit
or you be the
personal.
reason. That's not cool.
Listen,
What?
I'm not pushing any buttons. I'm just saying that's what's on the table.
Okay, now when you say that, it kind of sounds like I could sell you some security or not, and your legs might get broken. That's what it sounds like when you say that.
Yeah, I think that's unhinged by Forethought though. But, okay.
That was unhinged.
It's pretty much a clip of Forethought stating that there was enough harassment towards Forethought about. This was 3 days ago though, so I mean I would kind of expect this to happen. I guess there was enough harassment towards Forethought for Reddit admins to of the actual website to reach out to him and be like, "Yo, what the hell is going on? You're getting a lot of harassment from this specific thing."
Finally,
Because
some
people
poker.
were saying that Forethought needed to rope.
Yeah, I would definitely condemn the things that those people said. I think that's really fucked up, and it makes the community look bad. I think the community is wild. I don't think the community is that fucked up and evil. We have a lot of really, really good, decent people in the community.
I mean, it was fucked up enough for Reddit admins apparently to reach out to him.
I agree.
Assuming you believe him.
I don't believe him.
I can let me put it this way. I can take that comment for granted, even if it's true or not. I would say that this
Benny's
is
like, nah,
very
he's a
much
liar.
not the overall voice of the Mr. Girl community. If you're really a big fan of Mr. Girl, you know it's been stated many, many, many times. No matter if people attack him or anything that happens, he does not want his fans to go after anybody ever.
Nobody's saying that is the case. People are just.
That's all. I did
a bad job there. I was trying to say is that it's not in the spirit of Mr. Girl's content to do
I guess
so.
I felt it was important to say it, if that's fair. I'm not saying you're accusing that of being the case.
All right. Is there any final words either one of you want to say?
Benny, you can go first.
Mr. Girl is based. Forethought is cringe. And like the video, guys. Let's get this video to 900 likes. Come on.
It really helps with the metrics and discoverability on YouTube.
All right, Elder, what do you want to say?
See, I told you I've been watching.
That's what Irrelevant always says when he asks people.
I think that right now with everything that's going on, it's really easy to have a negative.
Which is actually why the only reason I know that to say that when I ask people to like my video. Which, by the way, guys, it really does help with the metrics if you like the video and discoverability.
View of Mr. Girl through the lens of things that have been going on the last few days. I would just encourage people to not take what's probably the most difficult point in his life too.
Oh, I
too
think
much
we,
to
I
heart?
think, I think we have the post. No,
Oh,
I
shit.
didn't scroll down. Okay, it's a request to Mr. Girl and his community. Is this it? Where's Mr. Girl's comment? Is it
Is
it
that
gone?
Control F?
Because
Control
can
Oh,
I?
it might be gone.
No more.
Oh, I did. Let me load all the fucking. Oh no, that's just all of them.
It must be gone.
No, it might not be gone.
Hold on.
When you're banned, your comments and posts don't get removed.
No. they don't.
Oh, this is gonna be hard because everyone's saying his name.
No. Type in no more.
No more.
Mr.
Okay, there it is.
No more Mr. Nice Girl.
Hold on. There it is. No.
There's no point to any of this.
And then that was in response to the post saying, to start this post off, I would first like to acknowledge the struggle that Mr. Girl and his community face. Mr. Girl is an incredibly controversial figure, and some of his statements end up being characterized incorrectly by his critics. As a Destiny fan, I can see what happens. Long story short, it's pretty much a post that's saying what I was talking about earlier. Okay. So that,
Yeah, no, I didn't. Reading this post, I don't think that his answer was entitled.
Okay, why?
Because Mr. Girl is a part of the community, and Mr. Girl's fans are a part of the community. And if people can post negative things about Mr. Girl, why can't they post positive things about Mr. Girl on Destiny subreddit?
Great, that sounds fantastic. Why didn't he type that instead of no?
I'm giving you the explanation, but I don't think the answer is entitled.
Okay, the
You asked me
explanation.
why I don't think it's entitled, and it's not entitled for those reasons.
No.
But it's not entitled.
So it comes off as entitled because they're not even willing to give any reason. They're just saying no.
He didn't ask for a reason. He just answered his question, or he answered his request, which is no.
To be fair, the original question was, do you think that anybody, any normal person reading this comment would think that it's entitled? Was the original question. Did you change a little
And
bit?
so what my answer is, based on the post and the request and Mr. Girl's answer, I don't think it's entitled. And the reason why I don't think it's entitled is because it's not entitled for somebody who's a part of the community, Mr. Girl, or Mr. Girl's fans who are also Destiny fans to post about Mr. Girl positively when people are posting about him negatively. If you weren't allowed
Okay,
to
so hold on. This is to avoid this. I would request Max and his community make use of his own subreddit instead of primarily posting on this one. I still hold the position that it is fine for Mr. Girl and his fans to defend him in the comments of negative posts. However, the vast majority of posts should remain on Mr. Girl's sub. If this cannot be accomplished, I feel as though a temporary ban on Mr. Girl related posts is necessary to help push him and his community to make use of their own sub. TLDR, Mr. Girl and his community treat this subreddit as though it is their own. This behavior is worsening our community's outlook on them. The solution to this problem is for Mr. Girl and his fans to post on their own subreddit instead of using ours.
Okay.
And then his response to this was no.
Okay.
I still think.
Do you think that looks not? Do you think that's not entitled?
I could see how somebody who dislikes Mr. Girl or doesn't know
No, your average reasonable
You're not gonna
person.
let me answer.
Your average
Oh, my
reasonable
average-
person.
Well, the average reasonable person doesn't know about what's going on in the subreddit, so they would
Oh,
probably
your
say-
average reasonable person who is engaging with this content, like a normal person who doesn't hate Mr. Girl, who doesn't hate Destiny, you're some dude that likes them both.
Okay.
Is this not an entitled thing to say?
I think that they might think it's entitled, but I think they would be dumb if they thought that.
We need more bennies.
Okay, I don't care about your opinion. If you think a reasonable person believes that this is entitled, then sure, we can break bread on that, because I think your average reasonable person would think that's entitled, because you should, instead of saying no, you should explain why
gives no fucks at all.
this is not a valid thing to ask. of Mr. Girl. And that could be as simple as, yeah, no, I don't think that me or my community use this as our primary sub. We have plenty of activity on our own subreddit. Many of the individuals that post positive things post on my subreddit all the time. That could have been his post. So my point is, you're holding Mr. Girl to an entirely different standard than you're holding a forethought inside of this situation. After given the repercussions of this, because you're saying that, like, literally in response to a post that says, "Hey, Mr. Girl, you're making use of this subreddit in an inappropriate fashion," his response being no is okay, but when forethought is...
I still think that just the idea of you using this subreddit in an inappropriate fashion is just taking Reddit a bit more serious than I think that I could without feeling really silly about it. It doesn't mean that my feelings about that are correct. I think I just have that's just sort of my outlook on Reddit.
You know, having apparently...
So it might just be over my head.
Having
how
this
important it
situation
is.
come down on him, and he's banning Mr. Girl and Mr. Girl related content for perhaps this exact same reason, because he literally, in response to Mr. Girl saying no, said, "I'm not asking." I'm not sure if I can find it quick fast. Yeah. No, not asking, right? And he continues what he perceives to be the behavior. You're saying that forethought is out of line for saying fuck you to the people in Mr. Girl and people in Mr. Girl's subreddit. But Mr. Girl is okay with just
No.
saying no to this.
I feel like you're trying to equivocate their behavior because they both were curt in their responses, but I think that Mr. Girl's response is valid, and I don't think that Forethought's response is valid.
Why?
That's why I think because Mr. Girl and his fans are also fans of Destiny. It's not like Mr. Girl's going
Okay,
into
hold on.
Reddit saying, "Hey, I got a new
Hold
song
on.
dropping
Hold on
Friday."
then. Hold
He's
on then.
talking about
If you
things that
if you
happened with
believe
him
that
on
if
Destiny
you
stream.
believe that, why not hold Mr. Girl to a standard where he just says that?
I don't think that he has to say it for his answer to be valid.
That is ridiculous.
That's not ridiculous at all.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So he can say whatever he wants, and because we can just do the good faith legwork
We
for
don't
him
have
and
to
just
do
assume.
good faith legwork. If somebody asked him, "Well, why not?" and he didn't answer, then I go, "Okay, that's fair." But nobody asked him.
No, he did answer, and his answer was no.
Well, if somebody asked him, "Why no?" and he didn't answer.
What are you talking about?
If somebody asks me, "Hey Ben, you want to eat?" and I say no, and I don't say, "Oh, it's because I ate 20 minutes earlier," I'm not being like an asshole. If you ask me, "Why don't you want to eat?" and I don't answer you, and I don't answer you, then maybe you can have an argument about that.
No, he
But
literally puts Max in his community. This is pointed towards him.
Well, Benny,
It
I
said-
think the thing is, if somebody just cooked a bunch of food for you, and then they said, "Hey, are you hungry?" and you just said no, they're like, "Are you ready to eat?" and they're like, "No." They might be like, "Well, what the fuck? I just spent all this time cooking this meal for you. Like, and you're just gonna no at me? Like, can you at least explain why you're not gonna eat the meal I just made you?" Like, I think that's the feeling that is being expressed here. Because I get it. I'm just as frustrated as you are. I just I just think that
I'm not even
maybe
saying
we're
he
talking past
actually.
each
I'm not
other
even
here.
saying he actually is entitled. What I'm saying is that any reasonable
comes
person
off
reading this is going to think he's
that way.
entitled. This is a perfectly valid and fair thing to request of Mr. Girl, and a simple response of, "I don't believe me or my fans or use this as though it's our primary subreddit," is the only thing response to this. But in a response about how Mr. Girl or the accusation that Mr. Girl uses this Reddit as their primary subreddit, they literally responding with, "Nope, I don't care to
explain
I still love it,
explain
though.
myself." Yeah, that's entitled.
I don't think not explaining yourself makes you entitled.
Okay, you know what? We'll let the chess speak for itself. People will decide in looking back on this if they think it is entitled to respond no to this post saying, "Hey, maybe you should, use your own subreddit instead of ours." Like when somebody is requesting that you not use this subreddit as your primary subreddit and maybe you should use your own, We'll just let the chess speak for itself, and the audience will decide whether or not it's entitled to literally just respond no to that.
Can I throw out a hypothetical? If I'm walking on the street and a cop comes up to me and says, "Hey, let me see your ID," and I haven't broken any laws or anything, and I say no, am I entitled for saying no? If I don't say, "Oh no," but I'm minding my own business, I haven't done any. Why are you stopping me? If I don't say any of that, if I just say no, am I entitled?
But you have a legal right. I'm assuming it's in a place where you can legally say no, so you have a legal right to say no. So this is a bad example.
No, it's not a bad example because my argument is Mr. Girl and his fans have a right
to use
not
to
a
use
legal
Destiny's sub. They don't have a
Insofar
right.
as-
They don't have a right to even
insofar
be on
as-
Reddit. You are
insofar as-
lost.
Insofar as Destiny fans can use Destiny sub, all of the people who are Mr. Girl
No, they
and
do
his
not.
community
No,
are
they
Mr.
do
Girl's
not.
fans.
No, they
I
do
said
not. They have
insofar as.
They
I'm
have
not
no
saying that
right
that's
to
a
be on the.
fact.
They have no
I'm
right to
saying
be on the sub. Every
if
one of them
it's-
could get purged, and it's well within Destiny and his moderation team's right and jurisdiction to do so.
Maybe not right. It doesn't make any sense to ban Destiny's fans from his sub when you're not banning other.
You can believe that it doesn't make sense. That's fine, but your analogy was bad, and it didn't serve.
Okay, explain to me how my analogy is bad.
Because you have a right to deny search and seizure by a cop. You don't have a right to be on another nigga's sub.
Okay, so you're getting hung up on the fact that like it's a legal right to deny.
Yes.
That's not the point. That's not the point of the analogy. I'm not talking about what legal rights you have. I'm talking about whether or not it's appropriate to do so.
Yes, it is moral to deny cops search and seizure, and it is a right for a reason.
And what I'm saying is, it's perfectly fine for Destiny fans, who include Mr. Girl fans. and Mr. Girl
No. The reason why we have a right to deny search and seizure from cops is in order to protect our privacy, not to be on somebody else's Reddit.
Let me ask this question. I'm saying, is it fair for Destiny fans to post on Destiny's subreddit?
It's fine. Yeah, it's fair if they want to, but they're not entitled to do so in the same way I am.
No.
So hold on. Right? The analogy you gave was bad because we morally ought to have the right to prevent police officers from randomly stopping and frisking or preventing unrightful search.
Just as a side note, this is I fully support this. I would say that you're morally compelled to say no to a cop who's asking to search you without unless they have the legal right to do so because you've done something. You have an obligation to tell them no.
Search and seizure.
We
have no moral right to being on Destiny's subreddit.
Morally ought to have the right to post on Destiny's subreddit.
Okay, you're right, but you're entitled. Like, okay, we'll let the chess speak. Hold on. We'll let the chess speak for itself. We'll let the chess speak for itself. People will decide whether or not you think you have a right to. Dude, you are literally making every single anti-fan of Mr. Girl wet right now. You are saying you have a right to be on Destiny's subreddit just because you are a fan. You just said that. I'm not talking about a legal. You just said the moral right, that it's moral for Mr. Girl's
I think that it's good if people are allowed to post on the subreddit. Especially if you're posting, people can post bad things. Why can't people post good things? Why are they trying to draw a distinction between Mr. Girl fans and Destiny fans as if Mr. Girl? It doesn't make any sense to do any of these things. So if you're requesting that Destiny fans, who are also Mr. Girl fans, stop posting on the subreddit, I think it's fine to say no.
No, I reject this. I reject the idea. You have the idea. I reject you have the moral right to be on somebody else's subreddit. They can decide whenever the hell they want to remove you. Now
I'm not on somebody else's subreddit. I'm on my subreddit. I'm a Destiny fan.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're
in the post, the person says, stop using our subreddit. So he considers the subreddit his. I'm a Destiny fan. I'm using the subreddit too. That's what you're not understanding.
No, they're talking about posting about Max and his community.
But you can post negative things about Max in the community. So if you can do that, why can't I post the positive things?
Because this person literally responded, if you want to make responses to negative posts, that's
Well,
fine.
why can people post negative
that's
things
the
but
problem.
not positive things?
Because they don't want to encourage people to use this subreddit as Mr. Girl's subreddit.
They're not using it as Mr. Girl subreddit. They're using it
So,
as Destiny
no,
subreddit.
you are, hey, guess what?
Negatively.
No. Stop.
Benny,
Stop.
relevant. I think you guys just point out something super interesting that I don't even know if you guys realized. If they say if you can respond to the negative posts, it does kind of sound like an endorsement of negative posts, which is a
Yes.
little bit weird in the midst of all of this.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Because
Benny,
Benny,
are you
sounds
gonna keep this up? Benny, are you gonna keep this up? All right, so cool it down for just a moment. The reason why they might allow negative posts is because negative posts do not encourage
Allowing
individuals
isn't
to
the
use
same
this
as
subreddit as if it is Mr. Girls. They want individuals to move over to Mr. Girls subreddit and not use this subreddit as their
I'm not
own.
arguing that. I'm not arguing.
Okay,
that. I'm just
cool.
saying
You
that in the
aren't, but
middle
Benny
of,
is.
Yeah. I was just saying that in the middle of all this. By the way, I wasn't saying you guys. When they put that in the post, when they say if you want to respond to a negative post about him, I'm saying that it does feel a little bit like an endorsement about making negative posts about Mr. Girl. That may not have been the intention, but considering everything else that was in there, it does kind of feel like that. And I didn't even realize this prior. That does seem a little off to me. Maybe
It's
you don't agree, but
malicious.
that seems like a weird thing to put in there.
No, it's not. If I wanted to de-incentivize a
not
group
fine.
of no, it's reasonable with the narrative
No,
that
it's
I am
not.
drawing. If I wanted to
No, it's not.
de-incentivize a group of individuals from using my subreddit as if it is their own community subreddit, leaving up negative posts make sense because that isn't going to
But that's
incentivize
not my
those
argument.
individuals in staying on my sub.
How is he missing it?
Sure.
Here's where I'll break bread with you. I think it's fair for you to draw a distinction between the positive posts and negative posts, making it so that more Mr. Girl fans will post on Destiny subreddit. I think that's fair. I don't think that that's a good enough justification to just ban Mr. Girl and all of his fans. But
I never said it was. Hold on.
recognize the
You need to cool it because you're making.
Yeah, wait. Why would they need to incentivize this if they're just banning people anyways? Doesn't that seem like they're already taking care of the incentive? If you make yourself known to be a Mr. Girl fan, you get banned.
Making points.
There's your
and so,
incentive.
I'm gonna go point by point. I never said that the reason why Mr. Go was removed was justified. What I'm saying is that it could be justified if these were the reasons, if the X and Y and Z happened, and it could be justified. It's very realistic that it could have been. All right, that's what I'm trying to provide. Also, I'm trying to provide the argument that Mr. Girl's response to this post was absolutely entitled from any reasonable person's perspective. This was absolutely entitled to say, because you have no moral right to anybody else's sub. Even if you're friends with that person, you have no moral right to somebody else's subreddit. You have no moral right to post positive things about XYZ streamer. If Destiny wanted to say there is no positive post allowed on my subreddit of anyone but me, that is perfectly within his moral right, if that's how he wants to do that, right? I could say that it could be better if he didn't do that, but that doesn't mean it isn't within his moral right. I could say a million things. It could be better if Destiny did X or Y. That's not relevant. What's relevant is whether or not you have a moral right, which you said that Mr. Girl fans did, as long as they're Destiny fans for some reason, that is, if Mr. Girl fans, or my Discord, not yours, I think that came through. Once again, another time, if Mr. Girl fans are similar to Destiny's fans, if you want to, if Mr. Girl fans are Destiny fans, then they will. Then they have the right to the subreddit. That's ridiculous to me.
Oh, so then who has the right to the subreddit?
Whoever the fuck Destiny wants in the subreddit, bro.
Okay, who does Destiny want in the subreddit?
Nigga, I don't know. Ask him.
It's not really for relevant to say.
Well, I'm just
Which
trying
goes-
to work through the logic because my logic
Okay.
is Destiny fans should probably I would assume Destiny fans should probably be allowed on the subreddit.
It,
And
it
It's
depends
the
on what
ones that they
hold on.
agree should be.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on what their conduct or whatever. Because there might be Destiny fans that say ridiculous or wild shit. They aren't allowed on the subreddit. Just being a
True.
fan of Destiny doesn't mean you have the right to be on the subreddit. You have to
You're right.
conduct yourself in a specific way. And it seems like the moderation team might be hinting at the idea of one of the ways that you have to conduct yourself is through is by not being like somebody posting in ways that would be indicative of you just probably moving that over to Mr. Girl.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. I have to use the bathroom. However, I am gonna let it play because I'm in this video. I'm one of the people talking, so I'm still here. But just to make it feel even more like I'm here, you'll have my voice, and I'll also put this image of me looking at the screen where the video's playing, so that way you really get the sense that I'm not using the bathroom.
Girl subreddit.
I'll be right back.
I hear you. I'm obviously I think that's stupid.
I'll still be listening,
and I
keeping
also
up,
don't
though,
think
too.
that it's wrong to say no when some random person asks you to stop posting.
I didn't ask if it was wrong. What my point was. Is
Sorry,
whether-
I don't think it's entitled for you to say no when some random person is
Okay.
asking you to stop posting.
Okay.
It wasn't forethought that it said it was some random person, right?
What? No, it was Clune. I don't know who this person is.
That's what I'm saying. Some random ass nigga.
Yep. All right. Look.
Can I finish my
Yep.
my exit statement?
Yep, go
I think I
for
need
it.
to lay down. Thank you very much for letting me talk to you. If you want to speak more broadly on any of the Mr. Girl stuff that's been going on for like the last month or whatever, or anything about it, I'd be more than happy to have a conversation with you. I think it could be really interesting, good, and productive because I think you're really reasonable. And most of the time, people that do give criticism to Mr. Girl, which not saying to do all the time, is it's hard to find people that are reasonable and concise with how they
Well-
talk. But otherwise,
Okay. Well, do you? It seems like Destiny is willing to come in here. Do you want to have a conversation with him about this?
yeah, I actually
Yeah.
tried to have a conversation. I reached out to Destiny about it. And he's just busy. I know he didn't ignore me on purpose or anything. Yeah. You can do it up,
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right.
Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we representing all the horses here.
I don't know
we
if
have
I'm
a-
willing
we
to
have a
take on
duty.
that type of responsibility.
We do have a duty here, Benny. You and I are big fans.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Destiny never used to be in your subreddit? That's fucked up, man.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
I literally don't even think I have a subreddit. I don't want to manage that shit.
Sorry. I mean Discord.
What do you mean? Why? What about my Discord?
He just got the welcome message.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucked up, man.
Here you go.
Oh my god. Hi.
How you doing?
Welcome back.
What's up?
We
Chilling.
were just talking about the Mr. Girl getting banned from the subreddit, and
I'll let them handle it.
I guess you said you wanted to talk about it to some degree, so here we are.
Oh, just if people are talking about it, I can always hop in and give my perspective on things. Might be interesting, yeah.
Okay. Just curiosity, did you think that anything that I said was wrong? I don't know what you all heard.
Well, how
I
long have you been listening?
Yeah, I've only been listening for like 2 minutes, and I haven't heard Sansal's video yet, so I'm not even up to date on things.
Curiosity, did
I
you
just
think
thought
that
if people
anything?
were gonna argue about moderation styles and stuff, I could, I have a little bit of insight into how the Destiny subreddit is moderated. So
Okay.
Sure.
Did you hear what I said?
no, let's pretend I haven't heard anything. What do we got? Give me let's start with grievances.
You want to go first, Elder, or?
Yeah, I'll go first. I think that the most legitimate point of contention, which I think that, if I'm not mistaken, you might have not necessarily disagreed with, but I don't know how well it was addressed, is that in order for Mr. Girl to grow, basically his argument, in order for him to grow, there has to be people that have conversations about what he talks about, and you guys have an enormous overlap in fans, so that it does make sense that a lot of these conversations would happen on your subreddit. And if let's say if you guys had a conversation and I wanted to talk to somebody about it, if I talk about it on Mr. Girl subreddit, considering how small it is, it's going to be a bunch of people that strictly will only take his side like
Okay.
99% of the time. But if I want to have an interesting and nuanced conversation with somebody about how that
I'm back. It's me. Now, I guess I could have fast forwarded through some of that, but I didn't.
conversation went down, your subreddit would absolutely be the first place that I would think of that I could achieve that. Because otherwise, like I don't need to hear people tell me why I'm right about my take on it. I want to get a better understanding of this conversation. I want to be able to press my points and have them tested against other people that have like well thought out, clear arguments against it. Not necessarily trying to fight with anybody, but this would be the right place to go. And if you're getting banned for just being a Mr. Girl fan, which is what Forethought had said, that seems like it's going to harm Mr. Girl's career pretty bad. But then also too, when you say that people are getting banned or that Mr. Girl got banned because it's like astroturfing, Forethought saying he bans people for being Mr. Girl fans really, really hurts the credibility of that statement when that statement gets made after he says, yeah, I'll just ban people for being Mr. Girl fan or just because fuck them.
Sure. So let's say for one thing at a time. So for the first thing you said, can you make me care from my perspective about that?
No, and I'm not even saying that there is no right to do these things.
Well,
this is
hold
just
on. If you're complaining here, I imagine you think that a wrong has been committed, which means you think there's a right or wrong answer about how things ought to be moderated. So I'm just curious for the first part. Can you make me care about that perspective from my point of view? Why would I care if somebody else needs to have positive
48-hour stream? No way.
On my subreddit. Why would that be a thing that I'm like bought into or invested in?
Well, to be fair, I don't know if anybody can ever make you care about anything. Like
Well,
just based on
isn't that kind of a
but
because it's my subreddit? Isn't that like a pretty big deal?
Sure. But sure, yeah. I think that if you wanted your fans to have a better understanding about something that happened between you and Max, I think that having a conversation in your subreddit about it would be really good for you. This would help your community engage.
Yeah, but that's a
in what just
fundamentally
happened.
different type of thing than like it's important for his fans to have a place to discuss things so
Yeah,
that he could
he asked
grow
me
as a
why should
content
he
creator. That's
care?
a fundamentally different argument than like
Right.
Well, because my
I
fans
agree,
can
but he said,
post and
why should you care?
discuss whatever they want. Well, my fans can already
This
do
was
that.
my-
Though. There's no rule prohibiting them from posting about stuff and talking about stuff.
Well, if your fans, which are also Max's fans, want to do that in your subreddit, they're going to get labeled as his fans, and then they're going to get kicked the fuck out. Because if they're on his side in a certain interaction, if they're on his side in a certain interaction, they'll go, oh, that's a Mr. Girl fan, get him the fuck out of here. Do you see what I'm saying? So that seems like that would be bad for you.
I think that right now the issue that people come from his subreddit, and I agree that stuff got a little bit more complicated, but like if anybody else was making an argument like this, like say like Sargon of Akkad or Lawrence Southern or Nick Fuentes are making an argument like, well, my fans should be able to go to your subreddit and have discussions about our content there because it's good for us to be able to talk about, like, would you ever accept this answer?
Nope.
Can I
It's not
just
the same
say
thing.
my problem? The
Wait,
only reason why,
before you say anything, I want to answer that question, and then you can say what you want to say. If Nick Fuentes, Lawrence Southern, or Sargon of Akkad were to come into my subreddit and say, "Hey, we ought to be able to have our fans coming here and having these conversations,"
So I don't know what I said, but I'm gonna say right now. I wouldn't say the same thing. These are fundamentally different things.
in your sub, is
It's in the
it's good for
description,
our
New Game.
stuff and everything. Would you accept that answer? So yeah, you ought to. You have a right to that.
No, but for two reasons. One of those reasons is that I don't think that what they're bringing to the table in their interactions with you are anywhere near the same kind of like overlap, and like we're not seeing the same overlap in fan bases, but also like it's not going to be the same kind of thing that's happening. Usually when it's somebody like
I said
Nick
a straight
Fuentes
flush.
or Lawrence Southern, there's a lot of good reasons
Really
why
cool.
that you might feel uncomfortable
9 through 10.
platforming those conversations on your subreddit.
You don't think I can
How
feel
did-
similarly about like some of Max's stuff?
How did I end up watching
Maybe,
a
yeah,
Destiny
sure, if it's some
stream
of
in
Max's
my
stuff,
own
I get that.
Discord?
You go, like,
when
you know
he's
what?
in
We're
my
not
own
going to talk
Discord,
about
I ended
I missed that being on the other side of the conversation. That's funny.
up
We're not
watching
going to
his
have the
stream
pedophile conversation
anyway.
here.
No, that's not
fine.
at all what
And
my
might
problems
as
are
well
related to
just be
Max.
watching
My
the
problems
VOD.
I don't even have problems related to Max, but for some of his fans, there's definitely some like sycophantish behavior that goes on. And
I don't disagree. at all.
Okay, but
Still don't.
that's like a little scary to me. I don't know very many like Lawrence Southern sycophants, maybe Fuentes sycophants, but it's easy to pick them out and say, like, oh, that's wrong. But like the level of like apologia, I wish I would have saved posts, but like the level of apologia and like the mind games that I feel like some of the Mr. Girl fans play is a little bit scary sometimes. I think it's a little bit of a different thing, but nonetheless, I mean, I could perceive all of it as being like content that like, oh, I don't really want this on my subreddit.
Yeah, if that's the case, if you just say, if you come out and say, I don't want Mr. Girl fans on my subreddit because these are the kinds of arguments that are being made, like that is 1000% within your right. The problem is that the reason that was given, like when Mr. Girl got banned and like there's like sort of like a purge of his fans happening, and then prior we had the reason being given by the head moderator was, I don't like Mr. Girl fans, so fucking I just ban them.
Okay, can we do like let's have two conversations, pre and post the war, because the war, me declaring the war on the subreddit kind of changed the engagement a little bit, right?
Yeah, then I have a really important question for you about like the war.
Sure.
Did you take the war to be like a serious, like, oh my god, like something bad's going to happen to us, or was it like kind of like a silly way to say like, hey, I have some issues here and I'm gonna spend a lot of time focusing on addressing them and trying to work this out? How did you interpret that?
It's not really how I interpret it. It's how I think fans and people are going to engage with the platform are going to interpret it. That's kind of my worry. And I feel like
Okay.
people interpret it a little bit like we're going to go spam the sub and like have like huge problems and stuff with how it's moderated. And it feels like a little bit presumptuous, I'd say.
It would have
that,
been cool if he answered my
somebody
question.
should be able to go into somebody else's community and make.
I can't believe I let him do that. He said, that's not your question. Here is your question, and then changed my question. I don't like that.
Like pretty big demands on how it's moderated or whatever. It seems kind of strange.
Did that actually happen? Was there like a
Well, Max
market?
literally told me that the way that I moderate is incorrect, and that
Well, no, I understand that that's what Max said, but was there like a market increase of Mr. Girl fans going in there spamming posts? Oh, Forethought is this and that, and I don't like the way the sub is being moderated. Did that actually happen? Because when he said that he's declaring a war, I didn't really take it to mean anything at all. I thought he was just saying.
Well, you can take it not to mean anything, but yes, there were definitely fans that jumped in and started posting more. I think that's what was triggering Forethought the most.
Okay. I don't do research, so I wouldn't know if that's true. I'll just take your word for it.
Okay.
I guess so. I'm a pretty big Mr. Girl fan. I just assume that you may not remember the conversation we had. The last time I talked to you was just about Mr. Girl, and I know that he has an extensive history of always saying, "I never want you to brigade anybody. I never want you to go after anybody in my defense." Even when he talked about the war and he posted like Sun Tzu's Art of War, I put a thing under that. I put a quote from it under there because I thought it was funny. I just thought it was just like a lighthearted thing that was like sort of being played up for like, you know, just like the like goofy, fun, silly kind of drama. I understand that some people might think of it that way, but if you're a big enough a fan of his to like be posting regularly about his stuff, I can't imagine that you would take that any other way than him, you know, adding his little dramatic flair. This is
Here's
so, but it's okay to think. I was just curious what you thought and how you were coming at this approach, and if people really were spamming and going hard as fuck in the subreddit, I'd say ban those people. That's a great way to ban the problematic Mr. Girl fans, saying like you're doing a bad behavior right now. Get the fuck out of here.
this is my issue. Okay.
Uh-huh.
We back up on a very, very, very macro level. Okay.
Oh, still didn't answer me.
Okay.
Okay.
My subreddit
I don't remember
is
this
my
very well
community
at all.
that I want to look a certain way. I want it to reflect my values, and I want the community to look a way that I want my community to look, and I want it to be my community. It's not like a community.
I feel like what he's saying right now leads down such a dangerous path for future criticism to be lodged at him. I'm pretty shocked. To be perfectly frank
The
about
community. It's not a community for
Seems
communities of people.
unwise.
It's my community.
Sure.
Why would I want to, like, very specifically and pointedly moderate my community in a way that is bending to kind of like positively represent somebody else in a way that might be detrimental to how I want things run? What is the motivation there for me? Why would I ever do that?
I don't necessarily know if you should, but I also think that like I've watched you for probably 6 years, and I guess that I would have imagined that would have like I don't know if you feel that that's how it's going, then 100%.
Well, that was what the request was Max is saying that I'm like basically pimping out all of my orbiters, and then as soon as I don't like them, I rape them and throw them on, or whatever he said. What did he say that we're like?
Okay, I think we're talking about two different things.
Well, no, wait, hold on. He said that streamers are like my prostitutes, and I'm their pimp.
That's not what we're talking about.
Orbiters,
We weren't
right?
talking about that.
Orbiters, yeah. And then when I've used them up, I throw them away, and I let my subreddit shit on them, and blah 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 blah. So it seems like pretty specifically, he's like, he wants me to dramatically change the way that my subreddit is moderated, such that, and even Lav is in the
dodging
conversation,
everything here.
protect me. Why don't you protect me from the community? Protect me. I didn't even protect Melina from my community. Like I didn't protect. I don't. Yeah, like that's just not how I run my sub.
We weren't talking about that before you came in, so
I do think that.
Well, it all kind of goes. I think it all is kind of the same kind of thing. But yeah, go ahead.
So I was just talking about the subreddit in general. I do think that, like, let's be real here. I think that
For anybody wondering why I'm not talking inside of this specific situation, it is because I am trying to let Destiny handle it. I think me interjecting with it is just going to not only look weird, but also just be weird. He's an adult. He can handle it.
I do think that he believes some of the core points that you just said there, but I think that they may not have been said in the same compassionate way that we'd normally expect them to. Because I don't really think that that's how you behave. I do think that sometimes the end results very much feel that way to some orbiters. And that would have been a much better way to approach it. And there probably could have been a better conversation like that. But I just think that that's just how it's going to be said for a little bit. There's just been a lot of bad happening. But I guess with the subreddit thing, I'm sorry, Benny, I'll shut the fuck up in like 2 seconds. With the subreddit thing, everything that I've ever seen of you has always been like, I encourage open discourse. If people want to criticize me, they criticize me, like, and all this. So like, I understand if that's not what you want in your subreddit, like, more power to you. Like, I honor that. Like, I respect it. That makes sense to me. But that's just not been any of the reasons that I've heard. The reasons that I've heard have been that Forethought just bans people because fuck them, they're Mr. Girl fans, call them dog fuckers and shit. So like clearly showing a huge dislike for them. And then after somebody else brings up like the astroturfing thing in the subreddit, now all of a sudden this position's been adopted and we're seeing a lot of
Okay, wait. So
different
what do you
behavior.
think? Why do you think Forethought didn't like Mr. Girl fans? What is like the best faith engagement we've got with that?
He's a bitch ass nigga.
Okay, true, but
just Destiny just say that's true. Oh, that's good.
Okay, true, but
yeah, that's funny.
It seems like he's annoyed by them. That would be my best.
Okay, why? Why though? Why? Is there like a behavior here, or is he just totally fucking off his chain? Is he a bitch ass? What that guy said.
So I will give anybody, whenever I talk about the community as a whole, I always say there's some really wild people in there, and it's a bit much for me. I can't always interact with the entire community, and I get it. Sometimes they're a bit much. He's probably seen a lot of people being a bit too much, maybe a lot too much. I understand that that's fine, but I guess the issue that I have isn't so much the end result on its own. It's been the things that have been said about why it's happening and why it's happened. And as we move along, things shift in like kind of a weird way. Like I said, if what you just said was the reason, it'd be like, that makes perfect sense to me. I think that everybody can agree and respect it. Like, it's your subreddit. You should be able to do whatever you want with it. But when we get these like little pieces of explanation and then they change in the way that they've changed, that just seems really, really sussy. And it makes people feel a little weird about what's going on. And it's a little bit confusing. Does that make sense?
So you're just mad that reasons are changing for why people were banned, or because it
No,
seems
no,
like
I'm
this
not.
is,
I'm not
when
even mad.
when I hear people, okay, you're not mad, you're just disappointed, whatever. It feels like when
I'm
people are
just explaining what I think is going on here and why some of these things have been really contentious. I think it just
Okay,
seems like
it's
there's like a blind
contentious.
spot on the, if you're not like fully like it doesn't matter what's said or whatever. Like, I just like 100% agree with Destiny. If you're on the other side of that, you don't even have to be pro Max. But if you're on the other side of that, then I just think that these are the issues that come up, and these are going to be the things that are going to be contentious. And these are the things that I think are a little bit like weird and probably need like a better resolution for people to like shut the fuck up about them.
Also, Elder Drazi, I think it would be a good moment for you to restate your affiliations with Mr. Girl.
Oh, I that's fair. So I talked to you before. I told you I was making a movie about Mr. Girl, and
Mhm.
I was a YouTube mod. Obviously, I'm not a fucking YouTube mod anymore. I'm a mod for his chat, and I was recently given moderation over his subreddit. But I literally just checked to make sure make sure people aren't saying batshit crazy things that's going to get the Reddit pulled down. I don't interact with it. Like maybe I post like one thing or like upvoted like one or two things the entire time I've moderated. I'm not
Mhm.
really a big Reddit user.
Gotcha.
So if
I'm
you
just
want
a
to,
fan.
if you're wondering if like I have like a bias or like stake in the game, like I think it's more relevant how big of a fan of Mr. Girl I am. But I'm also a huge fan of yours. I think you were the first streamer that I've ever like watched on like a regular basis.
My
So like,
my issue my issue was I didn't feel like the justifications given for banning Mr. Girl and his fans were good.
Feel like irrelevant almost like speared me there.
Because they tried to like create this false narrative that Mr. Girl fans are this distinct group of people who are coming into your subreddit to astroturf it or turn it into Mr. Girl subreddit, when really it feels more like there are Destiny fans who are also fans of Mr. Girl and they disagree with the
I mean, there's
opinion
gonna
on
be
it.
like a lot of like Mr. Girl fan crossover between
Yeah.
Destiny and Mr. Girl fans. Like that's
It's
always
not
gonna
even like a
be.
lot. It's probably like the vast majority of Mr. Girl's fans are
Sure,
also
but
your
there is
fans.
definitely like a type of like Mr. Girl warrior that shows up in the sub. That like
What does that mean? A Mr. Girl
like
warrior.
kind of like the religious fanatical defense, the kind of like if you don't understand it, it's just because you're not smart enough, and then like
Well, in the
there's
eyes of that Mr. Girl warrior, the people who shit on Mr. Girl relentlessly are Destiny warriors, right?
sure some of them are too, but it's Destiny subreddit.
Okay, but you can just see it as two Destiny fans who vehemently disagree on.
But that's not what's going on, right?
I don't know why you're saying that it's not.
Because it's not. It's not just two Destiny fans. It's two people of what are quickly becoming opposing fan bases, I guess.
Yeah, they're
Using
becoming
my
opposing fan
subreddit.
bases because Forethought is banning everybody who agrees with Mr. Girl, or
Well,
even just
originally they're
expressing.
becoming opposing fan bases because of the like huge disagreements they're having with one another in the subreddit, right? That was part of the issue of what was going on.
It's not okay for fans in your subreddit to have huge disagreements.
I didn't like the types of disagreements that I saw from Mr. Girlfriends, but he might not like the types of disagreements that people in my fan base show. I can understand that.
It's fine for you not to like the type of disagreements, or even if, like, I think we were talking with Irrelevant. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm going to do it anyway. Where basically he was saying there could be like a justification where they don't want Mr. Girl fans who are Destiny fans posting positive things in your subreddit because it might encourage more Mr. Girl fans to, make the subreddit more about him, and that they should just take it to his subreddit. That's a fine distinction to make. I just
Oh, as you get some people on Kick, I just want to say hello to Kick Chat. Thanks for being here.
don't like the lie that is being perpetrated. That is, oh, these are Mr. Girls fans
I'll let
coming
him
from
slide with it.
somewhere, who knows, in order to turn this sub into your sub. That's what I didn't like.
I don't like this line of thought that it's like, oh no, like it's all Destiny fans. Like clearly we're talking about two people on opposing sides. Like it'd be like if there was like a pro or an anti-vegan war in my subreddit, and it's like, why are you banning all of the vegans or anti-vegans? Like they're all Destiny fans. Like,
Yeah, I would think that that's stupid. Especially
well, but I
if,
mean, like but you wouldn't
hold
just
up,
say they're all
especially
Destiny fans
if,
because that's not what the disagreement's over, right? Is whether you're a fan of Destiny or not, right?
well, what I'm saying is I didn't like the framing that these people are not
That's-
your
that's
fans.
still
They're
pretty
your
good.
Well, I
fans.
mean, what do you
disagreeing with
expect when
other
the
fans.
framing is through like I'm declaring war on your subreddit? I mean, how is the framing going to be anything different?
We already discussed it's a joke. It's
how's
just
the
a little
frame-
silly.
I understand.
Like
what
it started
you're saying.
out like that's like basically the most hostile kind of like declaration you can do.
I think
I'm
you're
declaring
jacking it. I think you're jacking it. When he said he's declaring war, I don't think a substantial amount of
See,
people
I think
thought.
you're jacking
Like,
it.
what does that even mean? So what are we gonna start doing now that Mr.
I mean,
Girls
go read
declared
his war
war?
declaration that he's
We're
like
gonna be
hypercritical
blowing
about
up.
some of the moderation policies and that he was going to continue to criticize the subreddit. You know, those criticisms are going to roll down to people like Forethought and come from like his fans and stuff. Like, it's not unreasonable to think. Like,
we did touch on
Okay.
this, Benny. I think that Destiny doesn't agree that the majority of people are going to hear it that way. Even though people like you and I, we watch Mr. Girl all the time. We know how what's going on when he says that. It's funny. It's funny. We know what he means, but not everybody's going to. So there is some kind of problem that gets started there, and Mr. Girl probably knew that to some degree too. Just didn't really have the intention of that as like a side effect. And Destiny's trying to say like, that, well, this is part of the fucking effect here, and he has to deal with it too. But I think that you guys are kind of like missing each other's points a little bit as well. Uh, like
What point?
Benny's trying to say is like Destiny, I haven't heard you address when Benny says it sounds like people are coming from somewhere else. When you say there's a vegan and anti-vegan argument in there, and you're banning all the vegans, you're like, yeah, but the vegans
Well,
are
it's
the ones
not.
who are
You
acting
say
like
you're.
assholes.
Well, I'm gonna say that like there's probably like conversations happening in Mr. Girl's subreddit and Mr. Girl's Discord, and then you're gonna say, yeah, but they're not coming from somewhere else because they're already on your subreddit. But that's not like a real answer, right? My guess is, and I don't know because I'm not part of any other Discords. My guess, if I go into Mr. Girl's Discord, I bet there's a lot of talk there about stuff going on with the subreddit and everything. Yeah.
Surprisingly, it seems like they have their own thing, but like it doesn't dismiss from your point. Sure, but all like, and I'm not necessarily saying I think the same thing as Benny. He's just trying to address that it makes him think and feel really weird about the rhetoric when it sounds like people are coming to your like your subreddit, joining it as Mr. Girl fans to like be combative in there. When it's people that have already been there prior to Mr. Girl showing up on the scene.
Yeah,
Like,
this
Yeah,
is
and
like a
then
word
and then
trick.
and then
That's like
using that as a
this is like a word trick. It's like being played. Like I
it's
know
not a
that
word
they're
trick.
I know that they're already there. It's not a matter of like, are they already there? It's a matter of like, is there some sort of like foreign exogenous influence that's kind of like driving people to act in a certain way?
Yeah,
And
it's
there's
not.
Bruh.
that's
Yeah,
not
but
happening. There are no place where Mr. Girl fans talk about how they're unhappy about this. That doesn't exist. So if I were to go to his subreddit, and would you bet money on that? If I were to go to his,
The problem. It's happening there now because they're getting banned by Forethought. Before he started getting banned by Forethought, and maybe this is a blessing in disguise, there wasn't that much activity going on Mr. Girl subreddit.
and if I look in the Discord, there were no conversations about the moderation activity in the subreddit or anything before.
Listen,
The
I can't
war?
speak for the Discord. I don't be going in the Discord. I can't.
Okay.
Can't talk
It's,
about
it's
it.
a bit much. Let's be real.
That's what I mean
Sure.
when I say outside. Like I know it's coming from my community, but like it's like if some other person were to have like a big presence in my community and then start to like foment like hatred or whatever, like Dan could theoretically start people from Discords, and I'd say, oh look, it's coming from outside, even if they're members of my community.
Here's the problem. If we go back to the vegan example that you gave, like if vegans started posting a lot of pro-vegan stuff, and considering you hate animals, you started banning all of the vegans because you were like, oh, we don't want to, see too much vegan discussion. But then you didn't ban the meat eaters from posting about how vegans are cringe or stupid or losers or how they're vitamin deficient. That would be weird. Now you could do that if you want, but that would be weird.
Here's what I think is
I
more
wouldn't be
weird.
mad.
Okay,
Like
is
people
that
thought
if
it
you
was
have
weird.
like a community that's like giving you a ton of support and is like arguably like bolstering you in a way that no other community could, that to get like very presumptuous, start making huge demands of that community, that seems like literally the worst idea in the universe.
You can make that argument, but I would number one, I would argue that Mr. Girl is a part of the community, and number two,
No, hold on, stop. He's not just a part of the community. He has a financial stake in growing off of the interests of the community.
that's true, but he is also a part of the community. And what was my other point? I forgot.
So I think that this
I might
became
have
a
to
lot
start
easier
he's a part of the
getting
community.
I'm starting to get that part where I don't like hearing my own voice here.
And I don't think it's wrong for him to make demands. I mean, you could just say no, but
Well, no, I may say I have, but we're disagreeing on whether or not I should be saying no, right?
sure. But
Yeah,
that,
it's
but
just gonna happen.
for that to be just okay, we'll just ban anybody who disagrees with Destiny. It's a little weird.
I might have to.
Am I
come
banning
in
everybody
here.
that disagrees with me?
There were a lot of people getting banned just for being Mr. Girl fans, and Forethought said that he was banning people just for being Mr. Girl fans.
mean,
Okay.
this
Am I
Destiny, we
banning
gotta be
everybody
real
who disagrees
specific.
with me? Well, I am being specific. Am I ban? Well,
No, I
he
was
said
telling
I ban
Benny to
everybody
be.
that. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I was being a little hyperbolic.
Yeah. This is a big, like, rightfully it's a big deal for Destiny, so we got to be really specific when we pick out how we're
I
trying
don't know
to
if you would
lodge a
say it's a
complaint
big
about what's
deal.
happening here. And I get it. I would be really critical of how anybody talked if I was.
I think
in
it was a big
the
deal
same
for
spot.
Destiny. It's gonna paint how he
if
looked
I may, Benny,
in this.
I
in the
think what
future.
Benny's trying to say is that when somebody says something bad about Mr. Girl, it's okay. When somebody says something good about Mr. Girl, that's not okay. This seems like it's sending a message, and maybe it is, but this message doesn't fall in line with the things that we've been being told. So it feels very confusing. So like I said, I'm a big fan of yours.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not
So here's
really-
like, what I mean, like the confusion. I think is pretty easy to understand and clear up.
Cool.
I think it's
That'd
that
be
like
great.
it felt like there is a secondary community that was starting to become hostile to the primary
Hey,
community,
Chinchilla.
and then
What's
Forethought
up?
made the decision to start excising that secondary community.
Oh, I get
Because it seemed
raided.
Like it was becoming hostile to the primary.
Who raided me? Who did it? Who did it? I had I moved my YouTube chat up some, up to a different monitor, so it wasn't like right in my face. Who do I thank? Food shops. Thank you, food shops. God bless you. Obviously, I'm agnostic, but still, God bless you anyways. The high end meaningless gesture that's still showing things. I do really appreciate it. Oh, I see now. I couldn't see at the top where it says food shop viewers join. Well, welcome. Since you're just joining, I'll let you know what's going on. This is not typical for me to have my own stream on my stream, but we've been talking about the subreddit war between Mr. Girl and Destiny, and when I talked to Destiny about it, it was the first time that we got some new information as to exactly what was going on. In fact, as far as I know, it's the first time we got clarity as to what the official position was on banning Mr. Girl from the community and banning Mr. Girl fans, pretty much for the sake of being Mr. Girl fans. There was like a lot of like flip-flopping about why this was happening and all that. And so Destiny came to a relevant stream where my buddy Benny and I were talking to Irrelevant about it. And so now we're finally where Benny and I are talking to Destiny about it. So this is just sort of part of the whole series of reviewing and analyzing how the bridge burned.
Community. I think that's what, especially
again.
folks
Thanks a
who are
lot, food shops. I really do appreciate it. It's very cool of you. Like
now,
the stream.
If you're in Mr. Grill's shoes and you see that it even in the long post that says if you want to talk about something negative about Mr. Grill, you can respond to the, or if you want to respond to something negative being said about Mr. Grill, you can put that in the comments. That kind of feels like an endorsement of it. It seems like there's almost an endorsement of a counter community being built that is anti Mr. Grill within your community. And if you are Mr. Grill, it makes sense that you'd want to say something about it. You can say like, hey,
Hold on,
I think
stop.
that this is
Okay, hold
sure.
on. So if Mr. Girl wants to be like the,
As a GGer, it is a DDGer, IW for the covering that. Thank you. Good night, food shops. This was within an hour of me getting my vasectomy too. So even when I'm hearing myself say things that I don't 100% wish I would have said or wish I would have said it better, I give myself a little bit of credibility for being drugged.
if I'm the logic lord and he's the emotion lord, okay, this is what you would do, okay? If you saw that it looked like an anti-community was being created, then your goal should be to intervene in that as much.
Well, Egghead, as much as most people want to just say it burned via Max's extremely self-destructive inclinations, I think that there's a much more interesting and nuanced thing that occurred. And I think that it's been worth going through and looking at how these interactions had led up to that point, because if Mr. Crow wanted to, I mean, he could have just burned the bridge within the first 2 weeks, right? That's not how that happened. So if you want to say that this is the reason why, well, then fine. What triggered those extremely self-destructive inclinations to happen when they happened? If that's how you want to frame it.
And by
I still think it's an
repeatedly
interesting
upping
question
the
to ask.
hostility, right?
Shit.
Hostility community was being created, then your goal should be to intervene in that as much as possible. And by
sure, there's no nuance, but the broad strokes is accurate. I disagree, but like I get it, and I get that that's like what a lot of people think. So, which is all the more reason why I think that it's been really interesting to go through it. I can assure you that everything that you've ever seen on the subject, anybody that you've ever heard talk about it, to any like with any kind of detail whatsoever, has going to been firmly on Destiny's side about the entire thing. So I think that there's a ton of value in being somebody who is more leaning towards Mr. Girl's side of the events, giving their perspective. And I've worked really hard to make sure that I give Destiny credit where he's supposed to. So I'm still trying to be extremely good faith, but somebody who hasn't already had their mind made up about Mr. Girl giving perspective on it, I think is valuable as well. Yeah, that's fair. I think that Mr. Girl talking about it is a good thing, but it's also probably one of the worst people to hear talk about it because he's too close to it, right? I don't always want to hear what a person thinks about how something bad happened to them only because I want to hear how I guess I'd like to look at both sides and what the individuals think. Both sides external from the individuals involved and the individuals themselves because the outsider's perspective is never going to be the same as the individual. The individual has too much bias towards himself.
Repeatedly upping the hostility.
That's what I think,
right?
at least.
Hostility only works when you have some amount of leverage or power to exercise said hostility against the other side, right? If I'm a 3-foot, 5-year-old child, and I'm like ramping up my hostility against a 6'7" NBA player, at some point the guy's just gonna like kick me to the side, and then that's it. Like I don't really have any leverage there to be hostile. So I have to use other tactics to communicate with them. Obviously, kindness, empathy, whatever, other things. For Max to go up to like, it seems like maximum hostility over and over and over and over and over again, and to continue to ramp that up when he really has no leverage to do so. Like what you're here at our behest, we enjoy having Mr. Girl's content here. It was fun having him on stream, etc., etc. Like you don't like if I. This sounds really mean. I'm not trying to sound mean. I like Max, and I'll continue to like Max, but like not to sound mean. But like, if I banned every single piece of Mr. Girl content from my sub tomorrow, and we moved on, we would be fine. It's not a blip. It would just be boom. So from that perspective, and he has to understand from that perspective. Okay, well, if it's that easy to theoretically wipe my content, I need to tread carefully. I need to do what I can to be like in good standing with that community. I need to do what I can to make sure that everything's chill rather than ramping up the hostility as much as possible. Because when he did the no jumper thing, I'm pretty sure there was like wasn't there a 400 or 500 comment thread? It was overwhelmingly positive. And was this after the war or right before the war?
I was supposed to make a video response to, oh wait, no, that wasn't no jumper, that was Adam and Stitch. I got COVID, and I couldn't record.
The no jumper
it's hard to say.
And then it was
like,
too
that might have been that might even have been after the war, and even that thread
But I
was
did have some of it
overwhelmingly
recorded.
positive. So he still had like a lot of like goodwill in my community.
Sure,
but then
it didn't mention you.
Huh?
But it didn't mention you.
Okay, I don't know how that's relevant. I'm just saying he still had a lot of goodwill in my community.
No.
Oh, and he was even doing victory laps. Actually, I think after the war, he even posted that clip, or he posted that thread where he's like, "Look, this just proved that I was right about Fuentes." And even I think thing was getting like overwhelmingly positive support in my community.
It does not sound like somebody who is very open to criticism.
Okay.
So I mean, like, so it's not like they all like hate him and just like, oh fuck, it's all like fuck Mr. Girl, blah blah blah. Like he had a lot of like goodwill in my community and stuff, but then it seems like he's burned through a lot of it very 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 quickly, and he's continuing to burn through a lot of it very 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 quickly.
Okay, I
think
guess
he's right.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that maybe that was a response to what Benny said. So, what I was trying to get at is that the way things have been worded and said in that big post, the Mr. Girl said no to. It does sound like that there is. It makes it sound as though there is an endorsement of anti-Mr. Girl posts, and if people are getting banned for being a Mr. Girl,
that's me
fan,
nodding and agreeing with
but
myself.
not for being an anti-fan of Mr. Girl. That's fine. It would just be, I think, a lot better, and I think that you would deal with a lot less pushback from Max and from his community
remember,
if it was said that way.
I don't have to deal with any pushback. I could just say,
I agree,
and then just permaban it all, right?
Do you know what post that we're talking about?
Do I know what?
The post that we're talking about that Elder Drazi keeps on referencing?
Which one?
It's the one he said no to, and then
I know.
No.
So all I'm saying is that I know you could.
Oh, will you be going through Max's Black Hole Substack this stream, or is that for another stream? So I can't find when he first uploaded it. He had a video attached to it. I don't want to read it. It's long, and I want to be able to have the freedom to emotionally react to the things that I find egregious about it. And if I'm reading it, I'm not going to be able to do that. He had a video when he first posted it, and it doesn't seem to be there. So I got to figure out where the fuck it's at. I put something out on Twitter. If he responds to me while I'm still streaming and tells me where to find it, then I'll play it, and I'm going to react to it angrily. But if he doesn't, I'm going to try to like message him directly, say, hey, can I get that video? Because I do want to. But like I said, if I'm reading it, I'm not going to be able to... I can't be like... reading something and getting heated at the same time. It's just not going to work out for me.
Could do that. Like I'm interacting here and what I perceived, but I heard him read like 10 seconds of it and I stopped because like, oh, this is for stream. To be extremely good faith. I'm not trying to like do anything fucky here. Like I said, I like and respect you, and so I think that when these things happen, you are going to deal with pushback because of who you are. You don't have to. That's what makes you a good streamer.
about
That's what
to
makes you fun to
facilitate this.
watch and listen to because we know you're not doing shitty, underhanded things ever. So I know that you're going to continue to deal with it, but it seems like you would have a good reason to want to not like to quell this. And I think that there's just a lot of confusion and weird feelings from a lot of people that are causing this pushback because it feels like we're not getting the real story as to what's going on here. We're getting mixed messaging. And if you just wanted to say
I feel like,
all right,
yeah,
I'm
back
not
up
dealing
3
with any of
times
this
and I've
stuff.
said it. It's just like it's pretty obvious. I think what's going on is that it feels like there's a secondary community brewing, like an anti-jerk in a way community brewing over around another content creator in my community,
Okay.
and they're kind of becoming hostile.
What I
towards
was
one another.
saying
But I
earlier
control
was
everything, so of
I
course,
think
like,
it's retarded.
This is the first time that was ever the public narrative about what was happening with the subreddit ever.
To frame it as a secondary community.
okay, well, why is it retarded frame as a secondary community?
Because they're your fans.
Okay, hold on. Do you realize that what you just said is fucking retarded?
No. I think what I said was very smart, actually.
Okay. Do you
I love
understand
Benny
that
so
I'm
much.
gonna get in
sub-communities
there.
can form within communities, right? And that some of those communities can break off over time?
You didn't say sub-community. You said secondary community, like a different one. A sub-community.
Secondary doesn't necessarily mean it has to be
Sub-community
completely, totally different. Like
No,
even
it's
between
Sub-community
not.
would still be contained within your own community.
Okay, does Vosh have a community?
Yes.
Do I have a community?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's probably a big overlap, right? So are they not two
Mhm.
different communities? Is one a sub-community of the other, or?
It's not the same.
No.
Okay, so a sub-community is another type of community. I don't know. This
But
is like
a
a weird.
sub-community would be contained within a larger community, which means the people in the sub-community
This
would
is
also be a part
these
of the
are
larger community.
pointless word games. If there's
They're
another,
not, no. They're not pointless word games because I'm trying to establish the fact that the people that you're talking about, who are the secondary community coming in and ruining your primary community,
Why?
are actually just
This
a part
is
of
a
your
throw.
community. They
okay,
just
This is
what
a
would you?
throw.
What word?
People weren't understanding it. They also weren't reading the essay. I'll release a slower read through once I've added some more to the essay. But honestly, it's probably just better if you read it. Oh! This was his response to why the video was removed. I didn't see that. I see. Okay, well that fucking sucks for me. Let me see, did he respond? It was That's funny. You and Queen Alexa have very similar pictures on Twitter, so I thought Queen Alexa responding to me was you sharing responding to my request for the video on Twitter. I see. That fucking sucks.
Word would you like me to use so that you can understand what I'm talking about?
My fans are having a disagreement with
Then
some
I'll
of
try
my
to
other
figure something
fans
out for it.
about Mr. Girl.
Okay. So there's another group of my fans that are forming that are defending another content creator, and that group of fans are fighting a lot
I don't like the audio delay on Destiny here. This is weird.
with most of my other fans.
Okay.
So do I appease that group of fans who are all also the fans of another person, or do I just excise them and then continue to move on with little lost?
You could probably, I think the best solution for the situation that you're talking
But
about
thank you, all rounder. I
is
appreciate that a
banning
lot.
all discussion of.
I was, while very confidently stating that I seen it and heard the first like 10 seconds of it, I was beginning to doubt my own sanity. So I'm super glad that somebody clarified that it did exist. Also, like the stream, please. It's free.
The
Cost you nothing.
other
It'd be
content
super
creator,
cool of you.
rather than banning only the positive supporters of that content creator and leaving all the negative ones. That's what I think the better solution would be.
Why?
Because as a fan of you, it feels
Mhm.
bad when I go on the subreddit and I see a bunch of different a
Okay,
bunch
a
of Mr.
human
Girl posts just
response,
shitting on him
decent move.
when I like Mr. Girl as well.
Human response. Let's see how.
And I don't think it's
Response?
good.
I don't know if you
Mr.
feeling
Girl.
bad about something is like that's a compelling enough argument for me to care.
So
Well,
I
that's
think
that's
the idea
that's
is
the
that it
reason
would
that
be
I'm
fun.
giving.
Benny's saying that he thinks that it's morally wrong that if you want to quell this, that you can quell it in a way without making somebody like a quote unquote victim of the solution. You can say that you know what, you guys, I've fucking had it with the Mr. Girl shit. I'm tired
Well,
of
there's
dealing
always
with it.
going to
No
be
more
a
Mr. Girl
victim.
conversation.
There's always
Well-
going to be a victim, right? Because right now my community, well, hold on, I'm sorry. Most
There's
of
always
my
gonna be a
fans,
victim?
I didn't want to use the C word there and trigger the one guy. Most of my fans probably just want me to completely ban all the Mr. Girl fans. That's probably what most of my fans want. But I don't really want to do that because I think that's probably not a good way to do it. But like, if I don't do that, like they're gonna feel like losers. If I do that, then Mr. Girl and his fans are gonna feel like losers. So I mean, like somebody's gonna feel kind of irritated. No
Oh,
matter
you could
what
just
happens.
ban You could just ban any posts or discussions about Mr. Girl for the time being, right?
Why? Why would I do that though? I don't need to do that.
Is
Would I do that around any other content creator?
Would you lose anything if you did do that?
Potential entertainment. If Mr. Girl is involved in a conversation where people want to, post about it and be critical about it, and they can't now, yeah, they'd probably feel like they're losing something.
Okay, so then the only entertainment that can stem off of a Mr. Girl conversation is negative attention towards Mr. Girl and shitting
It doesn't
on him.
have to be. The no jumper stuff wasn't negative. That was after the war. That was incredibly positive.
Oh, Benny means if he interacts with you.
Yes.
Bro.
Well, I mean, if he interacts with me in ways that are always negative, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Well, no. If he interacts with you in a way that's fine, you're like, that was a good conversation. Max is like, that was a good conversation. But some parts of your community were like, I don't really like how Destiny said this and this. Like, he said that Mr. Girl is gaslighting him. I think that's fucking stupid. I don't think he was gaslighting him at all.
Okay, I'm
and the mods are like, well,
I'm
that shit's
gonna-
bad. And somebody else is like, I think that Mr. Girl did really fucking bad here. He told Destiny.
I think it's
that
probably
he
going to
was
depend.
gaslighting Stardust.
Yeah, I guess
and
it's probably going to depend in a little bit in the future, like I guess where the community's at. But right now, I'm not sure because right now, Mr. Girl and his fans, our fans. Sorry, I'm trying to be careful there. Are doing everything they can to like piss off like entirely the rest of like
Look.
my fans.
What'd I tell ya? Where'd it go? I
Are
seen
doing
it.
everything they can to like piss off.
Nerd ass voice. I told you. I fucking told you guys earlier.
Like entirely the rest of my fans,
hate it.
which is making the situation a lot more insane.
It's
for
not just
everybody.
in my head.
Here's
That's
like an
also a weird
issue
thing
that
about
here's like a
Overwatch.
lesson you can learn from Max that Max is hopefully able to
I don't know if
learn.
you saw it was in Destiny's
Sneako's in the
chat.
process of learning it. Lab is in the process of learning it. Hopefully Max is not too old to learn it. This is a lesson I learned. But oftentimes when we feel pressured, right? As pressure increases, so does the temperature. We want to increase the temperature on everything as much as possible. When we start to feel mad, we want everybody to feel mad, and we want to lean in and increase the pressure and the temperature on every single thing that we do. But
Lost
sometimes the
control
best
of
thing you
the
can do is to
stream.
just
I
take a deep
literally
breath
lost control of
and
my own
chill
Discord,
and
dude.
back off that.
Poor
And then once you
irrelevant.
do that, because this is a guess. Now I don't know. No, I do know because I've been in internet community so a long time. If after
This is a
the
guess. Nope, I know.
if after the
Okay.
war thing would have happened, if Max had been like, okay, I think that I went like a little bit too hard on the sub stuff. Like, I'm just gonna chat and chill with Steven. We're gonna post in our sub more, and we're just gonna kind of like chill and everything. He can mod his sub how he wants. I don't know if I agree with it. And then boom, like back off like that. Then I guarantee you that more posts would have popped up over time. People would have been like, oh, this is in conversation with Max. They're fine. They're cool or whatever, etc. And it would have been okay. But instead, it was this like, I think that they disagree with me, and now I'm gonna turn the dial up to 11. And if they disagree with you at the dial at 8, oh my God, when it gets to 11, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And I feel like this is a problem that Max has run into a couple times now where when he feels like there is disagreement, his goal is to lean into it as much as fucking possible until something breaks. That's what it feels like.
Giga Chad.
But it's not, that's not Giga Chat, that's retardation, right?
Didn't you kind of do the same thing with Kevels?
What?
No, not even close.
You might have gone about it in a smarter way, but there were a bunch of people telling you to just leave it alone.
Yes,
back
but that's
off.
the point, the smarter way, right? I was very strategic in how I handled everything relating to Keffels.
That's so funny.
You could argue that I did it with Keffels initially, that when we started fighting, I got irritated and I started tweeting out more and lashing out more. But what happened? I got my Twitch ban, right? But my dealings with her afterwards were
Chad,
handled
I
in a
will.
much more tactful, much more strategic, and much more careful way. Of course, I learned my lesson there, right?
True, but I think and this is a part of why I'm a Mr. Girl fan. Like you engaged in some forms of deception in order to achieve your goal, which is fine. But Mr. Girl would rather just be direct and address the problem head on. Which, although it may not be smarter,
It's not optically good.
and it may not also be optically good. I don't think he's wrong in doing it that way.
Okay. Well, I mean, Sneako's deleted from the internet now.
That didn't age well. He sure is not.
Lab is losing a lot of internet presence and state of mind. I mean, Max is having issues, obviously. I don't know what to. I don't know how to convince you otherwise. Like it's just.
Lav has and probably will have exactly as much internet presence as she wants. For as much as people hate her, they'll never say no to her coming on.
Not a good way to approach things. Like that's like what you
Yeah,
call
but you're also
deception
not.
is
You're
just-
also not. You're also not.
She's
helping.
polarizing,
That's
but she's
also-
content.
I am. Hold on. I'm the only reason a lot of these people have a lot of the notoriety they do. I should
You're
say
right.
notoriety.
You're right. But all I'm saying is, in regards to this
Well, hold on.
specific
So
situation, I
what you
already
just
said
said
you
was
could've
not just
you could've
incorrect.
been-
It was the most incorrect thing you could.
No, it's not the
ever
most
said.
incorrect thing because
It is the most incorrect thing you could
I
have
already
said.
just said you could have just banned all Max discussion instead of just allowing your
Yes.
fans, some of your fans, a subset of your fans, to just continue to shit on him endlessly with no pushback.
It's not going to be endless.
would've
There's a
probably
3-day.
helped. That
There's a
probably would've just
3-day.
helped.
There's a 3-day cap on circle jerking, so it's not
It's been a
endless.
long 3 days.
Well,
Long
that's
3
because
days.
things keep coming up over and
Long
over
3
again. It keeps
days.
stuff keeps happening. More conversations, everything keep happening.
And you're gonna have another conversation on Friday, and it's probably gonna be another 3 days, right?
That's how 3 days works. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's a long 3 days.
Well, it's not a long 3
That's
days.
like 3 days.
Well, there's 4 different conversations. I mean,
I
that's
like
gonna
Benny,
happen,
dude. I
I
like
guess-
Benny.
It doesn't seem like 3
Real
days.
quick, Benny, for Benny and Destiny, both of you seem to like engage a little bit in hyperbole, and it seems like both of you. latch
Wait, what
onto
did I just
those and get-
hyperbolize?
No. I've been
You
trying to
love-
get
you
in and
love
say
using
this.
hyperbole.
This is just a broader. This is just a broader.
It's just
statement,
hyperbole all the
because
time.
I've seen
with
it
you.
happen in the time that I
Wait,
was
what did I just say?
talking.
No, wait, make
No,
him
no,
answer
you didn't
that.
say
What-
anything.
No, make him answer. What did I just say that was hyperbole?
No, he didn't say that. I did.
No,
I
he
was
did
saying-
just say that. No, he said it. He
Oh,
said I'm
I'm sorry.
hyperbolizing everything. What did I say?
Oh, I missed him saying that.
I was just trolling. I can't lie. I was just trolling.
I'm not trying to troll. I just think
Okay.
like I told Benny earlier, is like, hey, don't use hyperbole, like, because like rightfully so, you're going to look at everything that either of us say, and you're going to evaluate it for how we said it, because that's the spot that you're in. Like if both of you just strayed away from it, I think that you would have a better communication. I think
Here's what
things
this
are a
is
little
the
tense.
rough plan. There's 2 paths.
I
before
tried
us,
so
okay?
hard
I'm
Ready?
gonna give Desmond
Okay.
some questions.
So on one
after this
path,
and pay
to
the-
sell
Am I talking to
business
Max
between
tonight
the
or
two of
tomorrow
them.
night?
Tomorrow.
Okay, in one path, I'm going to talk to Max. He's going to present me his problems. Okay, I understand his point of view, but the way that conversation is ultimately going to end is I'm going to say, listen.
Benny is a fucking firebomb, dude. I wish Benny was a streamer so bad. He's so funny and he's so sharp and fast. Yeah, he's around. You know, I was just thinking about messaging him. I'd like to stream with Benny. I know he's a fucking weeb, so I thought about having him come talk to me about anime or something. Something that it's like sort of like the ball's in his court some. I
You
miss
can
him.
place a really high
Benny.
bar for how I moderate my community if other communities grew out of it, but I'm never going to want to meet that bar because I've already had extreme success in growing a community. I already have I'm doing really well with the way that I'm doing things. I'm not going to bend and change the way that you want me to. If I were to,
I had him on my panel about the retard word, and I thought he did really good there too.
I just wouldn't host other content creators at all. But I agree that the anti-jerking shit gets really strong sometimes. I could probably do a little bit better at moderating that, but also once we stop talking about all this shit and you go
I
back
miss
to
him a
doing
lot.
content
I'm
and
gonna
I go
reach
back
out
to
to him.
doing my shit and we just like interact like we did before, I think the community is probably going to largely chill out. And I think that is like what will happen. We'll have that conversation. There'll probably be a day or 2 or 3 more of anti-jerking. Then the next big thing will come up, or Max will have another funny interview, and then people go back like, oh yeah, this guy's like pretty funny. I remember why I liked him before. And that's probably what's going to happen. That's one path. The other, so in one path, in about a week, things are like back to normal and people are chill again. I'll probably do like a big unbanning of people, unban Max, whatever, and then we're good. But in the second path, Max is super unsatisfied with that conversation. He continues to do like weird side convos with Lav or talking a lot about Anna on his subreddit and me and going over and over and over again with this. And he creates like an actual deep-seated real hatred in my community, which he's done a really good job at, especially over the Anna stuff, is he's gotten people to go from like, oh, Max is kind of annoying and whiny on stream to like, wait, actually, I think I fucking hate this guy. He really does seem manipulative and abusive. And if you can
I think for Destiny, now I know Big C would disagree with me here, but I think for Destiny, the moment he decided, okay, Mr. Girl is on a strict probation here, is the moment that he didn't concede everything about Anna. That is, like everybody knows that it's extremely taboo, but I think Mr. Girl was the first person in a very long time to meaningfully challenge Destiny about the Anna stuff, and I think he's the only person who challenged him and got anything to more or less stick.
Continues going down that path, there's probably
that's
not
like
going to
the
be
one
a road to
subject
redemption
that
for him or his
Destiny won't
community
accept
on
any
my subreddit because
real
people are going to
pushback on.
actually hate him. But that all of that depends on like his response and reactions to things. I'm generally chill to just sit and see what happens, but I'm like pretty hands off on everything. That's just what I do.
So
But okay, sorry, go ahead.
just to be clear, I don't support a lot of the things that you just said. I think even if you have a difference in opinion of about Anna, it's probably I think it's pretty out of pocket to come and bring it to you like that. In that way, probably should just be handled off stream because there's a lot of context that we understand that's how that should go. But aside from all that, you said something.
That was my perspective before anything new came out. So I was still very much of the opinion that everything that Destiny had said about Anna was true because it's all I had ever seen. Destiny's arguing that Max should just get back to status quo. Yeah, get back in line.
Earlier, and
you're out of line.
Like to bring it back to that for just 1 minute.
Yeah,
You gave the reason why
I'm losing my
these
mind.
bannings are happening, and I think it's a much better reason.
I don't want to
and if I'm
interrupt
going
their
off of what
combo,
you
but
say
I-
and not what's happening in Forethought or in a post on the subreddit or not what Forethought said before. To me, at least, which I would consider myself to be a very reasonable fan of both yours and Max's. That is very satisfactory. Can you just say like the reason why the banning and stuff is happening again? And like I know, and anybody who's reasonable know that like this is what's going on, and we have a very clear answer.
Well, I think my guess is on a macro level, the reason why the ban is happening is because like a second community is forming that's
That's such a weird way to answer. There is a reason that it happened, or like the thing you're going to say is the reason it happened or not. There's not a macro reason why it happened. Somebody took an action, and you chose to uphold that action. That's it. That's it. Hard to disagree. The Anna stuff was before Mr. Girl was on the scene. Mr. Girl brought it up way later, which is why people like Danabo, that was mostly on the Anna stuff. No. Yeah, but since all that had calmed down, I'm saying that Mr. Girl was the first person in a long time that had like, because that had all been like settled for the most part. It was behind him. If somebody brought up Anna stuff, it was like, nope, stop. It got shut down real quick and easy. But Mr. Girl isn't the kind of person to do that after he got. I don't remember. I think it was on the I think it was on the Fnatic stream. I could be wrong. No, that's when he actually talked to Anna, maybe. I don't remember what when it clicked from Mr. Girl that it wasn't exactly how it had been framed to him. And he challenged Destiny on it. That was the first time in a really long time that anybody like had more or less gotten away with it. I think Mr. Girl was just beating a dead horse when he brought up Anna. The reason why Mr. Girl initially brought up Anna was because he had been informed about it, but then he caught wind of something that made him think that that wasn't how it had been described to him. So, like, I don't think he was trying to beat it up. I don't think he knew what he was getting himself into with it. But I just think he was more or less addressing something like, hey, wait a minute. That's not right. I think that's all
seems
it
to
was
be like
at first.
ruthlessly defending.
want
a
it
content
recognized. This
creator
was my
to, like,
exact
the,
point.
Irritation of like the main fan base. That's what seems to be happening. What the fuck is this train doing?
Okay, and if that was the case, like you fully support that, then, right?
The bannings?
Yeah, if that's what's happening, then you support that, correct?
I feel like it's a little extreme, but I'm a big pussy when it comes to like banning people. I don't normally I don't like to
That's
ban
not
people a
true.
lot. But if Forethought is getting
I get
irritated,
it.
like I said, like I give a lot of deference to my mods in terms of why is he going there?
How
In
many
terms of
league
they-
bans do you have, by the way? That you ban people when you play league? I must have.
That's
forgotten.
Mod in
different.
a server.
Yeah,
Irrelevant.
That's not a fair question to ask.
Yeah.
Nobody
That's
can
not a
count that
fair
high.
question.
So I extended a lot of charity to you earlier when it was just irrelevant, and I think before Benny came in, maybe Benny, it doesn't matter.
There's a reason why I've
I
never
said
streamed
that
myself playing League.
it seems like if you were to undermine your mods' ability to make bans without you breathing down their neck, that might destroy the entire idea that your mods can do anything. Like you'll end up being the only mod then. It seems like they have a pretty strong attitude that they want to be able to do their job without you standing over their shoulder. Does that have anything to do with it?
That wait, say that again. That I don't want to like enforce decisions because
No, that you don't want to. So right as
I
it
feel
stands
like
right
this
now,
is
your
really
mods
easy
pretty
to
much have the
explain.
authority to do what they think is correct. And if you were to undermine that by going, well, hang on a minute, I think that this is a little bit too extreme. I think you need to walk back a couple of these things. You need to unban a couple of these people right now, rather than doing it at like a set time later. That it's going to undermine their, like they're going to feel like you're
no, I
undermining
don't think
their
it's going to
ability.
undermine anything. I think that like
Oh,
largely speaking, like
That was like the
because
most
there are times when I
understandable
do
position I
disagree
would've
with
thought
RTBA, and Forla does come to me
he
and he
could
asks like,
have.
should I ban this or should I allow this or whatever. Like it's okay. I just generally I don't intervene because I don't want to have an active role, and I want them to kind of develop their own feel for how to do the moderation and everything. Because if I start getting really active, then why do I have these people doing stuff?
Okay,
right?
that's actually what I just fucking said.
I feel like that's like half of what I said.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
then-
but it's not about like I'm not scared to tell him. Like if I'm almost for sure gonna unban Max, and I'm not scared to tell Forethought like, hey, I'm unbanning Max, or hey, like we're probably gonna start unbanning his fans. Like I don't think we need to have like 200 bans on the subreddit that are just people like I'll probably say
if
that
he
at some
thinks
point
that
in
that's
in
what
a
I
week or
meant,
two when
that's
things are
weird.
like chill. And if
That
he
he's
like, I
scared.
don't think he's gonna fight me on it. I think at the most,
I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said like you're afraid of this. Like I'm saying that the concern would be.
like,
It's
oh, okay,
weird
well,
that
I
he
mean,
would
that's kinda
interpret it
dumb.
that
Like,
way.
yeah, well, whatever, just do it, and then we move on from there. It's not like a huge deal. I feel like Max's fans sometimes think they're like the center of the universe, but it's the grand scheme of things. Like this is kind of what's going on now. But again, like I said, like in a week or two, I don't think we're gonna be thinking about this much. Like, it's
Wait, is that the real DGG world? Yo.
Sure. I hope-
Wait, can I
I mean, it's 2024.
can I expand on that? Like,
I'm still here.
You've Destiny. I've heard a couple of times you say that like you'll probably unban Max in a week, and stuff like that. You do a mass unban. Can I ask why specifically that's not happening tomorrow? 2
because
days,
right now
3
the temperature is still too fucking high, and
Okay.
I don't think Max has the social awareness, and then by extension his fans don't have the social awareness to just fucking chill. So what I don't want to happen is if I do a big mass unban right now and then the fighting resumes immediately, I'm not going to be able to do one in the future without people being way more hostile to it, because there's going to be a bad taste in their mouth over it. It's going to be like, well, what happened the last time you did a big mass unbanning of Max's fans? You know, that shit got fucked, and now look what happened. So like I think I just chill. I let the temperature cool for a bit, and then I start unbanning people, and then everything is okay.
All right,
But the more that like the pressure increases, the temperature increases, everybody gets like more and more mad. It just fucks everything up for everybody.
Right. So Benny and Elder got a satisfactory answer for why he hasn't banned him right now. you
Yeah, I was going to
unbanned him?
ask the same thing. I do have a question that just seems like
Well,
a
let me
very
answer the
natural
question.
and logical. Okay, yeah, I'll let Benny answer, but I would like to ask a follow-up question. Go ahead, Benny.
I feel like it was unreasonable to ban Max at all to begin with. I don't think that he goes into your subreddit and types out unhinged or ridiculous things. I think he generally has civil conversations with people, so I don't think it was reasonable.
I'd have to go back and find the post, but there was that one day that he was posting where it felt like, but he was essentially answering every single person that was disagreeing with him. He was essentially saying like, "Well, you're just not smart enough to understand what I'm doing." That was a little unhinged, but I don't know.
Well, I can't say
The bar's pretty
somebody
low
doesn't
then.
get it.
What?
I can't say that somebody doesn't get what I'm saying.
Do you want me to find that post where somebody like was copy pasting a whole bunch?
Look,
of
you
the-
can find the post, but I'm responding to your characterization of it. So if you bring up the post and he's calling everybody a retard, well, I can't defend that, but your characterization of it didn't sound like that.
Mm.
God
Somebody
damn
can
it.
send me that original post. We can go and read it. But he's basically being super dismissive of everybody.
Why
that was
is Benny
criticizing him,
not
saying,
more
like,
active
No,
in
you
this
just don't get it. You're
space?
not smart enough. You don't understand what I'm trying to do. And it's like,
Find
okay,
the post. I
well,
want to read the post now.
if anybody in my chat has a link to it, we can go over it real quick.
Benny's like,
While we're
no,
looking for that, can I
send
give
it.
that follow-up question? Is that agreeable with everybody here?
Go for it. Knock yourself out.
Okay, so sorry.
It's a lot longer than I thought it was.
If they're if you do unban people, like you said, I don't know if this is a question or a suggestion. Maybe it's a little bit of both.
Wait,
Is it
really,
possible to do it in a
DGG?
way where this
World?
explosion of
Wait,
like fighting
really?
doesn't resume if you don't unban people? Like
Is that honest,
in
DGG World,
slices.
on
It
your
seems
life?
Like if you open the floodgates, no matter what, people are gonna have all this pent up shit, and they're just gonna freak the fuck out.
No,
No matter
I don't think
what.
people ever have pent up shit. I think that after a few days, I think
Oh.
all of it largely dissipates, and then I think people will just move on to the next. Like Max will do another interview with somebody, there'll be another piece of drama, something will happen, and then people just kind of move on.
Yeah, to be fair as well, I've heard Destiny give this advice for even like way bigger shit, like fucking crazy LSF shit.
Yeah, I look at Mizkif. Mizkif is like streaming again, and people fucking moved on. It's
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
agree with
that-
that. I don't
Miskif
like.
shit
I
was that
think
old?
after
Oh
enough
my
time,
God.
it probably won't be a big deal. But
Mhm.
you know, I think that that applies to like the Mr.
Time
Girl
has
fans who are
vanished
also
before my
Destiny
eyes.
fans, but not really Mr. Girl. But again, you know, if you show me the post of him going into the chat calling everybody, you know, a dumb fuck, subhuman, then I changed my mind on that.
well, I don't think he called anybody subhuman or dumb fuck, but somebody fuck. Does anybody have a link to the post? Hold on.
Yeah, you have fans just like Irrelevant.
That's a reference to the fact that nobody could get me links. Wait, Destiny, then can I ask you a question about from Max's
my
perspective
God.
on
I love Benny.
So they were addressing the fact that there seems to be some posts on your Reddit that give criticisms or might hate on Mr. Girl. From his perspective, or from your perspective, would it not be more considerate of you towards Mr. Girl's feelings to remove all posts of Mr. Girl instead of just removing what people would consider
Well,
to
yeah,
be
but I don't know if
positive?
I'm like considering his feelings when it comes to moderating my subreddit.
Right. So
He has forgotten the long-standing Destiny position that he doesn't have any feelings and feelings are gay.
a priority to me.
I feel like this is a question that Benny and Elder really should have dived into. Do you think it is? Do you guys want to expand on whether or not it is Destiny's responsibility to look after Mr. Girl's feelings when it comes to? Because I feel like Benny, you were pretty big on the idea that Destiny or his team should ban all mention of Mr. Girl.
One or
I
the
just
other.
didn't like the hypocrisy where they were using a justification that didn't seem to be true, which was we're banning Mr. Girl fans. I was like, you're just banning Destiny fans who like Mr. Girl. Who are, I mean, they are also Mr. Girl fans, but they're Destiny fans. It felt more like they just didn't want people who are Mr. Girl fans to be on the subreddit at all because they just didn't like Mr. Girl and didn't like Mr. Girl fans. So, you know, I just felt like if you wanted to be fair, you could ban all Mr.
I think
Girl content
Destiny then
and let
says,
things
he
cool
why would he
down.
care
But
about being fair?
the moderation wasn't fair. It was just banning Mr. Girl content and allowing him to get shit on. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. I'm not going to say that.
Do you agree with that analysis, Destiny, that it is unfair of you towards Mr. Girl to not?
Yeah, I mean,
ban-
I can feel like it feels unfair from his perspective, but I think that I think the issue was just that Forethought was getting so triggered, like dealing with it all, that he's just like, okay, I'm gonna start banning these people, basically.
Yeah, bitch ass nigga.
What exactly was the question again? Sorry, I had to get up.
It's what your feelings are towards Destiny's statement that it may be unfair that not all Mr. Girl related posts are removed, and that there might be a disproportionate amount of Mr. Girl criticism or hate on the subreddit, and that Destiny doesn't feel like there needs to be an obligation for him to correct that kind of thing, even if it's unfair towards Mr. Girl. Do you feel like that is?
Somebody
No, I
said
don't think
bitch
that
ass
he has
Benny.
any obligation whatsoever. However, I think that it's okay to have some consideration when you call somebody your friend. You can do that, but I'm not gonna protest out in the fucking streets about it. I'm not gonna blow up the subreddit about it. If you want to do that, that's your call. That's just for me to internalize and figure out how I feel about it. You don't have to let anybody do anything in your subreddit. Fuck them. It's your subreddit. My main concern with all of this has been like the really weird and confusing messaging about it, and with the things that I've heard, like I said before, like the things I've heard from Forethought, it just all seemed really, really sussy, and I guess it just ends up feeling super weird without having like a clear, direct answer as to what's going on, and we just sort of have to figure it out. Then it makes it feel really weird to be a Mr. Girl fan in a Destiny space.
Yeah, I guess when you say stuff like that, like it's so hard to figure out. It kind of, maybe I'm just crazy, but it kind of looks to me like everything's like pretty obvious in terms of what's happening. But I guess people like
Well,
really
when
need
you-
Was that a
to-
ban I
gave-
saw, Destiny?
Yeah, but only.
Wait, Did he ban me?
So hard to figure out. It kind of, maybe I'm just crazy, but it kind of looks to me like everything's like.
And instead you backed up into unhinged Janny instead of dealing with the situation swiftly, Destiny. Oh,
Yeah, I guess when you
permanent
say stuff
ban.
like that, like it's so hard to figure.
Oh, IP ban. The Earth lit for 1,024 hours.
Figure out. It kind of, maybe I'm just
I
crazy.
am
but it kinda looks to me
unhinged,
like
Giga
everything's, like, pretty
Chad.
obvious in terms of what's happening, but I guess people like.
That's pretty
Well,
good.
when you-
Was that a
Oh,
ban
wow.
I
You
saw,
gave-
Destiny?
Yep, but only for it's not a perma ban.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
only
did I-
1,000.
Did I get banned?
No, not you.
Oh,
thanks.
okay.
That'd have been really
yeah,
funny
so-
if I got banned
Maybe
in the conversation.
Maybe I'm just I'm a bit of an overthinker. Maybe that's just how it looks like to me, but I can't imagine that I'm the only one. And so I just was raising those concerns, and more or less, I went on to Irrelevance just to provide some additional context because he's just going off of like whatever he was just watching, and then the things that he was saying. I was like, I just wanted to provide some additional context to this. I wasn't even like huffing and puffing about the things that you had done, but there were some issues, and I did bring up those issues, and I think that you stating very clearly what happened here is a pretty good resolution for that.
Okay, so did you guys not state, or at least I think Benny might have stated this earlier, that Destiny bans criticism of him, or he removes posts, or his team removes posts that are.
This is demonstrably true. That's what the entire argument between Mr. Girl and Destiny was that spurred this.
Criticisms of it?
Which bled into the
Did that not
protest
happen
thing.
earlier in this conversation?
Which, well,
That
sorry,
was
it's
part
extension of the
start
protest
this
conversation.
Destiny removes posts that criticize him.
Correct.
I don't think I said that.
Okay. All right, maybe I'm
There was a
misremembering.
Mr. Girl take.
I kind
even
of,
if it got brought up in here.
have that opinion, but I don't think I said that.
I feel like this
Yeah.
is the time, brother.
No, I just think you're really arrogant, and so you always think that you're right.
Do you think that
And-
I'm arrogant? Do you think
Everybody
Max?
thinks
Wait,
they're
I'm just
right.
curious. Wait. Do you think Max is arrogant?
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't even know
that's
why. I
wild
don't even know.
to
I don't
me.
even know why you're
Okay.
asking me that. Why are you asking me that?
I'm just curious if you
That's
do.
not-
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, no, I'm asking about him.
Okay, do I think Max is arrogant? Yeah. I know he is. I think he said that to me.
Okay.
I think I was on his hotline one time, and I said, I think I'm right about everything.
Who do you think is
And
more
he
arrogant?
agreed with me. Who do I think? I think
I'm just
that
curious
you.
because it's
I
like
think
hearing a Mr. Girl fan say that one of my problems I'm arrogant is just interesting because I feel like
it's-
that's Max's biggest weakness. But
it's
go ahead.
tough. It's hard, right? Because Max is arrogant, but he'll say that you're arrogant, but you won't. So it feels
Ooh.
like you're more arrogant. You'll just start screaming, yelling over people, and then you'll ban them. He won't do that. So it feels like you're more arrogant. You might not be, but it definitely feels like you are more.
Can you think of? Is there a single topic that you
I
changed?
do. Oh, sorry. No, I was gonna point out an instance of your arrogance. Just
Well,
blinding
go ahead.
you.
What's an instance of my arrogance? What is it about?
Listen, I know she can be annoying, right?
Uh-oh.
But let me make a hypothetical for you, right?
Finish your thought, Benny.
I'm black.
Please.
Irrelevant's black.
Okay.
Me and Irrelevant were feuding, and you were trying to explain something to me. And earlier in the call,
Altered the audio? What happened? Yeah, Destiny has some ways of narrative crafting, like even the Bob 7 stuff, apparently, according to Bob 7, after he got canceled, Destiny altered the audio, but Bob 7 doesn't have a platform. Oh, I see. I missed Chinchilla's comment. Okay, sure.
you know, I was calling Irrelevant a bitch ass nigga and a lame ass nigga.
So actually, I don't. I listened to all the Bob 7 stuff, but I'm gonna be honest. I was playing Dark Souls 1 through for the first time, which is now, in my opinion, the best game ever made. So it was definitely taking a back seat to my glorious awakening to the Dark Souls supremacy.
And he only has 903 likes on his video. What a loser, lame ass nigga. And
Damn.
you were explaining something to me, and I cut you off, and you
Jesus.
said, "Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking nigger."
Whoa!
Wait. With the
Whoa.
soft A or with the hard R? Hold
Yeah,
on.
Soft
Jesus
soft
Christ.
soft
Okay,
soft
soft
sorry,
A, soft
sorry,
A, okay.
sorry,
Okay,
sorry, soft A.
Jesus Christ.
Wouldn't-
man.
Don't you think that would be nuts?
For me to call a black guy the N-word and tell him to shut up, yeah, that would be pretty nuts, I would say. Yeah.
So I
probably.
just feel like that kind of transfers over to the situation with Lav. Now, listen, I can understand you doing that, but after
Do
the
you
fact,
really-
you
just
should
curious.
probably
Wait,
be
what?
like,
Do you think
"Ah,
calling?
no, I shouldn't have said that."
Do you think calling a woman a bitch is kind of similar to calling a black guy the N-word? Is that?
I think it's. I don't
Similar.
think it's the same. I think it's.
I didn't say
similar.
the same, but you think it's kind of similar?
Yeah.
Of course.
It's
obviously.
identical. Just kidding. It was a weird comparison, Benny.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
It's a weird comparison, but it is.
No,
similar.
no. See, and this is.
It's clearly similar. You're taking something. You're using a word that identifies something about their body, something they can't change, and you're using that thing to craft your insult. It doesn't have to be sexist. It doesn't have to be racist, but it's a similar thing that's happening. Bob 7 came out 3 months later saying Destiny altered audio recordings in that stream and showed the original audio giving some other vibes. Wow. Do you have a link for that? I'm super interested in that, Chinchilla. I think you're in my Discord. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you are, because you came and talked to me. If you have a link to that, if you could shoot that into my Discord, I'd really appreciate that.
I
Stream
getting
links would be a great
banned?
spot.
Give me the.
Shit.
Okay.
My fingers move faster than my brain sometimes. If you have that link, if you want to throw it into the stream links in my Discord, I would be super appreciative, because I'm very, very interested in seeing what got changed, and then I'd be very interested to speculate as to why.
And move on. You gotta like.
Well, I think calling her a bitch was
If
mean.
you want to say, I'll think about it a little
That's
bit
first
more.
No, I'm
I've
not
heard
gonna
of
think. I
that.
don't need to think about it anymore. Calling her a bitch was mean, but she was being a hyper turbo cunt to Cherry on the call, and she is hyper turbo aggressive to almost everybody else. So in my mind, the boundaries are that this type of stuff is okay. I would have
Yeah,
never expected
sure,
her to
but
have that
that-
negative of a reaction and called a bitch.
That's
But
fine.
like,
If you told me, if you just said "shut the fuck up, you asshole" to me,
No,
that'd be
YouTube
fine.
is
But if you
laxer
said
about
"shut
that?
the fuck up, you
Okay.
dumb," and you capped it off with that soft A, that would be nuts. That's what I'm.
but
That's
it would depend on the context. If you and I were hanging,
It doesn't really.
no. It would depend. If you and I were hanging out a lot,
This is based on whether or not Destiny is arrogant. I think that's very, very, very funny of a response for him to have, given that's that's the reason why they're talking about this.
and you were using like 100 different fucking like racial epithets and shit towards me, and we're like kind of friendly or whatever.
No,
Maybe
but she wasn't calling you a bitch. She wasn't
She
calling
implied
you.
that I was a
No,
simp. She
no,
implied that I was
no,
scared of
no,
Cherry twit laundering. Hold on, she's calling names to all sorts of people. Are you serious right
She
now?
wasn't saying that to you. If she was saying that to somebody else,
Wait,
right,
we're
and
talking
you wanted
about
to get
Lav right
aggressive
now.
with her, I'm saying, why would you use a targeted like attack on her that is based on an immutable characteristic, right? Like, why would you do that and then not
Wait.
apologize after the fact?
We're so far off from here. We're talking about Lav right now. When the original hypothetical, he said, "Would it be okay if you call me the N-word?" What the actual metaphor is if he was arguing with both of you, and then you responded back with, "Do you think irrelevant is one too?" And he goes, "Yeah." And then you go, "Which one do you think is more? Who do you think's a bigger one?" That would be the same.
What?
I don't
The
think it
thing
would
with
be.
Lav, the thing with
I don't
Lav,
think it would be.
I don't,
because
I
he
don't
said
even,
arrogant. Okay, I'm saying he tried to use
I
this to
don't
point
even-
out the
Thank you, dog.
I don't
arrogant
even
thing.
think
And now you're talking about
they
calling Lav a
remember
bitch,
what
but not
happened.
But it wasn't. That wasn't. This isn't comparable. If okay, let's use Lav and Cherry, and they're both being vitriolic as fuck, and he
No,
calls
the
Lav a
reason
bitch.
why I'm
If
saying
Lav
he's
said,
arrogant is because he won't apologize
I'm
or
not
acknowledge
explaining
that
the
he did
reason
something
why.
wrong.
Hold on, no, wait, hold on. So firstly, I apologized to her privately as it happened because I didn't realize how much that it like set her off. But like, I think she's in the wrong. Like,
Stop.
in-
Thank you.
Stop.
No,
You're
hold on, I'm not
saying
gonna stop. When you've ramped up the fucking aggression to that level, and somebody calling you a bitch is what triggers you, you gotta tone your own shit way the fuck back.
if
You-
I'm
you-
fighting
you-
somebody in the street and then you come and hit me in the knee with a baseball bat, going, "Well, you were being aggressive," like that doesn't make any sense. She wasn't giving you any of that energy, and even if
you don't know, she literally was. She, every time I tried to talk or
why
say
would
anything,
you call her a dumb fucking bitch?
I actually tried to get in touch with Bob 7 myself. I literally searched for him. Everything related to him has disappeared, including him. God damn. Destiny buried this man.
It doesn't make any sense.
every time I tried to speak or say anything, she kept cutting me off over and over and over and over again. Why do you think I called her a dumb bitch? Do you think it was just because I
Okay.
was just like triggered and for no reason? Of course, she was giving me a ton of fucking aggression.
Sure, fine. Even if I take that into
Ah.
account, why would you call her a dumb fucking bitch? Why wouldn't you
She
just
was
say
being a
"Shut
dumb
the
fucking
fuck up"?
bitch.
He thought she was
This
being
is my
aggressive.
son.
That's why
Thank you,
everybody
bro.
does
That's what I'm
it.
saying. So if you said that to me, shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck.
All Benny had said was, Mr. Girl's arrogant, but he'll say he's arrogant. Now, you will do things like this, but like you won't fess up to like the arrogance of it. And example after example, Destiny's Devil will just be like, yeah, but like what I did was fine.
The N-word.
And bro, there's hugely different.
I feel like Benny laid out the perfect trap to prove his point. Harrison Briggs, FBI handler number 35. What was the Bob 7 stuff even about? It was before my time. So, a long, long time ago, in the year of, I don't know, I think like 2018, is my guess. Or, god damn, that was a long, long time ago. Maybe it wasn't that long ago. Maybe it was like during COVID. I'm not sure. Maybe 2020, 2021. I don't remember anymore. Time has all melted together. Could be 2019. So Bob 7 was involved with Melina, I think. But she was involved with some chicks that Destiny was involved in. And the idea that has been put out there is that like he was trying to get people to turn on Destiny, and Destiny like exposed him. Like I said, I was playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time. And I don't know if you've ever played Dark Souls 1, but the first time you played it's very magical. And it's special. So I missed the fine details are super lost on me. But essentially Destiny was between him like using like Melina's phone and like talking to him as himself and talking to him as like Melina and stuff, that he I think that's when Destiny referred to himself as like doing like Death Note level shit. Like got everything he needed to like fry Bob 7 in the Bob 7 manifesto. This is like the worst explanation of it, but that's essentially it. That Bob was trying to fuck over Destiny and like convince people that he was around, that Destiny was a bad guy, and Destiny flipped the script on him. You're replaying it for the 1000th time. Right now, it's probably one of your favorite games. Oh, you must have just got here. I think that it is the best game ever made. It created like exactly what is the perfect formula for a video game. Yeah, no problem. I'll try to do a better one. I might go into the Bob 7 stuff too. Well, actually, that's not even true. I'm going to, because it's the closest thing we've had to like a Mr. Girl kind of situation. So I wanted to compare that. Something I talked to my buddy Big C about. But yeah, I think that Dark Souls is like literally perfect. Dark Souls 1, if you look at the 3D model of the map of the game, you'll see just how small the 3D model of that game's map is. So much smaller than it feels like it is. The game is it's a perfection. Bob 7 was like a dude who played a character, a pervy dude on game shows, and then he probably was a pervy dude while trying to play the good guy behind the scene. You played 2? He gets shit on a lot, but it keeps the spirit and does better than 3. I love all of them. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Demon Souls, Elden Ring. So I feel like for me, Dark Souls is the best game ever made. In regard to like the time that it was made and all that, like that I think that because like it invented the genre. However, I think that if I disconnect from like what was available and all that, I think Elden Ring is probably the greatest achievement in all of gaming. Yeah, the way that the whole world is all interconnected and even the model is even the map model is insane. Yeah, it's I just got my buddy. I gave him access to my Nintendo Switch information so he could play Dark Souls on it. But by the way, if you don't know, the Nintendo Switch has the most updated and highest quality shaders for Dark Souls 1 Remastered that you can get without mods. So if you want to experience like the official like best looking version of Dark Souls Remastered, you have to get it on the Switch. And it plays perfectly fluidly too. I think the Switch is a great platform for it. And also, it's also the only platform that lets you pause,
because you can just turn off the switch and it'll automatically pause your game. Not that I think that you should abuse that. It would certainly delete the game, but it does get rid of the super pesky interactions you have. The only thing I don't like about Dark Souls 2 is that I'll forget that it's March sometimes, and I'll be like at a bonfire, and I'll get up to like go to the bathroom or something, and then I'll come back, and I've been invaded and killed because in March everybody plays Dark Souls 2.
The connotations there. What the fuck?
I got to rewind a little bit.
Why would you?
You got me lost in my my love of Dark Souls world. I also played a little bit of Liza P on stream. I haven't touched it since because I wanted to play it on
Call
stream.
her a dumb fucking bitch. Why wouldn't you just
She was
say
being a
shut
dumb
the fuck
fucking
up?
bitch.
He thought she was being
God
aggressive. That's why everybody does
That's what I'm
it.
saying. So if you said that to me, shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking N-word.
And bro, there's hugely different connotations there. What the fuck?
I'm not saying that there's none, but you can't understand how somebody could feel like, oh, he attacked me for like for being a woman. And
But Bob Seven basically set himself up to be canceled because he was playing this pervy character, and Destiny used that. What really happened? We don't know. Yeah, I don't think that I can fully trust everything that Destiny's presented. And now, if you're saying that there was like altered audio, that's huge. That would be really big. Pretty crazy. I wish PTDE was still on Steam. It was the only one where you could install all kinds of crazy mods and still go online without getting banned. PTE. I don't know what that is.
at least
I was
to a
like for
certain
being
degree,
fucking stupid and annoying.
in front of his mostly male audience. Yeah, but you use bitch for a reason. That's just a random word that you like. You couldn't say asshole. You couldn't. I don't hear you call people bitch very often.
I call
That's
tons
bad.
of people bitch. This is like when I call a
No,
trans
no.
person or a black person subhuman, and people are like, "Oh my god, you're being trans."
No.
I call everybody bitch. And
That's not the same. Destiny's being bad faith as fuck. Oh, Prepare to Die edition. That's right. I actually have a sealed, unfortunately, greatest hits PS3 copy of the Prepare to Die edition. That flew right over my head. Yeah, I have like a sealed copy of all the Dark Souls games because I collected retro games until they took over my living room, and then I had to sell like $4,000. Well, like $8,000 to $10,000 worth of games for like $4,000 just to take my living room back. That's what Bob Seven claimed. 3 months after he got canceled, he had one stream. I should have downloaded that. You're right there. Somebody's got to have it. And if it is findable at all, you know the guy to talk to about it.
and
See what I
subhuman.
can
Yes.
find.
What do you mean? You want a compilation?
Oh, that's not the same. Calling a black or trans person subhuman and have people freak out about it. Subhuman can applies to everybody equally. If you don't add anything racist or sexist beforehand, there's no reason to think that you're implying that subhuman is anything to do with their sex or their race. It's just an insult. But if you use the N-word and you're talking to a black person or you're calling a woman a bitch, there is a built-in understanding that you're using that word for that person because of their sex, unless you give a reason to the contrary. You'd have to have a strong reason for anybody to reasonably assume that they had nothing to do with it.
No, it's not the same because anytime somebody's saying some stupid shit,
Come
you call them
on.
subhuman. You don't just be calling niggas bitches. That's not what you do. I've been watching you for 6 years. You don't just get that
Oh
off.
my
You just
God,
start calling you a
dude.
bitch.
All right.
I was shocked when I heard it. I was like, my son is tweaking. You didn't say nothing. And then after the fact, she said, oh, he apologized. He's like, no, I didn't, bitch. Like, yeah, bro.
I'm
I'm
I would
wrong.
just like to say that Benny's views and ideas here are not necessarily.
Well, Benny
expressive of
sounds like a
mine.
bitch right now, to be honest. That's what's going
Well,
on.
I was just saying, like, hey, that's not what I didn't come in here to say any other shit.
I never said that I was
Uh,
male. So
I came in here with some legitimate concerns about Mr. Girl. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, what'd you just say, Benny?
Oh, I'm not trans.
Okay, I was gonna say because
Benny, I support your right to say what you're saying, but I just don't support any of the stuff that you're saying. Right
I'm
now.
wrong.
No, I just look.
I'm a
I'm
dumb
not.
fuck?
I didn't say any of that, Benny.
I'm subhuman.
Well, maybe, but I wouldn't know, and I'm not saying that.
Wow. Yikes.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't.
I
This is
wasn't
the
able
first
to
time I've
figure
ever
it
actually
out
met
today,
Benny.
but-
Wait, what? Wait, what did you just say? It's the first time you've ever met Benny?
Yeah, I've seen you on the hotline, and you've seen me on the hotline, but we've never talked before. This is the first time we've ever talked.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
Unfortunately.
why'd you vouch for them then?
So you see me on the hotline.
Because
That's how
I've
Mr.
seen him.
Girlfriends work, dude.
I have seen him. I've seen him behave with pushback and all that shit. I've seen him be argumentative, and he's always seemed like he. This is the wildest I've ever seen Benny by fucking far. Okay.
Yeah, you
I
don't
bring it
say.
out of him, you know. I'm good at that. I just set people off.
But
Well, I
I'm
think-
not
I
saying
think
that
the
Benny's
reason why
wrong
is
to
'cause I
be
usually don't
wild. I just don't
disagree
agree with all the
with
things he's
Mr.
saying. So yeah, I just say I've never seen Benny behave any way other than what I thought was totally appropriate in any given situation. I don't know if he's like crazy out of line here, but I think that we got. Subhuman doesn't seem that bad of an insult. Oh shit! Hang on. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm playing poker and there's down to 5 of us, and I pushed somebody all in. They called. I won. Now I'm in first again out of the remaining 4. Sorry. I was trying to read your comment, but that's that demanded my attention for a minute. So maybe it doesn't seem like that bad of an insult, but if you use that with something else, like saying gay, subhuman, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Subhuman, in order for it to be targeted at the person because of like a minority association they have or something like that, would require additional context to think that it had anything to do with like a minority status that they might have. But N-word, bitch, even if you're American, even cunt. If you're assuming that you're talking to a person that fits the charged subject of like that like aligns with that insult, then yeah, it's you would have to remedy that very quickly, like in the moment, I think, in order for any reasonable person to think that you're not just being shitty to them for that reason. Got lost in the sauce pretty good here.
Do you think comparing like Mr. Girl's situation to like Vosh and Hassan, do you think that's like a decent comparison?
There's only
No, I
3
thought
of
that
us.
was a bad comparison. I told Irrelevant when he did it too.
Well, I compared the what I was trying to compare was I think it was over a statement of how whether or not you could say that when Vosh and Hassan were conjoined with your community, Destiny, whether or not they got the similar treatment on what
I'm sorry, give me one moment. I just want to there we go. I'm doing good, so I'm going to show it. I will continue now.
what was it? It was whether
Final
they
3.
got a similar treatment about their communities being conjoined, and that there was a splintering of communities, and when they would purge the community. So it was basically like, did Mr. Girl have a unique relationship with you, in relationship to your how you your
Oh, what?
handled
Jesus
this shit?
Christ. Are you okay?
What the fuck did they call with? They had nothing. Okay.
Dude, I'm trying to remember the argument. It was a
So,
a while ago. I don't remember how
help you out
exactly it
here.
worked.
I can help you out here. The conversation that at that point was sorry, hang on a minute. Fuck.
I think it was
Actually,
just,
wait, you
conversation
guys,
here
do you
was-
think, hold on, give me 1 second. Wait, hold on. You guys do your thing. 1 second.
Okay, so Irrelevant. The conversation is that what was the difference? Why is Mr. Girl blowing up on the subreddit in a way to where
I think the
Bosch
pain is starting to wear
and,
me down at this point.
Hassan were not, and I said the reason was because I thought they were really that the Mr. Girls are a lot more interesting than they are.
yeah.
However,
So it had to do with whether or not why. So the reason that I gave that Mr. Girl might be removed is because they believed that his community was using Destiny's subreddit and as their own, and that did this happen in the past? Did this happen with Hassan? Did this happen with Vosh when they were a part of Destiny's community? Why did or did it not happen? And like getting all of that down, right? That was pretty much it. Like
yeah. That's how it came up. Yes.
Okay, I think that's how it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, how did that get brought up again?
Because we were talking about the
No,
fact
I
that-
mean like right now.
Oh, I don't know. It feels like somebody punched me in the balls 15 times. It really feels like somebody cut open my ball sack and snipped a bunch of shit out of there. But
You should
I'm
probably
I got
tell
a
people.
nice pack. Oh, I got a vasectomy.
Yeah,
at-
okay. Yeah, there you go.
Let's see.
There you go.
Like
Alright.
4 hours ago, I got a vasectomy and the numbiness is wearing off.
Yeah,
And,
so 4 hours you got ago, you got a vasectomy, and then you came into my chat to have
As
the
one
cut.
does. Is
Yes.
that not the tradition, the vasectomy tradition? I'm pretty sure that it is known that after a vasectomy, one goes into a relevance chat, finds the Discord, enters the Discord, and then has a conversation about Mr. Girl.
True.
It's a tradition as old as time.
Somebody reminded me inside of the thing. All right, part of the reason why
I'm
I
retarded.
sound like shit is because I'm on 21 hours awake now.
Oh shit, I do that a
Yes.
lot.
Oh, good
I
for
do.
you, weirdo.
Speaking of my, I'm late for my medicine. I'm not getting up to get it though.
Wait, so neither one of you have. I thought we had discussed that one of you two believed that Destiny was censoring criticism.
This was something. This was a complaint that was lodged by Mr. Girl, and to some degree, like it is technically true. Although I don't know how
I'm
deliberate that
crushing
is.
them.
Okay, so we're
Yeah, both their
on
stacks
that
combined,
technically
but I
true.
didn't bring
Why
this
not?
in
Why
mind.
not address it? I mean, I
Sick.
got it
Well,
earlier. Why not
for
address
me, it's kind of more like I think that Mr. Girl brings up good points. I think a lot of people
First is
don't
275.
understand
That's
them,
pretty good.
and so
True.
the argument never gets off the ground. So, I don't like criticism for Destiny as far as that goes. It's like you can't really criticize on the arguments because they don't really have an argument about anything that gets brought up. If I wanted to criticize him based on his moderation, I guess I personally don't like the idea of banning all of Mr. Girl's fans. If you felt like the subreddit was getting astroturfed, I'd rather you just ban all Mr. Girl content for the time being. But
I'll try to make a
that's
deal.
about
See
it,
what they're
really. I mean,
willing
he
to
can
do.
ban all Mr. Girl's fans and Mr. Girl if he wants to, but I think it's a little cringe.
And to be clear, you think it's immoral for him to not ban all talk of him on the Reddit?
If he's gonna ban positive talk, or
Yeah,
neg-
yeah.
only in
Can't
within
skip
that
that part.
context is what Benny's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird playing moderator in a
Wow.
conversation
What
that
a
I'm a part
wild
of.
day I'm having. Am I right, boys?
You got a vasectomy.
I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah.
The gas they give you is a bit much for me.
You mind me asking why?
Well, I didn't want my wife to have to keep like poisoning herself with birth control. I've read all this shit about how bad it is, and like she's doing that, and that's like super
Oh,
cool of her. But
make a deal.
if she didn't have to, I found out my insurance would cover it. I was like, oh, no brainer. If I can get a one and done thing that's not gonna have like long lasting effects on me or like just like interfere with like almost every part of my life, I'll do that. So that way she doesn't have to.
Is it reversible? I heard that
Yeah,
there's,
I hear it's reversible.
It can be, yeah, yeah.
Did you get the reversible one?
So I think so. I think that they technically both can be, but like either way, it's not. If I want a kid, it doesn't have to like come from me. I don't care. I don't think about shit like that.
Okay.
I can get a donor or I can adopt if I want another kid. I already have a kid.
Adoption is base, by the way.
Yeah, I get it.
You know what?
Two of our dogs are
All for
rescues.
equal.
Hey,
We'd be like that.
It's only $10 less if I split it 50-50. Yeah.
okay. So any other criticisms for Steven while you got him? Here.
I probably have a lot, but that would just be me airing my grievances and being cringe. So.
All right.
You guys can't see it, but it's there's a screen up for us to
yeah, there was
make an
something.
agreement
There
to
was
split.
something else I wanted to say. I think if I have a minute, it'll come back to me. Sitting down's a bitch. Whew. Yeah. Let me. I'll take this moment to think. Oh, I will just
What are
say,
they doing?
it's probably worth this in the long run, but it's not as nice and easy as they make it out to be. I think it's a little traumatic to get a vasectomy.
Why is that?
You have to be awake. You have to be awake.
Oh, Jesus.
So they gave me laughing gas, and I haven't even smoked weed in like 3 years. And when I looked down, like I could see like the smoke because they cauterize it. I don't know why. I said, "Can't you knock me out?" They gave me laughing gas, but it was too much for me. So I'd have to like stop every once in a while. It's like extremely disassociating, and I really don't like not feeling like I'm here. So I'd have to stop every so often, and and it does hurt. They had to give me like extra shots. They don't tell you either. They give you a shot directly into the testicle, and I was like, I'm sorry, I could have known this before today. and also somebody who's supposed to go with me. I had to go by myself, so I was just saying if you do it, just have all the information. Talk to somebody who's got one. Ask them a lot of questions because it's they make
Okay.
it sound super quick and easy, and it's not exactly like that.
I was addressed something inside of my chat, so I want a quick yes/no and just make it brief, no explanation here.
Okay.
All right, Benny or Elder, are either one of you a VIP in Anna's chat?
No.
No.
Yeah.
But I've been in Anna's chat. I've
That's
talked
that's
to her a
all.
bit.
That's all. That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You said no. My bad.
Yeah.
How do you become a VIP?
They VIP you. I have I have a bunch of VIPs in my chat.
I guess let me put it this way: if I am, I'm unaware of it.
Okay.
I'm a VIP in a relevance chat.
I've never even been there.
Okay. Well,
what is this guy doing?
If somebody's seen
Take
me
the
as a
fucking
VIP,
deal.
then like I'd take their word for it. But I didn't know about it. It would have happened since that I was last there. Probably because I'm so fucking cool.
can I hope Destiny's chat can hear me on this one.
They can.
Okay. DGG World is a liar, scumbag.
Damn.
Oh, this is a person.
Yes.
Yeah.
DGG
Okay.
World.
What you
I
munching on?
thought.
Hello?
Huh?
Oh.
What's that?
What you munching on?
Oh, Cheez-Its, bro.
Benny, why you go so hard on the vegans? By the way, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was
Why'd
gonna
go
say.
so hard on the
What the hell
vegans?
was that?
Yeah, you,
Why did they say yes to the deal?
What was I saying
You
about
gave them the most
your
favorable
hypothetical had Destiny
one,
banning
and
all vegans
then
and
they
making me
said
nervous
no.
over here.
Are you a vegan?
Yeah,
Vegans are
I've talked to
cringe.
Mr. Girl about it. Because
Vegans
he
are
has.
cringe.
Okay, well, that you can feel that way. Mr.
I
Girl
do.
has a lot of like super crazy vegans in his chat. They say like some of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life, and they've talked to him about it. So I had
It's
to go and
fad.
give him a rational human beings version of why this is the way that it is.
No, I don't have. Honestly, I don't have a problem with vegans.
The vegans in Mr. Girl's community are completely fucking unhinged. I think they do a lot of harm to the movement.
No, I don't care. It's fine.
Based Benny.
Though, you know, actually, the only problem I have with vegans is they won't just eat fruit and vegetables.
Yeah,
They gotta cut up a mushroom and say it's barbecue chicken. They gotta they gotta mold bread like God into fucking steaks. It's embarrassing. Just eat fruits and vegetables. All right.
I eat a lot of fake. I eat a
It's
lot of fake
embarrassing.
chicken.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Benny,
Well,
you're
you
a
know what?
funny guy.
I grew up eating a bunch of shit that I think is deplorable to eat, but I still like the taste. I just don't like the suffering. Okay, so I'm
You
still
know,
gonna
okay,
keep the
that's
taste.
fine. You know, you're an older gentleman. You're like 50 years old, so it's okay for you to
Christ.
do that. But like, you know, if you're like a young
How old
person
are you?
being a vegan, he's
Elder.
like 50.
I'm 34. I just turned 34,
Yeah, but I'm
like
24,
10
so-
days ago. Yeah, I get it.
Wait,
Well,
Benny, how old are you?
he said he's 24.
Hey, cool.
You're just a little
I'm-
younger than
I'm
my wife,
Raj's age.
buddy. Chill.
Wait, nigga, really?
Yeah,
All right.
I told you I'm
Or-
cool. Okay. I'm a fat, goofy-looking guy, but I got a very pretty 26-year-old albino wife. Okay. I'm
Albino.
Yeah.
Still true.
Like,
You know, like she's
Except
just
for I'm a
like
little
pale.
older now.
I mean, like her eyelashes are white, her hair is naturally white. She pale as fuck.
My son is
That's-
a Targaryen.
Yes, yeah.
Tar-
Believe me, I say a bunch of very weird sexual jokes at her when we watch House of Dragons, and it's fun.
It's true, I do.
Benny, you're a funny
Although
guy.
I don't know if I should say all this stuff.
That was
I said
me.
on
That was
here.
Elder.
No, I'm talking about the Targaryen shit, my nigga.
I said that.
Wait, was it? No, I thought he said it first.
Yeah,
Oh,
he might have.
okay.
Trying to steal my clout.
Yeah.
My bad.
I mean, I said it first, just way
Ah.
before the stream.
said I'm at like 60% here. Okay, you gotta work with me a little bit.
I'm at 5% fuel. I'm up too late.
Not comparable.
Uh,
I want to ask Destiny just a couple of questions when he comes back about the whole Mr. Girl situation. I wanted to let you
That was
guys
way
kinda
longer
talk
than I
some
thought
shit
it
out. I
was.
felt like there was moments.
That was like an hour-long
where
talk in total.
some
Me
things
showing
weren't
up.
expanded upon. That's why I asked.
Talking
a few-
Destiny, everything.
The questions that I did.
I thought it was really good to get a clear and solid answer. I'm really happy that we got that. Just like we like broadly that everybody got
Aren't
that.
Destiny and Mr. Girl gonna talk though? Like later about this shit?
Yeah, but they've
Huh?
been talking about this shit, and I still didn't have the answer that I got.
I agree.
Wait, what was the question you had?
Me?
No.
Oh, I got a clear and concise answer from Destiny as to why what is happening is happening.
Oh, okay.
Because they're both so emotional that they don't ever sit down and fucking say the rational thing that everybody wants to fucking know. Just like when I talked to Destiny last time, nobody fucking knew why the fuck he wouldn't talk about the Dr. K thing. I had to ask him that like 6 fucking months after it happened. Everybody gets in front of
True.
him and they say a bunch of crazy ass shit instead of the obvious rational question that everybody has, but they don't ever want to fucking say it. It's crazy. People get on fucking stream and their brains go out their fucking ears.
I have to address what somebody's saying in your chat right now.
It's true. It's ridiculous that I had to be the one to ask why Destiny didn't comment on the Reckless video. Everybody wanted to know what Destiny thought. People would literally say, like, I assume they're like joking, but like, I'm gonna wait till Destiny watches it and then I can tell you what my opinion is. Like, you know, like, because that's just like how the space operates. It was crazy that he said nothing about that. It was like for like 3 weeks or some shit. It was the main thing people talked about was Dr. K because of that video. And Destiny played League.
Trib 1, he said, it didn't seem like anyone realized that Benny's reason for thinking Max is arrogant is that Max said he was, not that Benny thinks he is. I do think that Max is arrogant. I said that the reason why I know that he's arrogant is because he said so himself.
Yeah, nigga. I think that shit. I think that shit was cringe when you said that like Destiny and Max were comparable on whether or not they were arrogant, and Max literally says out loud, "I think I'm right on everything," and you're like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe they're comparable levels
they're right
of
about everything."
Destiny.
Do you think Destiny would say that? Okay.
Well, I think that if everybody's honest, everybody always thinks they're right about everything they say. Otherwise, they wouldn't fucking say it.
That's
True.
I think I'm right. I could be wrong, but I think
Oh
I'm
shit!
right.
You found something.
So I'm going to
that's
defend
not
that I'm
being
right.
arrogant. Being arrogant is when you say, I know I'm right, and you're not going to change my mind, or I'm going to ban you, or I'm going to start screaming, or I'm going to mute you, or I'm going to play the piano while you're talking. Like, these are signs that show that somebody is actually arrogant. Also, when your best friend...
I think it's fair and valid. I was just the reason why I was saying what I did is because it didn't work to your point at all. Like it's not a...
That's what gave it just
They got off the rails pretty hard overall. Like I just think that it was things were gonna get said.
Okay, really? Fuck you, I was wrong. He's VIP in Discord. Who? Drop logs right now. Proof immediately.
I'm VIP.
I think they're talking about Benny.
No. I have never, ever.
DGG World, link it.
Link it if you want. I've never interacted with their content. It's like, why would I want to watch?
We're about to find out.
Shit. Except for Max. I want to watch.
What are we about to find out?
Oh, it is me. I just looked. I'm a VIP in her Discord, and I have no idea why. I have no idea why. Dylan Burns is in her Discord, and he's just member. I don't know why I'm above. Queen Alexa is too, though.
Inside of this.
That's really
this call
funny.
right now.
It's
Wait,
like me, Danavo.
Well, we're just
Queen Alexa.
Okay,
There's the only
we're
people I
gonna-
know. I think it would be best if this got resolved in VMs. We shouldn't talk about this anymore.
Wait, talk about what? What did I just miss?
I'm damning you something.
I'm just trying to be a helpful guy. Okay.
God damn, I'm typing slow.
Oh.
See, I was just trying to be helpful.
Right?
Give me a sec.
I had no idea until just now. I didn't even know then.
I'm about to find that out. Wait, you already know?
I don't watch women's content, so it can't be me.
Christ.
I see. Yeah. Well, that's
Right?
that's
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
I know. I know everything. People think I don't, but I do. I do be knowing some things.
How do you? Okay, all right, bro.
Okay, so I'm assuming that exchange was about me being a VIP and Anna's Discord. I had no idea. I still don't know. I didn't know until just now.
You on your shit?
Yeah, I am on.
Can confirm that I'm not.
Wait, what?
Just to follow up on what they were saying, because I was asked a question. I was just clarifying it.
Wait, are you sure though?
Yeah, I just checked.
Okay, so
because it wouldn't be up to me.
No,
Wait,
it's
I
not.
lost?
It wasn't on. It wasn't.
Yeah.
On stream. No, hold up. I'm gonna DM you.
How did I lose?
Bruv. Bruv
Wait,
alert,
this,
Careful.
wait, this is gonna be weird. How
Are
does-
you DMing Drazzy?
This is so cringe, dude.
What did I lose to? Oh, they had a straight. Damn. Okay.
I'll leave.
still
I'll leave
180
Steven to
something
say
bucks.
Whatever he wants. Whatever.
I'm just chilling, bro.
Oh my god. Hang on. It's so weird that Destiny would say he knows. I had no idea. That's so wild to me.
All right,
Bro?
sweet. Okay, Destiny, I wanted to ask you some questions about because I think it was over. I think what is it? Mr. Girl had an issue with you about possibly removing a Nick Fuentes post or something.
Oh, did you
It was
send
the
the
one where
clip?
he said that you're not open to criticism
look?
about because it got pulled down and it got a bunch of
Right,
upvotes
right.
and it
What-
agreed with Mr. Girl. And
Yeah, what
that
is
whole
that?
thing happened.
What is that?
Hold on.
I just
Whatever
got
this
lore
is.
about my own fucking stream.
Dude, it's
Okay,
good for
sorry.
you.
That I think that was one that I got super triggered because I think the automod took it down, and he was saying that like it got. I think the automod took it down twice, and he was saying that he was getting censored by the mods. Is that the is
Well,
that the automodded one? or-
No, it was Well, I don't know, but he was saying that criticism of you is not tolerated.
I have talked to Anna one time in her chat, ever. And I clipped something from her chat or from her stream. I just went there like out of curiosity, I guess. And I asked her if I could talk to her about like the Mr. Girl and Destiny stuff when it was first going on. But it's so weird. Or wait, I don't even remember. Maybe I just went there to see her. I literally don't even remember what it was. But I've never even like spoken to her. Like I've talked to her within her chat. If it's more, there's impossible that it's more than twice. But the idea that she would favor me enough to VIP me in her Discord is wild to me. That I'm very
Rated in your
I'm very
Discord?
confused.
It was like the first of like
In my
the
Discord or
trilogy of the
subreddit?
or subreddit. I'm sorry, I keep calling it Discord. Yeah, subreddit. He was saying that you don't allow criticism of you, and as proof of that, this
I'm
post
fucked
that
right
got like
up.
500 upvotes that said that you were being bad faith in it, and you said like, well, if somebody's accusing me of being bad faith, you didn't say anything about an auto mod. You just defended why it got pulled down. And this isn't
Oh,
like,
if it's something, if I defended why I got pulled down, then it probably got actually pulled down.
yeah. And I'm not giving a position here. I'm just trying to help clarify which thing you were talking about.
Okay.
I have a position. I was just not. That's not what I'm here for.
I would have to see the post. I don't remember. But generally, when people are saying things like "I'm bad faith," I usually do ban those types of people.
That is what you said.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you are consistent.
Based.
All right, Destiny, do you think that I think it was
I look so much more guilty too because I was just trying to say, hey, let's not talk about this anymore. I should make this bigger again now that poker's over. The only reason I was saying like, hey, let's not talk about this anymore because I didn't want Destiny to get triggered about fucking Anna's shit. Because he always gets triggered whenever Anna's brought up, and I didn't want it to like derail our conversation. But now it looks like I'm trying to hide the fact that I was a VIP member. That's so crazy. I had no clue. Well, I'm a mod for Prime Case, so I know about Anna. Never engaged with her, however. Yeah, like I mean, my engagement with her was like minimal. I said I was like I watched her stream like maybe 2 times ever, and I talked in her chat and she responded to me. That's the wholeness of our engagement. And I clipped I think I said something about Nick Fuentes or something because I was talking about Mr. Girl and I said he got banned by Nick Fuentes' group of Nazis, and I got a clip of her saying, "Nazis are ridiculous. Oh my god!" And I thought that was the funniest shit. But that's it. That's the only engagement I've ever had with her.
Over Nick Fuentes as well. Do you think
I still
that
think that's a
any
hilarious
measure
clip.
you hold any measure of responsibility for any kind of increased popularity or anything like that Nick Fuentes might have received? I know that Max liked to point at the no jumper thing. Do you take any responsibilities, or do you think there's any accountability on you for that interaction at all? Or what do
Yeah,
you
probably
think?
a little bit. Yeah, I imagine he's probably going to become through any amount of talking with me, he's going to become a bit more popular, right?
No, it can't be a little bit. It's a lot of bit.
Okay, well,
I don't think it's a lot of it, but any amount, yeah, sure.
You gave Adam's phone number to Nick Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So that's a lot. That's not a little.
How is it a lot? Where is he getting his subs at? Where is he growing at now?
Wait,
Is his
you
YouTube
gave-
sub growing? Is his Twitter
gave
sub
him
going? Is it-
a direct line of communication to Adam 22, and that's probably how he got on the podcast.
Yeah, but it's not like he's growing a ton off of that. I don't think he has the opportunity to. I think he's banned from too many platforms to grow that much.
Well, I thought the question was about your level of involvement in him getting on that podcast.
That wasn't the question at all.
Oh, okay.
it was about growth. It's
Oh,
about whether or not he's going to realistically grow from stuff like that.
Yeah, but I imagine he should be growing at least a little if he's associating with me. Our streams are getting like 14,000 viewers, of course.
I mean,
I
feel like
have like
about that.
And
I feel
if Nick Fuentes has any opportunity to grow at all, and if you're willing to say like, yeah, I'm sure he's gonna grow a little bit, and then you give his number to Adam 22, the amount of growth he's going to see is going to be a lot, insofar at least in respect to the potential that he has to grow. So like that is a very, very weaselly way of answering that. So like, what does the metric a lot even mean then? I don't like that answer. That answer's pretty.
He's going to get a little
bad
bit
faith
bigger,
to me.
obviously, if I'm platforming him at all. That's going to, of course, happen. Yeah.
If I may, I have like one thing to say, and I think I really
trying,
just need to
chat.
stop. I'm in a ton of pain here.
What
Alright, much
happened?
love.
I got a vasectomy today.
They literally got a
God.
vasectomy like an hour earlier than coming in to talk to me about this.
Is it really actually painful?
It's
It
so. Let me
hurts
say
a lot.
this. They make it sound like it's like really not a big deal. You're in and out in a half hour. It's like an hour.
Yeah, that's what
It's
they make it
traumatic.
sound like.
It's
Oh, God.
traumatic. I was awake the whole time. They
Destiny's
gave me
Oh
laughing
God got
gas,
me.
but like don't get me wrong. I've done a bunch of psychedelics when I was younger. I
Wait,
stopped
wait.
smoking weed like 3 years ago.
They
The
gave you-
laughing gas.
Yeah, they gave you laughing gas.
Yeah.
General anesthetic, isn't that supposed to completely knock you out?
I was told that I would not be knocked out, and I had to pay out of pocket for the laughing gas. And it is extremely uncomfortable. It's if you breathe it for so long, you like totally start disassociating, and that freaked me out. So I had to stop using it. Like I had to use it intermittently. They give you a shot directly into your testicles, for one, which is awful. It does hurt. I had to get extra shots. And you can see like the little puffs of smoke when they cauterize. Yeah, I think it was a little traumatic.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was so like, which is fine, but they should have fucking told me all that shit before the day of. So I could have mentally prepared myself for it. It was a lot to take in and have happen, kind of on the fly. But anyways,
I'm uncomfortable hearing myself talk about
I
it.
just want to say one thing before I
Speak your truth,
left.
King. Go ahead.
Thanks. And it's only since I got here. I'm pretty happy with the Mr. Girl stuff, at least in my current state. There was something I realized on Sunday. I think there was like everybody in the fucking world talked to you, and it changed the tone in how I talked to. I talked to Lav on Monday, and it changed the tone in which I talked to her because I had this like pretty big realization. I think that when something
Oh.
happens, when
Okay, this part doesn't matter anymore. Wait, what? Oh shit. They're talking about it in his chat. God, I wish I would have known. So yeah, I guess there's that. Do you have the chinchilla? You said that you found the clip, Bob7, demonstrating that there was audio changed. Can you provide that somehow for me, please? Because I wouldn't mind checking that out before I dip for the night. If you're still here, that is. You sent it in chat? Oh, that probably got auto-modded. I don't think that you can send links in my YouTube chat. I think they automatically get modded out. I had people spamming links to like Mr. Girl's house at one point. So I think that might have been when I turned on that auto mod feature. Thank you. We'll await your submission. You should still be in here. If not, why'd you leave? Oh, I don't have that bot set up. Hang on. I used to. I got you, though. Why'd you leave my Discord? Sometimes it's fun in my Discord. We do things sometimes. Yeah, dude, me too. I had to clean house the other day. I had in way too many Discords. Oh, God, the vicariously reliving my pain of the day that I got my vasectomy through my own voice, my own telling of it, was not fun. I didn't care for that at all. Be perfectly frank about it. Oh, there we go. Very curious to see this. Stop. Go back. And get it on stream. There we are. Oh wait, Twitch as a site is muted, so I want to have to hear myself when I stream on Twitch.
There was some that I deemed normal, even though you can't really tell. But a lot of these were for very specific purposes. As you can see here, like I linked Destiny's YouTube of when the thing happens, and then there's just a couple seconds cut at a time for very specific purposes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight 2 examples so you guys understand the type of edits that Destiny is making. And then after, I'm going to highlight the splices in their respective sections. So...
Oh, that's all we got? What the fuck? No. Damn, that's it. Okay. I apologize, Harrison Briggs, FBI handler number 35. Like, this doesn't prove anything, but it is an allegation. Yeah, Aladrezzi, this is what I did. Okay, well, I'm going to talk to somebody who I know will know about it. And I'll get back with you guys about it. That's it for now. I'm going to stream probably earlier in the day tomorrow, I hope. I do a lot better. Get a lot more people in here when I come in a bit sooner. And so, you know, the more the merrier and all that. But yeah, I think that's a wrap for tonight. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna try to figure out how to get Mr. Girl's black hole thing. I might just have like a software read it for me, so that way I can still feel my feelings while engaging with it for the first time. And then also gonna go over a little bit of physics as well, because I think Mr. Girl's big disconnect with his stupid black hole thing is that he doesn't understand the first thing about quantum mechanics, but he's diving right into quantum or astrophysics, which is a big mistake in my opinion. As somebody who I have studied physics for fun for probably 20 years now that I think about it. Good God, close to it. So he's wrong. I'm going to talk about how he's wrong, and eventually in the near future I'm going to talk to him about why he's wrong as well. But I gotta actually engage with the more fleshed out version of what his idea is. I'm referring to it as the Carson hypermassive black hole conjecture. A black hole that's bigger than the universe. I had, since that doesn't exist, I've had to make up a term for it, which is going to be a hypermassive black hole, as opposed to the supermassive black holes, which are just like black hole eating black holes. All right, take care. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.